Chapter 370. Since Uncle Wu had 30,000 dan of grain in his hands, Han Yunshi dared to go all out. After a round of discussion, Uncle Wu immediately released a notice in the name of the grain store that very afternoon. The notice only emphasized the price of the purchase, but didn't mention the method of purchase. Forget about the black market. Even in the outside world, 10,000 dan of grain for 10,000 taels was considered a low price. The price alone caused the entire black market to boil over in less than an hour. Everyone was discussing the matter. 10,000 dan of grain was a lot. Uncle Wu only wanted to take out a portion, but Han Yunshi demanded that all 10,000 dan of grain be brought out. Afraid that there wouldn't be enough time, Uncle Wu shot a questioning look at Long Fei, but Long Fei only said, "Do as Wang Fei says." Thus, Uncle Wu sent a group of men to carry the dan of grain out of the storehouse. A few tall, burly men spent the entire afternoon going in and out of the store. 1 dan of grain was carried from 2 ends. One could only imagine how spectacular the sight would be when 10,000 dan of grain were piled up in front of the store. The purchase hadn't even begun yet, but the store was already surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. The closer it got to night, the more people gathered, and the livelier the scene became. This time, there were no restrictions on the purchase. In other words, anyone could participate. By the time the time drew near, the entire street of grain stores was already packed with people. As long as you were in the night market, it was impossible not to know what was going on. In the rear courtyard, Han Yunshi and Long Fei were drinking tea and chatting about tonight's purchase. Chu Shifeng rushed in from the outside, but stopped short at the gates to the rear courtyard. From a distance, he saw His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei chatting over tea, and suddenly felt like he was dreaming. The scene seemed so surreal and unreal. Under the hazy moonlight and rising tea smoke, His Highness Duke of Qin was as handsome as an immortal, while esteemed Wang Fei's face was as delicate as a flower. Esteemed Wang Fei alternated between talking and laughing, while His Highness Duke of Qin listened attentively. Occasionally, he would even ask a few questions. Chu Shifeng had never seen His Highness Duke of Qin so patient in his entire life, much less talk with someone for so long. After all, they had been talking the whole afternoon. "Chu Shifeng, is something the matter?" Long Fei suddenly asked. He knew as soon as Chu Shifeng stepped into the courtyard, but he didn't want to interrupt Han Yunshi. Chu Shifeng recovered his wits and immediately stepped forward. "Your Highness, Yu City's Lin clan has arrived. It's not Master Lin himself, but his personal attendant. Is it time?" Long Fei asked indifferently. "There's still an hour." Chu Shifeng had been keeping track of the time. Initially, he thought that the Lin family of Yu City, the Wang family of Yuzhou City, and the Ouyang family of Luo City would all come. However, only the Lin family of Yu City showed up. "Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, could they be?" Tonight, the 3 clans had agreed to meet with Imperial Uncle at the Lin clan's grain store. Chu Shifeng had heard that the heads of all 3 clans had come as well, although the Imperial Uncle's estate had only announced that they were selling 50,000 dan of grain. Everyone in the know knew that was just a rumor. Once the price was settled, the Imperial Uncle's estate would have plenty of grain to sell. The Imperial Uncle's estate was in dire need of money, so how could 50,000 dan of grain be enough? Chu Shifeng was most worried that the 3 clans wouldn't be lured away by the news and would continue to make deals with the Imperial Uncle's estate tonight. They won't. Han Yunshi was certain. She wasn't a merchant, but she knew how merchants fought over the smallest details. If this was a legitimate business transaction, perhaps there would be the exchange of favors and face. However, in the black market, everyone was here for the benefits. The fact that the heads of the 3 clans had personally come to the black market meant that they were planning to buy plenty of grain. A single dan of grain only lacked a few taels of silver, but 100,000 dan or 200,000 dan meant a huge difference. They absolutely had to weigh the market before they finally made a move. Yu City's Lin clan's page boy had come as well, which meant that they were still paying attention to the matter. Chu Shifeng only knew how to fight in the palace, so he didn't know anything about business wars. Nor did he understand how a woman like esteemed Wang Fei had learned so many heretical tricks. Still, seeing that His Highness hadn't said a word, he knew esteemed Wang Fei couldn't be wrong. As expected, Uncle Wu's attendant soon arrived. Your Highness, esteemed Wang Fei, the head of the Ouyang clan, has shown his face. He's drinking tea with Uncle Wu right outside. Han Yunqi was thrilled and teased. Chu Shifeng, I really should have made a bet with you. Chu Shifeng said resentfully. This subordinate can't afford to bet. Chu Shifeng thought back to the past year. None of the people who'd made bets with esteemed Wang Fei had good endings, so he decided to forget about it. Soon enough, Uncle Wu's attendant recognized the head of the Lin and Yuzhou clans in the crowd. Everything was within Han Yunqi's expectations. Han Yunqi saw that it was about time and rose to her feet. Your Highness, do you want to join in the fun? Long Fei Yi didn't speak, but rose to his feet and scooped Han Yunqi into his arms. This guy's getting more and more domineering. Your Highness, Han Yunqi was about to speak when Long Fei Yi took her to the roof. If you want to watch the show, you have to be on high ground. He sat down with her in his arms as a sea of people gathered below them. His words made sense. If they looked down from the roof, they'd have a panoramic view of the entire scene. Only by being on high ground could they see the real show. Once they were in the middle of it all, it was very likely that they'd become part of the crowd. By now, the auction had officially begun. Uncle Wu was in charge. The tall auction counter was made up of bags of rice, and the surrounding area was simply a sea of grains. As soon as Uncle Wu raised his hand, the noisy crowd instantly quieted down. There were 3 circles of people inside and outside. There were people from all walks of life. A few big businessmen stood at the front in a high-profile manner. The Ouyang family was one of them. Many of them were low-key, hiding in the crowd and bringing a lot of servants with them. Although they didn't know how the auction was going to be held, the word auction was enough to make everyone nervous. These 10,000 dan of grains weren't a small bargain, but a big bargain. The crowd was silent, but everyone's heart wasn't calm. They were all curious and looked forward to the auction. Actually, after the news of the auction was announced, the most discussed topic was how to auction. These 10,000 dan of grains were going to be sold at one time. So how could they be auctioned? Uncle Wu was about to open his mouth when someone finally couldn't hold it in and shouted, Boss, how are we going to auction? Quickly tell us. Once this was said, the restless crowd started to make a ruckus again. Everyone, please calm down. Listen to me. Uncle Wu quickly calmed the crowd down. He wasn't in a hurry to tell them how the auction was going to be held. Instead, he announced another important matter. Everyone, today is the store's 5th anniversary. In order to thank everyone for their love over the years, this store will take out a total of 30,000 dan of grains. They are rice, wheat, and millet. The auction will be held for 3 consecutive days. 10,000 dan will be auctioned at one time, and the goods will be delivered on the same day. There will be no other fees. Once Uncle Wu finished speaking, the crowd started to boil again. They thought there would only be one auction. Who knew there would be 2 more in the next 2 days? And it was different grains. This store had always been low-key. Why was it suddenly so generous? In the midst of the discussion, Uncle Wu shouted again, Everyone, don't worry. This store will do what it says. Although this store is small, it has plenty of grains. 3 days later, if anyone wants to buy or sell in bulk, the price can be negotiated. Most of the people who came to take advantage of the situation didn't pay attention to Uncle Wu's words. But those who wanted to buy and sell in bulk immediately understood. This store had grains, and the price would be discounted. The head of the Ouyang family immediately ordered his servant, Go to the Lin family's grain store. Tell them, old man, that I have something to do tomorrow, and we'll talk about it in a few days. The head of the Ouyang family originally planned to watch the show tonight and continue negotiating with the Lin family tomorrow. But now, it seemed that he would have to wait and see the price here. As for the Lin family of Yu City and the Wang family of Yuzhou City, they did the same thing. Only their excuses were different. One said that they were a little short on funds and needed a few days to get the money. The other said that he suddenly felt unwell and needed a few days to discuss the price. Han Yunqi and Long Fei sat on top of the roof, observing the situation from a high vantage point. Han Yunqi smiled. "Your Highness, it seems that everything is going well." Long Fei nodded. Han Yunqi smiled mischievously. "Your Highness, if this matter is settled, will you reward me?" Long Fei, you was very generous. Reward. Han Yunqi quickly asked, "What kind of reward?" Long Fei Yi glanced at her. "We'll talk about it after it's settled." Right now, Uncle Wu was about to announce the method of buying the goods. Everyone waited attentively, afraid that they'd miss something. Even the attendants by Chu Shifeng and Uncle Wu's sides were curious and expectant. They'd been busy all afternoon, but still didn't know the method. Uncle Wu took out an embroidered ball and raised it high in the air. An embroidered ball? What was going on? "Do you want to snatch the embroidered ball?" Someone shouted out. There was no laughter, only absolute silence. "Exactly. Everyone, after 1 hour, whoever has this embroidered ball will get the chance to buy it. There are only 2 conditions, no martial arts and no killing." Uncle Wu said loudly. Everyone was stunned at his words. Chu Shifeng couldn't help but look up at Han Yunqi. What kind of brain did this woman have? She actually thought of stealing embroidered balls? There were at least 500 people here. Stealing for an hour wasn't just stealing, but rioting. Actually, Han Yunqi was flabbergasted as well. She was the one who'd come up with the method, but she'd never found a suitable one. Thus, His Highness Duke of Qin had come up with this method. His Highness Duke of Qin had said that he wanted to meet the manager of Sky Domain Black Market. So he wanted to use this chance to throw the market into chaos. Uncle Wu tossed the embroidered ball high into the air. In a flash, people swarmed towards it from all sides. "You snatch it from me. You kick me. You pull me apart. You punch me. I kick you." Naturally, the big merchants backed away. But the page boys they'd brought with them weren't idle. All of them threw themselves at the ball, throwing the entire street into chaos as the situation spiraled out of control. Han Yunqi finally understood what Long Fei meant when he said, "If you want to watch the show, you have to be on high ground." Chapter 371. It wasn't clear who snatched the ball and ran out with it in his robes. Thus, everyone chased after him. Once again, the chaos spiraled out of control and spread throughout the grain trading district. One of Long Fei's scouts soon returned with a report. "Your Highness, the Sky Domain Association's men have surrounded the entire grain trading district. They're all using masked men dressed in black robes who look like martial arts practitioners. They've said that as long as it doesn't affect other businesses, they can do whatever they want here." Long Fei's eyes flashed with admiration before he waved a hand to dismiss the scout. The Sky Domain Association's lax management style was truly admirable. Even Han Yunqi was curious as to whether or not the black market had a true leader, and who he or she was. Long Fei Ye's probing had failed this time. Of course, he'd only done in passing, but that wasn't their main business. Their main business was the Lin clan's grain store. Han Yunqi had asked around just then, and the owner of the Lin clan's grain store was among the crowd. With the 3 merchants and the owner of the Lin clan's grain store here, there was no chance for the imperial uncle's men tonight. Perhaps he was mixed in with the crowd as well. Han Yunqi and Long Fei, you weren't planning to make a move tonight. They were only here to watch the show, but it'd be too obvious if they made a move now. An hour wasn't a long time, but it wasn't short either. The closer it got, the more intense the fighting became. Chu Shifeng almost joined the fray himself, but in the end he held himself back. His Highness Duke of Qin could still afford 10,000 dan of grain. In the end, a young man around 16 or 17 years old took the ball. Chu Shifeng recognized him at a glance, but didn't say a word in front of the crowd. As soon as he returned to the rear courtyard, he wanted to slap the boy. This was none other than one of His Highness Duke of Qin's guards, Su Donglin. Han Yunqi blocked Chu Shifeng's hand. "What are you doing?" Chu Shifeng gave a start before he understood. How could His Highness Duke of Qin's guards act on their own without orders? However, he was shocked that Han Yunqi was already able to command the Duke of Qin's secret guards. "There's a shortage of food in the disaster area. We can't sell even a single grain." As Han Yunqi spoke, she released Chu Shifeng's hand. "You go steal it tomorrow." Chu Shifeng's mouth twitched. Tearing things apart with his bare hands when he couldn't use martial arts was definitely an arduous task. The next night, the situation was much the same as the previous night, except for the addition of Chu Shifeng's anguished wails. The imperial uncle, who was far away in the imperial capital, was extremely anxious when he received the news of the black market. However, he still didn't show himself. He only sent a secret letter to a few people and finally delivered it to the Lin family's grain store. The informant of the Lin family's grain store opened it and saw a sentence written on it. "Take advantage of the situation and sell them all." The imperial uncle had been driven to desperate measures. He had taken advantage of this situation to sell off all the grain he had on hand. Although the price was low, the total price wasn't low. At the very least, it was enough for him to pay the Ministry of Revenue and repay the loan sharks. The informants in the Lin family's grain store began to discuss urgently. Sell them cheap? What kind of price are they going to sell them for? They're selling them for 10,000 dan for 10,000 taels. Who knows what price they'll sell them for after tomorrow? Forget about them. We have to get the money by tomorrow night at the latest, or else none of us will have a good day. No matter what, someone has to buy our grain. Are we really going to sell them for 10,000 dan for 10,000 taels? Everyone quieted down at these words. After thinking it over, it seemed that this was the only way to sell off all the grain they had. The head of the family immediately wrote a secret letter to report to his superiors. Although they could guess that the imperial uncle's estate was their top priority, none of their letters had left behind any traces of him. Whether it was the secret letter they received or the secret letter they sent out, they all had to go through the hands of several people. The imperial uncle had already been forced into a corner, but he was still cautious about these details. While the Lin family's grain store was waiting for news, Han Yunqi and the rest prepared to take action. Wu Shu had already retreated behind the scenes, allowing the commotion outside to continue. He respectfully reported, "Your Highness, this subordinate has arranged for 2 trustworthy people." At this time, it was time for them to go to the Lin family to buy grain. Long Fei Yi trusted Wu Shu's work. He was about to nod when Han Yunqi suddenly stood up. "Your Highness, this concubine will go with you." Long Fei Yi frowned unhappily. "What are you going to do?" Long Fei Yi had always been a strategist and didn't like to show his face in public. He also didn't want Han Yunqi to show her face in public. "I'm going to haggle," Han Yunqi replied matter-of-factly. "They know how to do it too," Long Fei Yi said indifferently. He still refused. If it was in the past, Han Yunqi would have just said, "Oh," and left it at that. But she had become much bolder recently. She leaned over and smiled fawningly. "Your Highness, let this concubine go. This concubine guarantees that my identity won't be exposed. I guarantee that I'll be able to bargain for the lowest price and clear out their entire stockpile." Long Fei Yi ignored her and brewed tea with his left hand. Han Yunqi hurriedly helped him brew tea with a fawning expression. "Your Highness, please agree to this concubine's request. If this concubine goes, I'll be able to ask some questions." Most women knew how to act coquettishly. Wu Shu was already used to His Highness Duke of Qin, making exceptions for esteemed Wang Fei. He had thought that esteemed Wang Fei would act coquettishly and was quite looking forward to it. But who would have thought that this concubine would be so fawning? Could it be that she didn't know how to act coquettishly? Whether Han Yunqi knew how to act coquettishly or not, and whether she would act coquettishly in front of Long Fei, only she knew. In any case, she really was trying to curry favor right now and wasn't acting coquettishly. She eagerly poured tea for Long Fei and respectfully offered pastries with both hands. "Your Highness, do you agree?" Long Fei drank the tea and ate the pastries as usual, but he didn't say anything. In the end, when he slowly finished drinking his tea, Han Yunqi had no other choice and wanted to give up. Who would have thought that he would actually stand up and say, "Go tidy up. This prince will go with you." The two servants wanted to cry to death. It wasn't easy for them to get a chance to perform, but it was gone just like that. Wu Shu had a look of disbelief on his face. His Highness Duke of Qin looked cold, but he was clearly doting on esteemed Wang Fei in every way. After Han Yunqi tidied up, she put on a cool and elegant heavy makeup. Her long eyebrows reached her temples, and her tender lips were as red as fire. She rarely put on makeup, but with this makeup, she seemed like a completely different person. Even people familiar with her wouldn't be able to recognize her at first glance. It had to be said that a good foundation made her look beautiful no matter what she did. Han Yunqi's makeup made her look gorgeous without being vulgar. Her eyes were open-minded and unruly to begin with, but now she looked even more aloof and refined, noble and inviolable. This Han Yunqi was more beautiful than ever. Long Fei stared at her for a long time before turning away without a word. He was still dressed in black robes and a mask, acting as Han Yunqi's attendant. It wasn't clear whether Long Fei had restrained his aura, or if Han Yunqi's makeup had strengthened her aura. Long Fei stood quietly behind her like a personal bodyguard. The two of them left the rear courtyard and soon ran into Chu Shifeng running past them with an embroidered ball in his hand. Chu Shifeng didn't even recognize them. There was still some distance between Wu Shu's grain store and the Lin clan's grain store. The two of them walked one after the other, avoiding the crowds, fighting over the ball as they walked. With a great deity like Long Fei acting as her attendant, Han Yunqi was probably the only person in the world who could walk with a clear conscience and open mind. Ever since the incident with Gu Beiwa, she'd grown much closer to Long Fei. Before she knew it, she'd grown less fearful of him and more intimate with him. If this was the past, she'd be very careful with Long Fei walking behind her like this. Her heart would be in a mess. But now, she didn't even realize that everything had happened so naturally. Of course, she hadn't noticed the strange look in Long Fei's eyes since they'd left the house. As they walked, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Long Fei wasn't stupid enough to bump into her, so he stopped as well. Long Fei was about to ask when Han Yunqi suddenly quickened her steps. Long Fei could only hurry after her. Abruptly, Han Yunqi stopped again, followed by Long Fei. This woman was clearly playing with him. Long Fei's face was covered by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of bottomless eyes. It was impossible to see his expression. Han Yunqi quickened her steps again, while Long Fei chased after her. As they walked, Han Yunqi's lips quirked up into a crafty smile. Suddenly, she backed up a large step. Long Fei was an expert, so he'd know as soon as Han Yunqi made a move. Just then, his movements had been in sync with hers. However, this time he actually stood in the same spot and did not move. As a result, Han Yunqi solidly bumped into Long Fei. Haha, I did it on purpose. Han Yunqi was amused. She openly admitted that she was in a good mood tonight, so she was just joking around. She was about to turn around, but Long Fei suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and didn't let go. His voice was hoarse as he said, "This prince also did it on purpose." Han Yunqi slightly stiffened. Just as she didn't know what to say, Long Fei Ye's hot breath landed on her neck. Heavens, he actually leaned over and kissed her neck from behind. Han Yunqi felt like she'd been electrocuted. Her whole body suddenly quivered, and her originally relaxed nerves instantly tensed up. What's wrong with this guy? Such an intimate action came so suddenly. This wasn't like his style at all. His soft kisses, accompanied by his hot breath, spread from Han Yunqi's jade neck to her ears. Han Yunqi didn't dare to move, but her body's reaction was very real. Very soon, she couldn't take it anymore, and her entire body fell into Long Fei Ye's embrace. "Your Highness," she instinctively called out softly. Long Fei Ye didn't reply to her. His light kisses continued without a sound, so gentle that even he himself didn't notice. This woman definitely didn't know how mesmerizing she looked with her makeup. Chapter 372. Who was the one who couldn't control themselves? And who was the one who couldn't control themselves? In the quiet night, the noise of the crowd faded away, leaving only a hazy ambiguity. Under the faint moonlight, one's mind was in a mess and their emotions were in a daze. Soft kisses wandered silently, and the pressure from the tall figure behind her grew stronger. Han Yunqi couldn't help but raise her head, and in her ecstasy, she saw the bright moon in the sky. Long Fei Ye don't, she just called out unconsciously, but it was precisely this don't that stopped Long Fei Ye's rhythm. In an instant, Long Fei Ye let go of his hand, and even took a step back. Heaven and hell were often just a step away. Han Yunqi instantly sobered up, and her heart pounded wildly. For a moment, she didn't dare to look back. Heavens, what was that guy doing just now? This was the street. Although she wasn't conservative, she wasn't wanton either. If he hadn't stopped just now and continued, where would he have kissed? Thinking of this, Han Yunqi's neck and ears burned as if they were on fire. The intoxication in Long Fei Ye's eyes faded, and in its place was a trace of irritation. The self-control that he had always been proud of could actually collapse like this. He really didn't like this side of himself. Towards this woman, he had never allowed himself to indulge in himself. The two of them stood like this, one in front and one behind, in silence. The silence didn't last for too long, and Long Fei Ye opened his mouth cold. "Let's go." This guy could actually be so calm after bullying someone. Han Yunqi should have heaved a sigh of relief, but she actually felt a sense of emptiness. She couldn't accept it, but she didn't have the courage to look back at him. When Long Fei Ye said to go, Han Yunqi obediently walked forward. Fortunately, the journey wasn't short, and there was enough time for Han Yunqi to adjust her state of mind. By the time they arrived at the Lin family's grain store, Han Yunqi's redness had mostly disappeared. The two of them looked as if nothing had happened, but there was an ambiguous atmosphere between them that only they could sense. To outsiders, they looked like a pair of master and servant. It had to be said that Long Fei Ye was a very competent attendant. When they arrived at the Lin family's grain store, he didn't stay as close to Han Yunqi as he did. Han Yunqi's first, and he only followed her in. His actions were very polite, and he looked even more like an attendant. The Lin family's grain stores, as well as the imperial uncle's eyes in the black market, that was why they had to put up a good act. "Who? Oh? T-test? T, is anyone here?" Han Yunqi shouted. The man looked up lazily. He glanced at her, then immediately went back to sleep. "What's going on?" Han Yunqi was about to ask when the man suddenly looked up again. He rubbed his eyes, and a lecherous look appeared in his eyes. Han Yunqi immediately sensed the man's evil intentions. She didn't even do anything, but she already felt a cold, sinister intent behind her back. This made Han Yunqi feel even safer. She raised her brows and asked coldly, "Where's your boss?" Han Yunqi didn't know how charming she was with her cold and elegant outfit. Coupled with her cold expression and icy voice, she was simply a stunner. There were some men who especially liked to provoke cold beauties like her. Tisk, tsk, 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 tisk. The man didn't say anything. He pouted as he walked over, looking foppish and frivolous. Han Yunchi originally wanted to use some poison to teach this lecher a lesson, but considering that they had business to attend to, she didn't want to alert the enemy. She could only endure it. The man walked over. He was already in front of Han Yunchi, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. He was actually forcing his way to her. Han Yunchi took a step back. Unexpectedly, the man took another step forward. His smile was especially vulgar. "Beauty, do you want to buy grain?" "Call your boss out," Han Yunchi said coldly. She gave in once again. "What's the matter? Just say it. This young master can make the decision." This foppish young master was none other than Master Lin's nephew, third young Master Qin. Master Lin and a few of his companions were discussing the matter of selling grain at a low price in the backyard while waiting for the imperial uncle's secret letter. The grain store was temporarily left in third young Master Chen's care. "I want to buy a lot. You can't make the decision. Cut the crap. Hurry up and call Master Lin out." Han Yunchi's patience had its limits. Unexpectedly, third young Master Qin wanted a yard after taking an inch. He actually approached Han Yunchi again. This time, Han Yunchi didn't back down. Instead, she pushed him away with both hands and said coldly, "Get lost!" Third young Master Qin didn't expect this. He was pushed so hard that he crashed into the table, toppling all the tea and pastries. He got up, licked his lips, and actually laughed lewdly. "So you're not a cold beauty. You're a hot girl. Hee hee. Just what this young master wants." After saying this, he immediately ordered, "Men, close the door for this young master." A servant had already rushed to the backyard to find Master Lin. The servant present didn't dare to offend third young Master Qin and immediately went to close the door. Seeing this, Han Yunchi wasn't afraid. After all, she had a powerful backer that was more reliable than a mountain behind her. As soon as the door closed, third young Master Qin pounced over. "Hot girl, hurry up and let this young master have a taste." Seeing him approaching, Han Yunchi reacted quickly. She raised her hand and slapped him hard on the face. Slap. Third young Master Qin was immediately stunned. A burning handprint appeared on his face. The surrounding servants were all dumbfounded. The Lin family's grain store had a very high status in the black market. Master Lin didn't have any children. He only had this nephew, so he doted on him very much. Everyone knew that third young Master Qin used the influence of the grain store to commit crimes. Master Lin could even help him take care of flirting with women in front of everyone outside, let alone in the store. Who would have thought that this girl would actually dare to hit him today? No matter how good third young Master Chen's mood was, it was ruined by this slap. He covered the side of his face and revealed a fierce look. "Men, hold her down. If this young master doesn't whip her to death, my surname isn't Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a whip suddenly rang out. Before anyone could react, third young Master Chen's face was whipped. In an instant, his skin split open and his flesh was exposed. It was a horrifying sight. Long Fei Yi held the whip in his right hand. With a gentle wave, the whip was pulled back. The whole world knew that he was best at swords, but in fact his whip skills were far superior to his swordsmanship. This whip didn't need much strength for him at all. At this time, third young Master Qin and the servants present finally noticed the existence of this masked servant in black. After all, there were too many masked men in black in the black market. Long Fei Yi had been silent since he came in. Who would have thought that he was so difficult to deal with? "Ah!" Third young Master Qin screamed in pain. He didn't know what to do. Han Yunchi looked back and was unhappy. She almost said, "Your Highness," but fortunately stopped in time. She pretended to scold. "I said you can't hit him." The doctor said that he couldn't hit him. She wouldn't argue with him if he hit her in daily life. But this kind of hit should be avoided if possible. Then what about my feet? Long Fei Yi asked back. Before Han Yunqi could react, Long Fei Yi suddenly kicked third young Master Qin, who was shouting in pain, and sent him flying. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. That's not a problem. However, Long Fei Yi didn't laugh. It seemed that he was unhappy. Third young Master Qin fell to the ground with a thud. His previous arrogance was all gone. A big man actually choked with sobs. Someone, get my uncle here. Quick, get my uncle here. Soon, Master Lin heard the news and came. When he entered and saw this scene, he was furious. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous in my Lin family's grain store? People who buy grain, Han Yunqi coldly answered. Although they had to hide their identity and keep a low profile, it didn't mean that they could be bullied. I'm not selling. Third young Master Qin immediately shouted. Uncle, this woman hit me, and that man also hit me. You must kill them for me. As he spoke, he added unwillingly, I'll hit that man. Someone get me a whip. I want to whip him to death. However, who knew that the angry Master Lin would suddenly fall silent? One had to know that he was most worried about no one buying grain. His gaze swept past Long Fei Yi, and then he looked at Han Yunqi seriously. He asked carefully, How much do you want? He was very clear about the current situation. People who came to buy grain at this juncture must not be simple. Uncle. Third young Master Qin was dissatisfied. He only cared about eating, drinking, and playing. How would he know the current situation? Master Lin glared at him, and he lowered his head resentfully. He should hurry to see a doctor, but he was unwilling. Miss, how much do you want to buy? Master Lin asked again. I heard that you have 50,000 Dan here. Han Yunqi asked back. As soon as these words came out, Master Lin knew that this woman was from the underworld. Everyone knew that there were 50,000 Dan of grain for sale, but only very experienced people would be able to find him here. Although Master Lin was anxious to sell the grain, he was still cautious. He didn't answer, but asked back, How much do you want? How much do you have? Han Yunqi asked again. Master Lin had a rough idea of what was going on. His attitude softened a lot, and he smiled. Miss, why don't we talk inside? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi laughed coldly. Apologize first. Otherwise, please open the door. Although I'm anxious to buy grain, I don't care about your shop. Han Yunqi's words sounded like she was targeting third young Master Qin, but she deliberately revealed two things to Master Lin. First, she was anxious to buy grain. Second, she didn't come to the Lin family's grain shop specially. If Han Yunqi directly said that she was anxious to buy grain and didn't care about the Lin family, perhaps a shrewd person like Master Lin wouldn't believe her. However, Han Yunqi used third young Master Chen's matter to say this, so Master Lin basically believed her. Master Lin knew third young Master Chen's nature the best. He didn't need to ask much to know that he wanted to tease her again. After all, Master Lin wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He looked at third young Master Qin and said seriously, Miss, my nephew has been beaten up by you. Can this be considered an apology? Chapter 373. Merchants in the black market were much more shrewd and cunning than normal merchants. Master Lin knew that Han Yunqi was not an ordinary person when he saw her temperament the moment he entered. He was even more certain that they were not to be trifled with when he saw third young Master Chen's injuries. First of all, the black-clothed guards were not simple to be able to use the whip so accurately in such a small room. Second of all, these two dared to offend the powerful grain store in the black market, so they must be very confident. Master Lin was already a bit afraid of Han Yunqi, so his answer to Han Yunqi was just a test. Han Yunqi was a woman who was very shrewd except for Long Fei Yi. She was sure that Master Lin was testing her. Not enough. Her attitude was cold and arrogant. They beat third young Master Chin, and third young Master Chin apologizing to her were two different things. How could they offset each other? Then what do you want? Master Lin's tone became unfriendly. Nothing. If Master Lin wants to do business with me, then this bastard must apologize to me. If Master Lin doesn't want to do business with me, then forget it. I will not consider your Lin family's grain store for any business in the future. Han Yunqi coldly said. If it was in the past, Master Lin would definitely give the other party the cold shoulder and delay the discussion for at least 2 or 3 days. But it was different this time. He had to turn the grain in the warehouse into cash by tomorrow night at the latest. There was no time to delay. After hesitating for a moment, Master Lin cleverly changed the topic. Miss, how much grain do you want to buy? Han Yunqi cleverly replied, I want to buy a lot, no less than 50,000 Dan. If Master Lin has the goods, then maybe you can consider it. I can give you 3 days. Han Yunqi seemed to be giving in, but in fact, she was pushing him even harder. How could Master Lin have time to consider? Long Fei Yi, who was standing silently behind Han Yunqi, smiled. This woman was so young, but she was more cunning than those old foxes. He liked it. Once he heard that it was no less than 50,000 Dan, no matter how patient Master Lin was, he would get excited. He hurriedly asked, Miss, why do you need so much grain? Since when do you need to explain so much about the transactions in the black market? Han Yunqi sneered. Her words made her sound more like a gangster. I'm just curious. Have you heard of the rations in the grain store these past 2 days? Master Lin continued to ask. I just came from there, Han Yunqi answered. Seeing that Han Yunqi didn't reject it, Master Lin was secretly delighted. He quickly continued to probe. I heard that the price over there is very low. Although Han Yunqi was acting all high and mighty, she was actually waiting for Master Lin to ask these questions. She sneered, that price isn't low either. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. Even third young Master Chin, who had been staring fiercely at Han Yunqi, widened his eyes. 10,000 taels of silver was not considered low? This woman really dared to say that. A trace of a smile flashed across Long Fei Ye's deep eyes. This woman was indeed to his liking. In his opinion, 10,000 Dan for 10,000 taels of silver was really letting the imperial uncle's family off easy by buying grain from him. Then, what is the lowest price in your heart? Master Lin continued to ask. Han Yunqi smiled. That depends on how much grain you have on hand. This woman asked this question. Could it be that she wanted a lot of grain? Master Lin had clearly been probing this woman, but he felt that his appetite was being whetted higher and higher. Master Lin finally became anxious. How much do you want? This time, Han Yunqi didn't answer. Instead, she glanced at third young Master Chin and snorted. It seems that Master Lin isn't interested in this transaction. She turned to leave after speaking. Long Fei Yi silently followed behind. The informants, who had been watching from the back door, immediately became anxious. Someone rushed over to stop Han Yunqi, but was stopped by Master Lin. He didn't say a word. He looked at Han Yunqi's back with a serious expression, as if he had no intention of making her stay. That informant panicked and said angrily, Boss, if third young Master Chin doesn't apologize, I'll do it myself. That bastard deserves to be taught a lesson. Master Lin still didn't say a word. It wasn't that he didn't want third young Master Chin to apologize. He just wasn't sure if Han Yunqi was really here to buy grain or if someone had sent her to investigate them. It was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, they were in the limelight right now. He had to be even more cautious. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's pace was neither fast nor slow. They walked step by step towards the door. Neither of them looked back. Their backs were noble and free, making it hard for anyone to take their eyes off them. As Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi got closer to the door, Master Lin and the informants behind him became more and more nervous. Based on Han Yunqi's behavior just now, it would be difficult to redeem this transaction once they walked out the door. Old Lin, let's give in. Old Lin, I think this woman is really here to buy grain. I can tell she's a businessman with one look. Boss, we can't afford to delay any longer. Why don't we make them stay first and discuss the price while reporting to the higher-ups? Let the higher-ups send someone to take a look tomorrow? The informants behind him all tried to persuade him. Master Lin was already a little impatient, and after being persuaded, he was moved. However, he didn't directly ask them to stay. Instead, he deliberately put on airs and said, "Miss, other than an apology, everything else is negotiable." Who knew that Han Yunqi didn't even turn her head. She continued walking indifferently and was about to walk out the door. Seeing this, Master Lin finally panicked. "Miss, please wait." Han Yunqi's lips curled into a victorious smile. She stopped happily, but she still didn't turn her head. She wasn't anxious, but Master Lin and the others were. Negotiations were like this. Some lines of defense had to be stubbornly clung to. Once they gave in, everything else was basically set in stone. Once Master Lin gave in, his momentum weakened. Seeing that Han Yunqi didn't turn around, Master Lin became even more anxious. He immediately reprimanded third young Master Qin. "Brat, hurry up and apologize to her." Third young Master Qin saw that the situation wasn't right. He was about to slip away, but after being yelled at, he was so frightened that he didn't dare to move. "Hurry up and go." Master Lin's second order made third young Master Qin tremble. He immediately rolled and crawled over. He couldn't take it lying down, but he was most afraid of Master Lin, who doted on him the most. He had never apologized to anyone since he was born, so he really didn't know how to apologize. He could only resentfully say, "Miss, I'm sorry." Han Yunqi used third young Master Qin to lower Master Lin's guard. She was concerned about the grain and didn't want to cause more trouble. Just as she was about to let it go, the Long Fei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke cold. "Is this considered an apology?" Upon hearing this tone, Han Yunqi knew that this matter wasn't going to be let go so easily. All right, since His Highness the Duke of Qin as an attendant had spoken, Han Yunqi could only put on airs and remain silent. Seeing this, Master Lin thought that Han Yunqi was angry and hurriedly gave third young Master Qin a look. Third young Master Qin let go of his hands that had been covering his face and bowed with both hands. With a sincere attitude, he said, "Miss, it's this one's fault. This one is wrong. This one apologizes to you." Since His Highness, the Duke of Qin, had spoken, Han Yunqi knew very well that she couldn't make the decision. With her back to third young Master Qin, she remained silent. She originally thought that Long Fei Yi would speak, but who knew that third young Master Qin would only bow and wait behind her. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything either. Han Yunqi snickered inwardly. Even as a servant, this guy was harder to serve than his master. Third young Master Qin maintained his bow and couldn't help but look back at Master Lin for help. He didn't care whether he was willing or not. At this moment, he really regretted provoking this woman. Master Lin also couldn't figure out what Han Yunqi wanted to do, so he kept glaring at third young Master Qin. No matter what Han Yunqi wanted to do, it was all third young Master Qin's fault. Third young Master Qin had to admit it. Third young Master Qin was resentful and could only continue to apologize. "Miss, this one knows his mistake. This one won't dare to do it again. Just say something. Miss, just say something. What do you want this one to do for you to forgive this one?" Han Yunqi was amused when she heard this. She gracefully turned around and said, "Someone come." She also didn't know what Long Fei Yi wanted to do for him to give up, so she just let him be. Long Fei Yi didn't even move, but third young Master Qin was already afraid and timidly retreated. However, Long Fei Yi didn't give him a chance to escape. He turned around and directly kicked third young Master Chen's injured face. Third young Master Chen was sent flying out of the back door with one kick. Han Yunqi only felt that she was very blessed to have someone take revenge for her after being bullied. Long Fei Yi gracefully retracted his long legs. He put his hands behind his back and silently retreated behind Han Yunqi. He looked like a well-trained attendant, but also noble and mysterious. Third young Master Chen fell to the ground with a loud bang. Even his wails were gone. This lecherous man was probably crippled, even if he didn't lose his life. Master Lin's heart was bleeding. He couldn't wait to rush over and take a look. However, how could he dare to face such a strong Han Yunqi? What if this woman was unhappy? Wouldn't this deal be ruined? Master Lin could only endure the pain in his heart and pretend to place righteousness before family. Good lesson. Old man has long wanted to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Han Yunqi only sneered and didn't make any comments. Master Lin couldn't wait to turn around. Miss, let's talk inside. He was here to talk in detail. Han Yunqi was high and mighty and only gave a cold reply. Master Lin hurriedly invited the master and servant pair inside personally. At the same time, he signaled with his eyes for someone to quickly report to the higher-ups. Master Lin brewed some good tea and served some snacks. He was planning to have a long talk with them. The moment Han Yunqi sat down, Master Lin asked, "Miss, how much grain do you want?" "I'll buy as much as you have," Han Yunqi answered straightforwardly. However, Master Lin's face almost darkened. Third young Master Chen was beaten to such a state, and this woman still didn't answer properly? This time it was as if she didn't answer, okay? She was indirectly asking him how much grain he had stored. Although Master Lin was anxious, he still had to control his temper. He probed again. "Miss, I have a lot of grain. I'm just afraid that you—" Han Yunqi calmly drank a cup of tea. She was very arrogant. "I have a lot of money. I'm just afraid that you don't have any stock." This time Master Lin laughed. "Miss, our grain store only accepts cash. Have you asked around?" Chapter 374. Only accept cash. When Master Lin said those words, Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. She'd been feigning civility for so long just for those words, hadn't she? She'd finally made Master Lin say those words himself. If Han Yunqi had said from the start that she was here to buy grain with cash, even if Master Lin didn't suspect her, his superiors would. She would have been chased away before the news reached the imperial uncle's ears. Now that Master Lin had said those words himself, Han Yunqi was 80% sure that this was a done deal. The money bags were standing right behind her. Han Yunqi generously threw out a sentence. "As long as there's grain, silver isn't a problem." Master Lin could tell that Han Yunqi was a rich person, but he didn't expect her to agree so readily. Hee, it looks like this young lady really needs grain urgently. Master Lin didn't give up and kept probing. Han Yunqi smiled mysteriously with a hint of cockiness in her voice. Master Lin observed her expression and knew that he had a chance. He immediately flattered. "Mrs. Baring is extraordinary and must be a dragon or phoenix among men. As for Mrs. Origins, I'm afraid old man won't be able to guess." Han Yunqi's lips curved into a proud smile. She wasn't modest at all. "Master Lin has good eyes. That's because Miss has good bearing." Master Lin laughed out loud. He liked arrogant women the most, especially those with a bit of skill and pride. This kind of woman was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Master Lin knew how to deal with her. "Miss, I still haven't asked for your surname." Master Lin cupped his fists and bowed respectfully. "My surname is Hellion," Han Yunqi replied without hesitation. "Hellion? That wasn't a simple surname. It was the national surname of Northern Li country. In western Zhou and Tianing, people with the surname Hellion were few and far between. In Northern Li, however, Those with the surname Hellion were members of the imperial clan. Master Lin couldn't help but think that such a rich and overbearing person had the surname Hellion. After working in the black market for so many years, he'd done quite a bit of business in Northernly. Because of the soil and climate of the Northernly country, wheat could only be grown in a small area in the south. The high-yield rice could not be grown at all. The diet of the Northernly people mainly consisted of meat and milk. There was no market for grains from the south in the Northernly country. However, Northernly country had always been keeping an eye on Tianing's grain production. During droughts or floods in Tianing, many merchants from Northernly country would participate in the speculation of grain sales. Even members of the Northernly imperial clan would participate in the speculation, inflating grain prices while inciting riots in Tianing's disaster areas. Master Lin carefully looks at Han Yunqi again. He is more and more suspicious that this woman is from the Northernly country. As far as he knew, most of the women in Northernly liked cold and elegant makeup. While Master Lin was suspicious, Long Fei Yi smiled. If it wasn't for the black cloth covering his face, everyone would have been able to see his smile. He suddenly realized why Han Yunqi had suddenly put on heavy makeup today. It turned out that it wasn't just to avoid being recognized by others, but more so because of the surname Hellion. This woman was smart enough to use Northernly country as an example. Even he could not help but admire her. If this woman was born as a man, she would definitely be his #1 opponent. Master Lin began to flatter Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's lips curved into a mocking smile as she allowed him to flatter and curry favor. She didn't refuse any of it. In the end, Master Lin ordered people to prepare good wine and dishes for him to drink with Han Yunqi as they discussed matters. Of course, when it came to important matters, the informants on the side promptly reported it to their superiors. They didn't leave out any details about this woman's origins, wealth, or personality. Miss Hellion, in terms of price, may I ask Miss Hellion to be lenient? Master Lin said teasingly. He thought that if he raised this woman up high first, then haggled over the price, this woman should be too prideful to lower her price. Who knew that Han Yunqi wouldn't directly discuss the price? She hadn't actually drunk much, but pretended to be drunk and hazy. Master Lin, haggling is fine, but you have to give me a number and let me know how much grain you have on hand. I'll be frank with you. If you have a lot of grain, then the price is negotiable. If it's less— As she spoke, she drank 2 more cups of wine before continuing. There's no harm in telling you that store's price is very much to my liking, but they don't have any stock. They don't even have a mere 200,000 Dan. Tell me, if they don't even have 300,000 Dan, why should I pay you in cash? This sentence was confusing. 200,000 at one time, 300,000 at the next. That store was unknown which store she was talking about. Anyone who saw Han Yunqi like this would think that she was drunk. Drunken words were the truth. Although it was confusing, Master Lin immediately heard the key message. He had always wondered why this woman didn't go to Wu Shu's grain store. Now he understood. She wanted too much grain, and Wu Shu's grain store didn't have any stock. Actually, in times of grain shortage, 100,000 Dan of grain was indeed a lot, especially new grain. If it wasn't for the fact that the imperial uncle's estate couldn't afford any delays, Master Lin would definitely have whetted Han Yunqi's appetite and negotiated the price with her. Because in this black market, there really wasn't another store that could take out 200,000 to 300,000 Dan of grain. What a pity, what a pity. They hadn't even negotiated the price yet, but Master Lin was already feeling the pinch for the money he had just received. Seeing that Han Yunqi was almost drunk, Master Lin looked at the black-clothed and masked imperial bodyguard behind her. He was very polite. "Sir, your mistress is also drunk. Why don't we do this? Why don't you rest at my humble abode tonight? I'll continue the discussion with her tomorrow. How about that?" Master Lin was actually very curious about this black-clothed and masked imperial bodyguard. Although his face couldn't be seen, the invisible aura emanating from his body made people unconsciously wary. It was precisely because of this imperial bodyguard's existence that Master Lin suspected that this Hellion lady in front of him was a member of Northern Li's imperial family. Long Fei Yi was even more astute than Han Yunqi. With just one sentence from Master Lin, he knew what he was thinking. Okay. He only replied with one word. Master Lin was overjoyed and immediately ordered people to prepare a guest room. He had already tried his best to buy time. Now it was up to his superiors. Long Fei Yi immediately carried Han Yunqi in his arms. He was nearly 9 meters tall and was tall and proud. It was extremely easy for him to carry Han Yunqi in his arms. One was dressed in black and mysterious, while the other was elegant and noble. Coupled with the dreamy Princess Carrie, they disappeared into the distance under the hazy moonlight. Everyone present was dumbfounded. They only felt that this wasn't master and servant, but a match made in heaven. Old Lin, this imperial bodyguard, is a little problematic. Once Long Fei Yi and the others left, someone immediately spoke up. It couldn't be helped. Long Fei Yi's innate aura was just that strong. Even if he had intentionally restrained it, he still couldn't completely hide it. Sir, that woman's surname is Hellion. Perhaps that man is also. Someone guessed in a low voice. As soon as this was said, another person immediately said, perhaps he is the real master. Based on his size, he must also be from Northern Li. If Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi knew of their guesses, would they praise this group of people for being smart or stupid? At this moment, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were already in the room. As soon as Long Fei Yi entered the room, his gaze swept across every corner of the room. After confirming that it was safe, he carefully placed Han Yunqi on the bed. Your Highness, they poisoned the wine. It's a bewitching poison. I will sleep until noon tomorrow before I wake up. Han Yunqi took the opportunity to whisper. This group of people really didn't know what was good for them. They actually dared to poison her in front of her. Moreover, it was such a low-level poison. She immediately smelled the wine as soon as it was served. She even knew the amount and didn't need to use the detoxification system. The poison would only take effect during sleep. It wouldn't be too late for her to detoxify it later. She couldn't wait to sleep a little longer. She wasn't the one in a hurry. Stupid things. Long Fei Yi whispered. Who knew that Han Yunqi would actually boast? No, they're very smart, but I'm smarter than them. This. Shameless Tsundra. However, she was right. She was indeed smart. What Long Fei liked the most was the confidence and pride in her eyes, brimming with vigor. He was about to get up when he added, "Don't worry and sleep." With his name, Han Yunqi could sleep peacefully until daybreak, even if the outside world was in turmoil and chaos. Because there was a servant leading the way, Long Fei Yi couldn't stay for long. After tucking Han Yunqi in, he got up and left. As soon as he stepped out, the servant said, "Sir, your room is next door. This way, please." "No need." Long Fei Yi sat down on the steps at the side. His attitude was so cold that the servant felt that the surrounding temperature seemed to have dropped. The servant didn't dare to say another word and ran to report to Master Lin. Master Lin naturally didn't dare to have any ill intentions. He stayed up all night waiting for the secret missives from above. One after another, the secret missives were sent to the imperial uncle's residence after 4 or 5 people had passed through them. The more the imperial uncle read, the tighter his frown became. It wasn't until he saw the 2 words Hellion on the last missive that his furrowed brows relaxed. Although the imperial uncle was the one making the decision, this information was all reported by Master Lin. Even though Master Lin reported Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi's every move objectively and truthfully, no matter how objective he was, he couldn't avoid the influence of his subjective views, especially when it came to writing. These secret missives contained Master Lin's guesses between the lines. Thus, Master Lin's guesses affected the Imperial Uncle's decision. If it was in the past, the Imperial Uncle would understand more before making a decision. However, at this critical juncture, he didn't have the opportunity. The secret missives were sent back and forth by pigeons. After going through so many hands, it would take at least half a day to reach them. It was almost daybreak, but his missives wouldn't reach Master Lin's hands until noon. By then, Miss Hellion would be awake. By the time Master Lin finished negotiating a price with her and reported back, it would already be nighttime. There was no time to delay. The Imperial Uncle wasn't very sure, but he felt a bit more comforted when he thought of the Hellion surname. He knew that Northern Li's Imperial clan had secretly interfered with Tianing's grain speculation. Originally, he was planning to send Master Lin a secret missive and let him make the decision. However, after some hesitation, he decided to send someone to the black market who could make all the decisions on his behalf. The other party wanted quite a lot of grain, so it was best to use this chance to sell off all the grain he had on hand. Long Fei had already gone to the disaster areas. He would definitely start investigating the corrupt officials at the grassroots level. Even if the Imperial Uncle's investigation reached the top, he wouldn't be able to find a single grain of grain from the Imperial Uncle's estate. When the Imperial Uncle opened the door to his study, he saw that the eastern skies were already turning white. He began to ponder. Who should he send? Chapter 375. It was a headache to find the right person to send to the black market. After all, even the head of the black market, Master Lin, had no idea how much grain the Imperial Uncle's estate had in store. They could guess that their boss was from the Imperial Uncle's estate, but they had no proof. They only knew the people who sent them the secret letters and silver, but not a single person from the Imperial Uncle's estate. The person they sent had to know the Imperial Uncle's stock well and be able to make the final call on the Imperial Uncle's behalf. Otherwise, another secret letter exchange would most likely be too late. Tonight was the last day of the deadline. They had to get their hands on the silver by the end of the day. Yesterday, the Ministry of Revenue had come to press them again, and the interest from the loan sharks had already rolled in quite a bit. The Imperial Uncle thought for a long time and finally came up with a good candidate. Back at the black market, Chu Shifeng had snagged a second batch of 10,000 dan of grain from Wu Shu's grain store last night. In the morning, Wu Shu's grain store brought out 10,000 dan of grain with great fanfare for a third round. Because this was the last time, no one wanted to miss out on the perfect opportunity. Many more spectators had gathered than 2 days ago. Many of the big merchants who'd never shown their faces in person had shown up as well. The entire black market was in a frenzy, but no one knew that the Lin clan's grain store was holding its biggest sale since the establishment of the black market. With Long Fei Yi watching over her, Han Yunqi slept until the sun was high in the sky. There were still 4 hours before the effects of the poison wore off, so she lay lazily on the bed with nothing to do. Instead, she began to wander through the detox system's detox space. She'd been very busy recently with one thing or another. She didn't even have time to rest, much less study the pond of poison water in the detox space. This time, she discovered that the pond was filled with poisonous grasses. Some of the poison had fully formed, while others were still growing. As soon as she saw the new poisons, Han Yunqi couldn't help but think of Jun Yixia. He was probably suffering from the poison in his shoulder by now. She was certain that Jun Yixia would come to her for the antidote in the end. As long as he dared to come, she would definitely let his other shoulder have a taste of being poisoned. The only thing she was worried about now was that Jun Yixia had seen the little thing before, so he could probably guess the little thing's background. If he leaked this matter, she would be in big trouble. These days, she had been secretly paying attention to this matter. Fortunately, Jun Yixia had not made any moves. Thinking about it, that guy was too busy with the Northern Li imperial family struggle and the 100 poison sex troubles to take care of her and the little thing for the time being. The detoxification space was very large, but the space that could be used was still very small. Han Yunqi's mind couldn't wander to the dark place. The more she forced herself, the more headache she had. In the end, she could only withdraw. She also didn't know how to develop this space. Anyway, she didn't need so much for the time being. Everything was up to fate. After resting for a while, noon arrived. Han Yunchi got up and went out after touching up her makeup. When she opened the door, she saw that it was empty outside. There was no familiar figure. Where was he? While Han Yunchi was puzzling over this, Long Fei descended from the roof. Originally, he was supposed to be guarding the door, but last night he'd sensed a high-level expert approaching the house. Still, he couldn't find any signs of the intruder after searching around for a long time. In the end, he decided to sit on the roof and keep watch, unable to sleep all night. Han Yunchi only felt relieved when she saw Long Fei Yi. She naturally understood him and asked in a low voice, "Are you tired?" "Not tired." His answer was very simple, but behind this simplicity was his gaze that didn't leave last night. He sat on the roof, guarding and watching all night. After all, he was seriously injured. If an expert really made a move and he wasn't careful, she would be in danger. The servants quickly came to serve them. After eating a full meal, Master Lin personally came to invite them. He smiled and said, "Miss Hellion, the people from the granary are here. Let's talk about the quantity and price." The so-called people from the granary were naturally people sent by the imperial uncle. Han Yunchi and Long Fei Yi knew what was going on. The two of them exchanged glances and left with Master Lin. Just after they left, a masked man dressed in white appeared out of thin air beside Han Yunchi's bedroom. He was a modest gentleman, gentle as jade. Long Fei Ye's feeling was right. There was indeed an expert nearby. However, he didn't know that this expert followed precisely because he was seriously injured to protect Han Yunchi. Master Lin brought Han Yunchi and Long Fei Yi into a very hidden room. Inside, there was a middle-aged man dressed in blue, wearing a bamboo hat and a light veil covering his face. His entire head was covered. Only a hazy outline could be seen through the white veil. When Han Yunchi and the others entered, he stood up. After a round of introductions, the three of them sat down. Long Fei Yi still stood behind Han Yunchi. The middle-aged man inadvertently glanced at Long Fei Yi a few times. Although this action was behind the veil, it didn't escape Long Fei Yi's sharp eyes. As soon as Long Fei Yi entered, he silently sized up this middle-aged man, from his shoes to the bamboo hat he wore. Finally, his gaze fixed on his hands. When the middle-aged man looked over, he immediately averted his gaze, remaining silent and reserved. "How much grain does Miss Hellion need? Our storehouse master is here. He can directly give you the information." Master Lin spoke first. Han Yunchi teased, "What? Master Lin doesn't even know how much grain is in the storehouse." Han Yunchi's question was normal. If she didn't ask, it would instead make people suspicious. The middle-aged man immediately smiled. "Master, you see, even Miss Hellion said so." Master Lin smiled awkwardly. Miss Hellion may not know, but this storehouse master of mine is very reliable. With him here, there won't be a single mouse in the granary. The mouse in these words naturally referred to the people who stole the grain. The middle-aged man immediately became modest. "I am indebted to Master Lin's trust. I will naturally be loyal to my duty." "Master, what did you say your surname was?" Han Yunchi suddenly interjected. "My surname is Chen," the middle-aged man said again. "Oh." Han Yunchi nodded. She was actually deliberately probing for fun. Just now, the middle-aged man also said money. It looked like his lie was still a draft. Actually, whether these two people complimented each other like this on purpose or unintentionally talking about it, she didn't care. Everyone was sitting here. The matter was already more than half done. Now, the only thing left was the price. As for this middle-aged man's identity, as long as he showed himself, Long Fei, you would be able to find out his background. "Master Qian, then tell me how much grain you have in your storehouse." Han Yunqi's attitude was arrogant and casual. We have a lot of grain in our storehouse. No matter how much Miss Hellion wants, we have it all. Master Qian's tone wasn't small. What if you don't have it? Han Yunqi asked again. Master Qian glanced at Master Lin. Master Lin hurriedly said, How much does Miss Hellion want? Please give a price. I don't know. However much you have, this lady will take it all. Han Yunqi said and added, Cash. When these straightforward words came out, Master Lin and Master Qian were both shocked. Han Yunqi took advantage of the situation and added, Of course, if we can agree on the price, this lady won't take a single grain away. Master Qian hesitated for a moment and said seriously, Miss Hellion, why don't you just name a price? Name a price. Han Yunqi wasn't that stupid. She came to bargain, not to quote a price. When she was still a student, she relied on part-time jobs to make a living. Studying medicine was very difficult and very expensive. Many clinical training opportunities had to be fought for with money. Those internships arranged by the school were always limited. What's more, she was partial to detoxification. Therefore, she was especially stingy when it came to buying things, and was especially good at bargaining. As the saying goes, buy with mistake and sell with mistake. No matter what she bought, as long as she named a price first, she would definitely be cheated. It's better if Miss Hellion named a price. With such a large quantity, this one will see if the price is suitable. Master Qian said with a smile, You also know that the quantity is large. Just name a suitable price. Han Yunqi said very indifferently, In terms of attitude, she won first. Who told the other party to be in a hurry to get rid of it? I heard that Miss Hellion complained yesterday that 10,000 taels was too expensive. Master Qian probed, but didn't clearly state how many tons of 10,000 taels. Not expensive? Han Yunqi also asked vaguely. 12,200 dan is indeed expensive. Master Qian said to the point. Han Yunqi sneered. Yesterday, she complained that 10,000 taels was too expensive for 10,000 dan, not 100 dan. This guy did it on purpose. He actually reduced the price from 10,000 dan to 100 dan all of a sudden. Truly ruthless. Did I say that yesterday? Han Yunqi played dumb. Master Lin also played dumb. It seems like you said that. What's the best way to haggle? It's to shamelessly play dumb. Han Yunqi flipped her long hair and turned to look at Long Fei, asking, I drank too much yesterday. Did I say that? Reporting to Master, you didn't say that. Long Fei's tone was very professional. Then what did I say? Han Yunqi secretly said in her heart, Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please name your price. Reporting to Master, yesterday you said 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan. Long Fei's tone was flat as he replied. When these words came out, Master Lin and Master Qian immediately spat out the tea in their mouths. Both of them were dumbfounded and admitted defeat. 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan, this, he actually said this kind of thing. Not to mention them, even Han Yunqi was shocked. She always thought that she was very ruthless, but she didn't expect that the most ruthless person was Long Fei. Han Yunqi meaningfully said, Oh, and continued, Master Lin, it seems like you misheard. Miss Hellion is joking, right? 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan. How is this possible? Hee. Master Lin's smile was uglier than crying. You still think this price is low? Then, how much are you talking about? Han Yunqi innocently replied, During haggling, if one had to be the first to name a price, then one had to fiercely push the price down to below the standard price. This way, there would be enough room to take advantage of the situation. 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan, this was already set. Han Yunqi wanted to see how much Master Lin could raise it. Chapter 376. No matter who said it, no matter how they said it, Han Yunqi's price was 10,000 taels for 100,000 dan of grain. This price was 10 times lower than Wu Shu's grain shop's price. Han Yunqi calmly drank her tea, waiting for Master Lin and Master Qian to haggle. Master Lin had been doing business in the black market for so many years, but he had never seen someone haggle so fiercely without blushing. No matter how fiercely they haggled, there was a bottom line. Once the bottom line was exceeded, there was only one outcome, and that was to be kicked out by the shop owner. Master Lin flattered Han Yunqi for so long, but in exchange for such a heart-wrenching price, he wanted nothing more than to pick up a broom and scold this woman out. However, he didn't dare. Right now it was a buyer's market, not a seller's market. He was the one begging her to buy, not the other way around. Master Lin kept taking deep breaths, silently telling himself to calm down. It was business, after all, so he had to slowly grind to earn money. Compared to Master Lin, Master Qian was much calmer. He smiled and said, "Miss Hellion, let's not take drunk words seriously, okay?" What did he mean by not taking it seriously? He meant that this price didn't count, and that she should open a new one. Han Yunqi curled her lips. Then 200,000 dan, 10,000 taels. This time, the calm Master Qian couldn't control himself. He angrily said, "Miss Hellion, this isn't a place for jokes." Who knew that Han Yunqi also wasn't happy. "Cold," she said, "who's joking with you? My price is 100,000 dan, 10,000 taels. It's you guys who talk too much nonsense." As Han Yunqi spoke, she looked towards Master Lin and impatiently said, "Master Lin, I've already named the price. How much can you sell it for? If it works, then it's fine. If it doesn't work, then we'll pull it over. In any case, I'm not in a hurry to buy it." If Master Lin and Master Qian knew Han Yunqi's true identity one day, and then remembered what she said today, they would definitely vomit blood and die. However, at this time they already had no way out. Under the premise that Han Yunqi offers 100,000 dan and 10,000 taels of silver, Master Lin and Master Qian don't know what to do. If they offer a low price, they will suffer a great loss. If they offer a high price, if this woman says she doesn't want to buy and directly leaves, they will cry to death. Both of them were silent and didn't say anything. Han Yunqi didn't care what they were thinking. She didn't want to wait. "Master Lin, it's so hard to do business with you." As she spoke, she casually tossed the teacup aside and got up to leave. "Miss Hellion, please wait a moment." "Wait a moment." Master Qian hurriedly asked her to stay. "Miss Hellion, because there are old and new grains in the granary, we need time to discuss the price." This Master Qian was quite smart. He used the old grain as an excuse. Before Master Qian could say what they were going to discuss, Han Yunqi cut the matter short with one sentence. She said, "This young lady is naturally here to discuss the price of the new grain. As for the old grain in your storage, forget about it. Just pay according to the price of the new grain. In any case, I'm not a calculative person." Master Qian was so angry that smoke almost came out of his nostrils. This woman was simply too much of a bully. Too much. He'd never seen someone who took advantage of him and still pretended to be well-behaved. She offered such a low price and still spoke as if she was very generous and straightforward. Too shameless. All right, this was also the first time Long Fei discovered that this woman had such a shameless side. However, he quite liked this kind of shamelessness. Master Lin had been silent for a long time. This time, even Master Qian didn't know how to continue the discussion with Han Yunqi. In the end, he said, "Miss Hellion, this one and Master Lin need to discuss before we can give you the final price. We'll have to trouble you to wait a moment." This was the rhythm of avoiding her. Han Yunqi thought, could it be that even this Master Qian couldn't make the decision? He had to ask for instructions from the higher-ups? How long? She asked seriously, "Just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." Master Qian replied, "All right, I'll wait." Han Yunqi agreed easily. She glanced at Long Fei, but the two of them had a tacit understanding of what was on their minds. Unless the master of the higher-ups was in the Lin family's grain store, the time it took to brew a cup of tea was far from enough for Master Chen to ask for instructions. When they entered last night, Long Fei Ye's hidden guards had followed them in. They'd already searched the Lin family's grain store and were probably already investigating the channels through which the secret letter had been sent. Master Chen hadn't gone to ask for instructions from his master. He'd really gone to discuss the price with Master Lin. In other words, Master Qian's status wasn't low. He could decide the price on behalf of the master behind the scenes. If they started with Master Qian, it wouldn't be difficult to find evidence of the imperial uncle's corruption. While they waited, Han Yunqi deliberately changed the tea she brewed and poured a cup for Long Fei Yi. She said in a low voice, "Your Highness, please." Long Fei Yi accepted the teacup with both hands and replied professionally, "Thank you, Master." Han Yunqi almost laughed out loud. 3 lifetimes of fortune wasn't enough to describe her current feelings. Whether it was in the past or in the future, she was probably the only person in the world who would hear His Highness Duke of Qin call her master. Once the time it took to brew a cup of tea was up, Master Lin and Master Qian returned. Master Qian had been sent by the imperial uncle himself, so he naturally had full authority to decide the price and quantity of grain on behalf of the imperial uncle. The reason he'd left was to discuss the price and stock with Master Lin. The amount of money that the imperial uncle's estate had to hand over to the Ministry of Revenue, as well as the interest they had borrowed from the black market loan sharks, amounted to a deficit of more than 1,500,000 taels as of tonight. On the other hand, there were more than 3 million dan of grain in storage. Of the 3 million dan, a third was old grain, and 2/3 were new grain. Not all of it had been obtained through corruption. Tianing country's harvest this year hadn't been good, so they hadn't been able to hand over much grain. Moreover, the national treasury had a limited amount to spare for disaster relief. Of the 3 million dan, the imperial uncle's estate had used his authority to buy from the rich landlords at a cheap price and hoard them until the price rose. According to Han Yunqi's price of 100,000 dan for 10,000 taels, all of the grain would only be sold for 300,000 taels. How could 300,000 taels be enough for the imperial uncle's estate to hand over to the Ministry of Revenue? After doing some calculations, Master Qian felt more and more clear-headed. He increasingly felt that Miss Helian's price was ridiculously low. He had no idea how he'd managed to negotiate with Han Yunqi to this extent. After some discussion with Master Lin, he settled on the lowest price in his heart, 100,000 dan for 50,000 taels. 100,000 dan for 50,000 taels. If they sold all of their grain, they get 5 million taels in cash, just enough to cover the imperial uncle's deficit. This price couldn't be any lower. If it went any lower, there'd be no point in selling any more grain. Of course, Master Qian hoped that they could sell for a bit more and make a profit. The profit here referred to the surplus after the imperial uncle's deficit was filled. It wasn't a true profit. One had to know that such a large amount of grain would have to be sold for at least 3 million taels in order for the imperial uncle's estate to not make a loss. Setting aside the fact that the imperial uncle's estate had spent real money to buy the grain at a cheap price, even the embezzlement would cost a lot. The cost of personnel, transportation, storage, and so on were all considerable expenses. Some people had large businesses and appeared to be very wealthy, but they often couldn't fork out much cash. This was because the larger the business, the greater the intangible expenses. Of course, Master Qian definitely wouldn't ask for silver if the final price was a profit. He would only keep the grain and sell it when the price rose in the future. That way, he could make up for his losses as much as possible. When she saw that Master Lin and Master Qian had returned, Han Yunqi had an impatient look on her face. She asked, "Master Lin, can you name a price now?" Master Lin didn't even have time to sit down. Miss Hellion, the price you named is truly too low. We'll lose a lot of money. If you're losing a lot of money, then don't sell it. We can't let you lose money. Han Yunqi spoke so kindly. Master Lin and Master Qian were secretly complaining in their hearts. Master Lin didn't know how to explain to Han Yunqi why they had to sell the grain. He avoided the topic and sighed. Miss Hellion, 100,000 Dan for 70,000 taels is already a low price. We have more than 2 million Dan of grain in our storehouse. At this time, you won't be able to find that much grain anywhere. Master Lin said, then added, Of course, the price isn't that low. As soon as he said this, Han Yunqi knew that 70,000 taels wasn't the other party's bottom line. Because Long Fei Yi had investigated the imperial uncle's deficit before, they had a rough estimate. If 70,000 taels was 100,000 Dan, then 2 million Dan was more or less the imperial uncle's deficit. This group of people would definitely leave some room for negotiation. They wouldn't go so far as to say that they were dead set. Thus, Han Yunqi guessed that the other party stockpile wasn't just 2 million Dan. She and Long Fei Yi hadn't come here to save money, but for the grain and evidence. Their first goal was to empty out the imperial uncle's stockpile of grain. No merchant could be made without treachery. However, no matter how treacherous a merchant was, they still had a moral bottom line. So many people had starved to death during this famine, yet the imperial uncle's residence still had such a large stockpile of grain. Not a single grain had leaked out. What was the difference between this and murder? If the imperial uncle's residence dared to store even a single grain, then she dared to make sure they didn't leave a single grain behind. Master Lin, aren't you too good at haggling? As Han Yunqi spoke, a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. No, that's not right. You didn't even want to make this deal. Since you don't have any sincerity, I don't think there's any need for further discussion. As soon as Han Yunqi finished speaking, she stood up and prepared to leave. Master Lin panicked. Just as he was about to speak, Master Qian beat him to it. Miss Hellion, your price is truly too low. How about you raise it a bit and we lower it a bit? How much can you lower it by? Han Yunqi stopped in her tracks. How much can Miss Hellion raise it by? Master Lin hurriedly asked. Han Yunqi sneered when she heard this. Will Master Lin accept it no matter how much I raise it? Master Lin was momentarily at a loss for words. He didn't know how to respond. Master Lin, it doesn't matter how much I raise it. The key is how much you're willing to lower it. As I said earlier, I can decide whether or not I want to make this deal. Han Yunqi made her stance clear. Master Lin looked at Master Qian, but didn't say anything else. Master Qian was just like Master Lin. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. However, he still wanted to put up a fight. After all, with such a large amount of grain, even a single tael of silver would increase the total by a lot. Chapter 377. Miss Hellion, 60,000. 60,000 is already the lowest price, Master Qian said helplessly. This time, Han Yunqi was very straightforward. 50,000. Forget it if you don't want to sell. 50,000. Master Lin and Master Qian both felt a sense of helplessness. They really wanted to know what kind of deity this girl was. She was actually so shrewd as to know their lowest price as soon as she opened her mouth. 50,000. They had to sell it even if they didn't want to. Master Qian could only pray that the imperial uncle's estate wouldn't vent their anger on him when they found out the price. Thus, the price of 50,000 taels for 100,000 Dan was settled. In the end, Master Qian had to add in all the grain in the storehouse to make up for the imperial uncle's deficit. So, your storehouse has more than 2 million Dan. Han Yunqi's words were full of sarcasm, but unfortunately, Master Lin and Master Qian didn't catch it. Aside from feeling stifled, the two of them were most concerned about the problem of money. After careful calculation, Miss Hellion would have to pay them 1,530,000 taels in cash. They didn't know if she had such a large sum on her. If it was delayed for a day or two, then it would be over. Although it was a cash transaction, a day or two wouldn't be considered a delay. Just as Master Lin and Master Qian were worried that they would have to go through a lot of trouble with this girl, Han Yunqi smiled and said, "Master Lin, one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. This rule is correct, right?" Master Lin and Master Qian both let out a huge sigh of relief when they heard this. Master Lin quickly replied, "Yes, yes." "Good. I'll have someone transport the grain. Once they're done, I'll give you the money immediately," Han Yunqi said seriously. Master Lin was frightened. The storehouse wasn't in the black market. The black market only had a small amount of grain stored there. The storehouse was above ground. Who knew how long it would take for them to transport such a large amount of grain to the storehouse? The imperial uncle's estate would have to receive the money by tonight at the latest, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, they would have to hand it over to the Ministry of Revenue. Master Lin hesitated for a moment, then put down his pride and said helplessly, "Miss Hellion, you don't know, but this one is in urgent need of money. Could you first?" Han Yunqi did it on purpose. She hesitated, "But I haven't seen any grain. It's really—" "Miss Hellion, I can bring you to the warehouse right now." Master Lin said anxiously. Han Yunqi and Long Fei, you were waiting for the sentence. "Okay." Han Yunqi readily agreed. Master Lin and Master Qian personally led the way. Before long, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were brought to the black market in the realm of Flame Heaven, where they boarded a horse-drawn carriage. Master Lin personally brought over 2 blindfolded black cloths. "Miss Hellion, I hope you can understand the rules of the underworld. In the black market, no one cared about the source or destination." Master Lin brought Han Yunqi and the others to the warehouse. According to the rules, he did have the right to blindfold them. Han Yunqi was very generous. Just as she was about to raise her head and let Master Lin cover her eyes, Long Fei Yi took the black cloth from Master Lin's hand and personally covered Han Yunqi's eyes. Master Lin didn't dare to say a word at the sight of Long Fei Yi's deep, cold eyes. After Long Fei Yi covered his own eyes, Master Lin went to sit on one side without a word. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi really couldn't see a thing with their eyes covered, but Long Fei Yi's guards followed them the entire way. After taking a detour, they finally arrived at their destination. By the time Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi got off the carriage and took off their blindfolds, they discovered that they were in a forest on the outskirts of the capital city. Han Yunqi assumed that the imperial uncle's granary would be far from the capital, but never expected him to be so bold as to store his stolen grain near the capital. It was probably a form of mockery to Emperor Tianhui. Actually, the imperial uncle's estate used to have granaries in many counties and prefectures, but for the sake of secrecy and management, they'd gathered all the grain in one place. This way, they only needed a single group of people to manage the granary, which meant fewer people knew about its secrets. The granary was built like a manor, so anyone who didn't know better would assume it was some rich family's courtyard in the suburbs. "The 2 of you, please come inside." Master Lin was very polite, but he was desperate for money. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi walked inside and saw that every room was filled to the brim with grain. All of the bags were identical and had no markings on them. In other words, they couldn't find any evidence of where the grain had come from. The 2 of them walked around the entire manor and did a rough count. There wasn't much difference in the amount of grain. "Miss Hellion, you've seen the goods. Should we?" Master Lin trailed off. Han Yunqi understood and said coldly, "Give us half of the money in cash and the other half after the grain has been transported away." As soon as she finished speaking, the money bags behind her took out their money. Han Yunqi didn't see Long Fei Yi take out his money, or else she would be smitten again. Long Fei Yi elegantly took out a banknote worth more than 700,000 taels from his sleeve and handed it directly to Master Lin. Master Lin looked at Master Qian and didn't know whether to take it or not. Master Qian was also hesitant. This woman's request wasn't excessive. They really should transport all the grain before paying the full amount. However, they were pressed for time. Master Lin? Han Yunqi urged, not giving them any extra time to think. Master Lin couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why didn't this woman come earlier to buy the grain? Even if it was 1 day earlier, it would have been good. Hee. Han Yunqi had calculated the time accurately, so how could she come earlier? Finally, Master Qian made a decision. He said, Miss Hellion, how about this? I'll immediately find someone to transport the grain out. You just wait here and we'll settle the money today. How about it? Han Yunqi pretended to ponder for a moment, then smiled and agreed. That's fine too. Don't know where Miss Hellion wants to transport the grain? Master Qian asked again. The Chun family temple in the southern suburbs. You can directly go there. There will be people there to receive you. Han Yunqi and the others had come prepared. This location was precisely the only way to go to the disaster area. This batch of grain was definitely going to be sent to the disaster area. After all the negotiations were completed, Master Qian and Master Lin finally felt relieved. Master Qian also had time to seriously look at the banknote Long Fei Yi gave him. The banknote naturally couldn't be fake. Master Qian looked at the origin of the banknote. He didn't expect that this banknote really came from the Northernly Countries Bank. Because of this, he felt even more relieved. Master Qian led Han Yunqi and the others to sit in the guest hall while calling out a group of professional porters and caravans to transport the grain. In order to fight for time, Master Qian called out almost the entire caravan of porters. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi sat in the living room and just happened to be able to see the porters going in and out. Han Yunqi was secretly happy. These porters and caravan drivers were undoubtedly the best witnesses. This transaction was really worth it. Until the middle of the night, they finally transported all the grain to the location designated by Han Yunqi. Long Fei Yi gave the second banknote. It was still a banknote from the Northernly Countries Bank and could be directly withdrawn. After confirming that there was no mistake, Master Qian immediately sent his trusted subordinate to send the banknote to the imperial capital. After rushing for 10,000 miles, they finally made it. Master Qian didn't leave with Han Yunqi and the others. He said goodbye at the entrance of the granary. After all, he couldn't be exposed again. After sending Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi back to the black market, Master Lin smiled and said, Miss Hellion, I hope we can cooperate again next time. Definitely, Han Yunqi replied with a grin. She was in a very good mood. Master Lin was planning to earn back all the silver he'd lost from this woman next time. How could he know that there wouldn't be a next time? Just like that, the business deal ended happily. When they returned to the Wu clan's grain store, Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out loud. She reached out a hand towards Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, give me a reward. They'd agreed that if she did the job well, she'd get a reward. Long Fei Yi knew that Han Yunqi could do things well, but he never expected her to do it so well. No one could be a better trap than this woman. If the imperial uncle's estate collapsed one day, it'd definitely be because of this woman. Chu Shifeng, Uncle Wu, and the rest were all present. After learning of the situation, they couldn't help but prostrate themselves in admiration towards Han Yunqi. Of course, right now they were even more curious about what His Highness Duke of Qin would bestow upon esteemed Wang Fei. Long Fei Yi stared at Han Yunqi in silence. Your Highness, you can't act shamelessly, Han Yunqi exclaimed, her good mood written all over her face. Finally, Long Fei Yi spoke up. Your lordship will give you anything you want. Han Yunqi gave a start before she asked timidly, Your Highness, What are you saying? It wasn't that she didn't hear him clearly, but she couldn't react. Your lordship will give you anything you want, Long Fei repeated. His tone was flat, but it was filled with undeniable determination. A word spoken cannot be taken back, even with 4 horses. Finally, a smile spread across Han Yunqi's face. What other reward could be more tempting than this? He'd give her anything she wanted? Long Fei, do you know that's equivalent to a promise? Your Highness, aren't you afraid that Qinxia will? Han Yunqi trailed off. What? Long Fei asked indifferently. Aren't you afraid that Qinxia will take all of you? Han Yunqi was quite serious. Unexpectedly, Long Fei lifted her chin domineeringly and said generously, You really want all of it? Han Yunqi felt a little guilty at his question. She was practically all-powerful in the Lin clan's grain store, but in front of Long Fei, she was always like a little girl. Han Yunqi didn't dare to answer for a long, long time. Finally, Long Fei said, Think carefully before you answer. His all. What did his all include? Including his power, his wealth, his status, his past, his present, his future, and his secrets. Had Han Yunqi ever thought about it seriously? For some reason, Han Yunqi suddenly felt the atmosphere grow heavy. She smiled and said, All right, Qinxia will think it over carefully. Long Fei finally released her and said, When the Ministry of Revenue delivers the money tomorrow, we'll set out for the disaster areas. Originally, the Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the money from the charity auction, but Emperor Tianhui had appointed Long Fei as the imperial envoy for the disaster areas. Thus, the money was returned to Long Fei's hands. In other words, the money that Manager Qian had taken from Long Fei today would go back to Long Fei. If the imperial uncle knew about this, he'd probably be angry enough to bleed from his 7 orifices. That very day, Long Fei and Han Yunqi settled down in the black market. But the next day, the Ministry of Revenue didn't even deliver the money before bad news arrived. Chapter 378. The money from the Ministry of Revenue hadn't even arrived when Han Yunqi and the rest received bad news. Rumors were spreading all over the country that His Highness Duke of Qin had no way to save the famine victims, so he'd purposely delayed his journey to the disaster areas. This was the hottest topic in the 3 disaster areas. Some even began to slander His Highness Duke of Qin for embezzling the silver from the charity bazaar. Instead of buying food with the money, he'd indulged Qin Wangfei in all sorts of extravagant spending. Han Yunqi's mouth twitched at the news. Aren't these rumor-mongers a little too impatient? There were a total of 7,400,000 taels of silver from the charity bazaar. Of the remaining 5 million taels, Long Fei's own money came from the imperial uncle's estate. He still hadn't sent over half of the silver. Now they were accusing them of embezzling the money? That was an insult to His Highness Duke of Qin. Was it worth it to embezzle 1 or 2 million taels of silver? Han Yunqi didn't know if she should feel unlucky or honored. Fine. She gave Long Fei an open-minded smile and said, Your Highness, Qinxia is a femme fatale. I've harmed the country and its people. Long Fei only glanced at her, disdaining to express his opinion. Han Yunqi's bracelet alone was worth an entire country. Was the 1 or 2 million taels he'd embezzled enough to feed Han Yunqi to eat, drink, and play? Clearly, the people who'd framed him had underestimated his wealth. Although he'd gone to the black markets instead of the disaster areas, he'd sent people to spread false news and fake his whereabouts for Emperor Tianhui to see. Only Emperor Tianhui or the imperial uncle could spread rumors throughout the country in such a short time. Your Highness, isn't that little bit of silver a joke? Who'd believe that? Even Chu Shifeng knew how to calculate the cost. But Wu Shu only said, Your Highness, it'd be great if the common people could tell right from wrong. Rumors are fiercer than tigers. What a vicious move. Uncle Wu's words did not mean to belittle the commoners. It was just that the commoners had limited access to information, and the truth they knew was even more limited. It was human nature to echo the opinions of others. Therefore, no matter how ridiculous the rumors were, they would spread. As they spread, they would become true, and as they spread, they would become history. Therefore, the pen of the literati and the mouths of the commoners were both knives that could kill without leaving a trace. It wasn't a secret that the imperial court hadn't done its best in providing relief, so it was no longer a secret that their grain had been stolen. Under these circumstances, the people of the disaster areas were all dissatisfied with the imperial court. Why would they care about the open and veiled struggles between His Highness Duke of Qin and Emperor Tianhui? In their eyes, His Highness Duke of Qin was the imperial envoy for disaster relief and represented the imperial court. Once the news of the Duke of Qin's corruption continued to spread, there was a high chance that a riot would break out. Hearing Wu Shu's words, Chu Shifeng immediately added, "Your Highness, as this subordinate sees it, their next step will be to incite the disaster victims to revolt." Han Yunqi nodded approvingly. The battle for the hearts of the people had just begun. "Your Highness, according to this concubine's understanding, of the 3 disaster areas, South Ning County situation is the most serious and the people there are the most ferocious." Han Yunqi said seriously, "You know." Long Fei Yi was surprised. "Qin Xie didn't know which region your Highness was going to go to first, so I did some research," Han Yunqi replied honestly. As expected, this woman was an excellent assistant. Although he hadn't given her any orders, she still took care of everything. Long Fei Yi gave Han Yunqi a long look that made Han Yunqi uneasy. "Chu Shifeng, starting tomorrow, conceal all of your lordship's movements. Go to South Ning County in secret and deliver 5 million dan of grain there. Split the rest evenly between the other 2 regions and send them all under secret escort." Long Fei Yi instructed. Han Yunqi was amused by his words. Long Fei Yi was the most treacherous of all. The rumors had already spread like wildfire, but he'd even faked his own movements. Once all of his movements were concealed, even Emperor Tianhui wouldn't be able to find him. Heaven knows what kind of rumors would spread then. Long Fei Yi was adding oil and vinegar to his own flames. Without a doubt, he'd draw the attention of the entire nation's citizens onto himself. Under these circumstances, if he personally delivered grain to the disaster areas to clear his name, it'd cause a stir throughout the country. Long Fei Yi was an expert at creating momentum, but this time he'd borrowed the momentum of Emperor Tianhui's efforts to create even more momentum for himself. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will do it right away. Chu Shifeng left excitedly. He really couldn't wait to see His Highness Duke of Qin personally deliver grain to the disaster areas. Just the thought of it was enough to make one excited. Still, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were completely unperturbed. Long Fei Yi personally poured tea for Han Yunqi. Husband and wife didn't speak, but enjoyed the tea in tacit understanding. Wu Shu watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These 2 masters are more two-faced than the other. It's best not to oppose this couple, or else you'll be played to death before you know it. The next day, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi personally went to the southern suburbs to secretly deliver grain to South Ning Prefecture. Meanwhile, the carriage that had disguised itself as them suddenly vanished without a trace. Very soon, Emperor Tianhui and the imperial uncle received the news. "Your Majesty, His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei suddenly vanished early this morning." The carriage was abandoned by the side of the road, along with their servants, the scout reported. A complicated look flickered past the imperial uncle's eyes. "The Duke of Qin this. No matter what tricks he's playing, he's doomed this time. The disaster victims want grain, not their lives. No matter what the Duke of Qin is playing, it's useless." Emperor Tianhui laughed coldly. It wasn't that Emperor Tianhui was being arrogant, but he was certain that Long Feiyi didn't have enough grain to send to the disaster victims, nor did he have a way to transfer grain. Even Long Feiyi's Jiangnan estate was running low on grain, while the rest of Tianning's grain reserves had either been used up or bought up by grain merchants long ago. This time, no matter how skilled Long Feiyi was or how much silver he had, he wouldn't be able to conjure up such a huge amount of grain. Your Majesty, this official is only curious as to why the Duke of Qin would disappear at a time like this. The imperial uncle was cautious to begin with, but after handing over the silver yesterday, he grew even more cautious. He had a feeling that the Duke of Qin wouldn't be so easy to deal with this time. Someone come, spread the news. Emperor Tianhui wasn't worried at all. He was already displeased that the rumors of the Duke of Qin's embezzlement hadn't spread far and wide. This time he wanted all of Tianning country to boil over the news. For a long time, the two words Duke of Qin were inviolable among the civil and military officials, the imperial family and the common people. This time, he wanted Long Fei to lose all standing and reputation. He wanted him to know that those who made an enemy of imperial power would never have a good ending. The imperial uncle didn't say much. He'd already sold off all the grain he'd embezzled. Although it was a loss, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing to clear it out at a time like this. If Long Feiyi had gone missing to investigate the embezzled grain, then he'd be able to escape unscathed. Long Tianma sat on one side without a word. Brother-in-law, it's been a while since you've had a drink with Zhen. Emperor Tianhui had to be in a good mood to address the imperial uncle as such. Besides Long Feiyi, he was also happy about Chu Qingge. The Western Zhou Emperor and Western Zhou's Chu clan had already set a wedding date for him. Half a year later, Chu Qingge would arrive for a political marriage. He'd also agreed to make her a noble consort, one rank lower than the empress. For one thing, Chu Qingge was the woman he'd taken a fancy to. For another, she was born in Western Zhou's strongest military estate. Her marriage would be a great help to him. Your Majesty's favor is better than deference. This humble official will accept your wishes. The imperial uncle said respectfully. He secretly shot a glance at the silent Long Tianma, but Long Tianma pretended not to notice. As the crown prince, he should curry favor with his imperial father while he was in a good mood. Unfortunately, Long Tianma wasn't in a good mood either. Imperial father, Aken still has some business to take care of, so I won't disturb you any longer, he said mildly. Any news from General Mu's estate lately? Emperor Tianhui asked. Everything's as usual. Aken just went to the training grounds with the young general yesterday, Long Tianma replied honestly. Mu Qingwu had been in a bad mood for days because of the betrothal gifts and wedding ceremony. He'd only agreed to see him yesterday. Emperor Tianhui didn't ask any questions, but waved a hand to dismiss him. Long Tianma left just like that, leaving a trace of displeasure in the imperial uncle's eyes. It wasn't easy to stop him even if he wanted to. Not only his own son, but even the crown prince had been taught a harsh lesson by him for the charity auction. The crown prince was the heir apparent while he was a subject, but the crown prince still called him uncle in private. He was the crown prince's only support. If it wasn't for him, the crown prince would never have married Mu Luiwe or turned over a new leaf. Of course, the imperial uncle supported the crown prince, not because of their blood relations, but because the crown prince was also the imperial uncle's guarantee for his future. Otherwise, the imperial uncle's estate would be the first to fall as soon as the heir apparent was replaced. The imperial uncle drank with Emperor Tianhui while thinking about Chu Qingge's marriage alliance. Currently, there were only two noble consorts left in the imperial palace. One was noble consort Shui from the imperial uncle's estate, while the other was General Ning's younger sister, noble consort Ning. Once Chu Qingge arrived, the battle for the empress's position would begin. If Chu Qingge became empress and gave birth to an imperial son, the battle for the crown prince might follow. Long Tianma allowed the imperial uncle to ponder all sorts of things, while Mu Luiwe annoyed him to the core. Long Tianma wasn't in the right state of mind, because Mu Luiwe had thoroughly annoyed him. As soon as Long Tianmo returned to the Eastern Palace, Mu Luiwe came to greet him. "Your Highness, you've returned. Qinxia has prepared white fungus, lotus seed, and jujube soup. Your Highness, withdraw." Long Tianmo waved his hand impatiently, too lazy to listen. Mu Liuyue's happy expression immediately turned to one of grievance. "Your Highness, Qinxia personally boiled it for a long time." Long Tianma didn't bother to reply. If not for the sake of the general's estate, he would have sent this woman to the western mountains to serve his imperial mother long ago. Seeing that Long Tianma was about to leave again, Mu Luiwe couldn't help but chase after him. "Your Highness, Qinxia heard about His Highness Duke of Qin's embezzlement too. From what Qinxia knows of Han Yunxi, this matter must be—" Long Tianma stopped in his tracks and warned, "You don't have the right to talk about the Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei's matters. Next time this crown prince hears something like that, be careful that I don't punish you for interfering with the imperial harem." Chapter 379. With Long Tianma's warning, Mu Luiwe immediately froze in place. She felt so wrong that she wanted to rush over and quarrel with Long Tianma. What did she have to do to satisfy him? These days, no matter how much she tried to curry favor with him, he never even looked her in the eye. She originally wanted to join forces with Long Tianma to deal with Han Yunxi, but who knew that Long Tianma wouldn't even give her a chance. She originally thought that marrying into the Eastern Palace would be a turning point in her life, but who knew that after being married for less than a month, she would be cast aside like an abandoned wife. On the day of her wedding, Long Tianma disappeared before night fell. It was supposed to be a beautiful wedding night, but she was left alone in an empty room, crying alone. That was fine, but who knew that the Empress Dowager didn't send anyone to retrieve the white handkerchief the next day? Thinking back to when Han Yunxi got married, she and her sisters had made a bet on whether or not Han Yunxi would have a white handkerchief. She had even waited with Princess Chongping for Han Yunxi to be humiliated by the Empress Dowager. Who knew that she would end up like this today? The Empress Dowager didn't even investigate her. The Empress Dowager clearly knew that Long Tianma didn't touch her and tacitly agreed to it. For a woman, what could be more humiliating than this? If she had known earlier, she would have listened to her father. She wouldn't have used death to force her father to agree to this marriage. The more Mu Luiwe thought about it, the more wronged she felt. Why was it that Han Yunxi, who had no background at all, was able to obtain His Highness Duke of Qin's favor? The only thing she was thankful for now was that she had a powerful maternal family as her backing. Long Tianma wouldn't really do anything to her. However, Long Tianma was still the heir apparent. One day he would ascend the throne. At that time, even the general's estate wouldn't necessarily be able to contain him. Thinking of this, Mu Luiwe felt even more insecure. She thought that her last bargaining chip was to have a child, a boy. In the face of someone she didn't like and didn't like her, she had to find ways to beg for a child. Was this Mu Liuyue's retribution? Mu Luiwe hated Han Yunxi all the time. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi had long forgotten her. Cough, cough. This wasn't because Han Yunxi was magnanimous and didn't hold a grudge, but because she had already taken her revenge. At this time, Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi were in the same carriage, transporting more than 5 million dan of grain to the direction of the South Ning Prefecture, the disaster area. The hidden guard brought over the banknotes that the Ministry of Revenue had sent to the Duke of Qin's manor. Although there were only a few banknotes, each banknote had a large face value. There was a total of over 7 million taels. Long Feiyi was reading the secret letter from the Yu Pavilion and didn't even look at the banknotes. He took them and casually handed them to Han Yunxi. "Your Highness, Qinxia shouldn't be a femme fatale," Han Yunxi said jokingly. Long Feiyi was focused on the secret letter and casually said, "This prince can afford to be a femme fatale." Han Yunxi looked at his cold side profile and felt that there was no man more handsome than this guy in the world. Since he had already said so, why should she refuse? She pretended to be serious and said seriously, "Then Chinchia is relieved." Han Yunchi took the banknotes and secretly handed them to the little hidden guard called Su Donglin the next day, secretly giving him some instructions. Although the accompanying hidden guards all took orders from Han Yunchi, Han Yunchi only interacted with this little hidden guard, Su Donglin. Needless to say, this Su Donglin was very reliable despite his young age. Han Yunchi wondered if it was time for her to raise some personal guards of her own. It would be best if they were hidden guards who knew how to use poison. Of course, this matter would have to be carefully considered after the disaster relief. They traveled all the way to the disaster area. In order to rush for time, they hurried every night and didn't stay in an inn. The carriage was very large and had a warm bed to lie on. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi each lay on one side with a short table in between. During the day, Long Fei Yi was either reading secret letters or reading books. Han Yunchi would occasionally ask him about something, and Long Fei Yi would answer. But he was still focused on the secret letters and books when he answered. Seeing this, Han Yunchi didn't disturb him anymore. When she was bored, she would close her eyes and let her mind wander through the detox system. Fortunately, she'd brought everything with her this time. She'd prepared a set of all the poisons that Bailey Mingxiang had taken and spent her free time thinking of ways to neutralize them. If all the poisons were mixed together, the detox system would only need a minute to create an antidote. Unfortunately, these poisons weren't just mixed together. They were mixed together in Bailey Mingxiang's special body. Han Yunchi took Bailey Mingxiang's special blood and mixed it with her own normal blood, hoping to create something useful for research. She also brought along the poison orchids she'd found in the Poison Sect's underground palace, but she didn't have time to think about them for now. Ever since she'd left Long Fei Yi's perplexing butterfly illusion to her, Long Fei Yi hadn't asked about it again. However, she was still very concerned about it. However, Bailey Mingxiang's matter was more urgent than the perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunchi spent a lot of energy wandering through the detox system during the day, so she slept especially soundly at night. Often, she wouldn't wake until the sun was high up in the sky. When she woke up, she'd always find a thin blanket covering her. She was already used to it, so her first reaction was to turn to look at Long Fei Yi. She'd always see his serious profile as he read the scrolls. Sometimes Han Yunchi would wonder if she'd feel uncomfortable if she didn't see that familiar face when she woke up one day. Today, Han Yunchi woke up very late again. She turned back out of habit and asked, "Your Highness, what are you reading?" "A history book," Long Fei Yi replied indifferently. "Let Chinchia have a look if you're done." "Chinchia is quite bored," Han Yunchi said lazily. Long Fei Yi only made a sound in response without raising his head. He really didn't like to be disturbed when he was reading scrolls. To be more precise, he didn't like to be disturbed no matter what he was doing. Han Yunchi didn't ask any more questions. She got off the carriage to wash up and eat. At this time, Long Fei Yi changed the annals of the 7 noble families in his hands to general history of Cloud Realm. Along the way, apart from paying attention to the U Pavilion, Long Fei Yi had been reading the annals of the 7 noble families. He looked through historical materials while sending people to investigate. It seemed like he wanted to find the orphans of the 7 noble families. Meanwhile, Tang Li didn't see the black-robed man at the U Pavilion. Long Fei Yi was increasingly puzzled by the identity of the black-robed man. For this reason, he specially sent people to investigate the Mu family in Medicine City and also sent people to find Gu. As for why he wanted to investigate the Mu family in Gu, only he knew. Han Yunchi soon returned with news from one of her guards. "Your Highness, I heard that Western Zhou's Chu clan has prepared 10,000 Fergana colts for Chu Chinga's dowry." Both Western Zhou and Northern Li were rich in war horses. Their cavalry was their trump card. Western Zhou's war horses were Fergana horses. They had thin heads and high necks, long limbs, and light steps. They were known for their speed and endurance. Northern Li's war horses were Mongol horses. They didn't fear the cold and had strong vitality. Moreover, they weren't startled on the battlefield and were incomparably fierce. In terms of overall battle strength, they were superior to Fergana horses. As for Tianning, they didn't have their own war horses, so their cavalry wasn't strong. They were restricted by Western Zhou. It had to be said that 10,000 Fergana colts was a generous dowry. Even Long Fei was surprised by the amount. "What are Western Zhou's Chu clan planning?" he asked. Han Yunqi didn't know much about Western Zhou's Chu clan, but she was clear that Chu Qingge didn't want to marry Emperor Tianhui. While she looked forward to Chu Qingge's marriage alliance, she was also worried about the powerful connections behind the marriage alliance. "Your Highness, could it be that Western Zhou's Chu clan and Western Zhou's imperial clan?" Han Yunqi didn't finish, but Long Fei understood. Western Zhou's Chu clan was one of the most powerful clans in Western Zhou. The Western Zhou emperor would definitely be on guard against them, so it was very possible that they were using Chu Qingge to seek outside help. To put it bluntly, if Chu Qingge could become Tianning's empress, then no one in Western Zhou would be able to touch the Chu clan. Emperor Tianhui will be overjoyed, Han Yunqi said faintly. She even regretted pushing Chu Qingge into Emperor Tianhui's arms. But Long Fei only laughed coldly. Not necessarily. Great General Ning was in charge of Tianning's cavalry. Consort Ning, one of the 4 noble consorts, was his younger sister. If Chu Qingge wanted to fight for the position of empress, Consort Ning would be a formidable opponent. The relationships here were very complicated. After listening to Long Fei's explanation, Han Yunqi felt the same way. Emperor Tianhui really would have a headache. Han Yunqi had no idea how Chu Qingge's marriage alliance would affect the Duke of Qin's estate. In any case, it would happen in half a year's time. It was better to take care of the matters at hand first. She took out a pile of medicine and gauze from her medical pouch and smiled. "Your Highness, I've changed your bandages." Long Fei's body had always been strong. With her meticulous care, the wound near his heart had healed very well. He no longer needed her to attend to his daily needs. Although Long Fei had said that she'd be waiting on him in the future, the two of them had tacitly agreed to treat it as a joke. Long Fei took off his robes while Han Yunqi sat by his side. She carefully used a pair of tweezers to remove the medicine from his wound, washed it clean with medicine, and rebandaged it. "Is it completely healed?" Long Fei asked mildly. Han Yunqi replied offhandedly without sparing him a glance. "How long will it take for it to heal completely?" Long Fei asked next. But Han Yunqi didn't look at him, much less answer him. Long Fei didn't like to be disturbed when he was reading his scrolls. Han Yunqi didn't like to be disturbed when she was changing his bandages either. She kept her head and eyes lowered in concentration. Was there a second person in the world who could ignore Long Fei like this? After changing his bandages a few times, Long Fei had already gotten used to it. He didn't ask any more questions, but stared at Han Yunqi to size her up. He looked at her delicate brows, her high nose, and her tender red lips, as if he was examining a treasure in his heart. Of course, when Han Yunqi was done and looked up, Long Fei avoided her gaze. They traveled like this for more than half a month. During this time, news of the Duke of Qin's embezzlement had spread to northern Li and western Zhou. Almost everyone thought that His Highness had absconded with the money. On this day, the carriages stopped at the northern outskirts of South Ning County. Long Fei and Han Yunqi switched carriages empty-handed and slowly drove into South Ning County. Note to the reader: Little Poison Concubine Group 1 is full. For new students, please add group 2427-780676. Chapter 380. South Ning Prefecture was the largest prefecture in the central region of Tianing Country, and one of the areas hit hardest by the famine. If this was any other time, they'd be able to sense the liveliness and prosperity of South Ning Prefecture from the outskirts. Now, however, the place was filled with a deathly stillness. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi saw nothing but desolation on their way. The soil along the way was so dry that it was cracked. Not a single blade of grass grew, much less grain. The villages they passed by were filled with a deathly stillness, as if they were shrouded in the aura of death. They didn't want to stay a moment longer than they wanted to escape. Generally speaking, most of the places affected by the famine were villages. Those who couldn't afford to buy grain were mostly peasants at the bottom of the food chain. They were usually self-sufficient and rarely had the extra money to buy other kinds of food. If the harvest wasn't good, they wouldn't even have enough grain to pay the landlords for rent, much less keep it for themselves. In the past, it was common to see hordes of famine victims roaming the mountains in search of wild herbs to allay their hunger. It was even more common to see them fight over a single stalk of wild herb. But this time, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't see many famine victims. Occasionally, they'd see a few hungry, old people huddled up in front of their houses. South Ning Prefecture was a large prefecture, so the population in the outskirts far exceeded the population in the cities. From what they knew, there hadn't been any mass migration of famine victims because the other prefectures and counties had strictly controlled the area to prevent riots. They didn't allow refugees to enter as they pleased. So why hadn't they seen any famine victims? Were they all hiding in their houses? With these doubts in mind, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Ye's carriage slowly entered the heart of South Ning Prefecture, South Ning City. A town was a town where the rich and powerful resided. Even if it looked bleak and desolate, at least order was maintained. Behind the vermilion gates, meat and wine went to waste, while on the roads, bones froze to death. The rich and powerful would never lack for rations. The carriage slowly moved forward. Long Fei Yi was taking a nap with his eyes closed. Han Yunqi looked out of the window and saw that the street was less bustling, but it was still clean and tidy. There were still pedestrians on the road, but there were fewer of them. Although they had changed carriages, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi still did not reveal their whereabouts. Many people passed by the carriage, and some even glanced at it. However, they did not know that the people sitting in the carriage were the imperial envoys sent by the court to provide disaster relief. They were also the most talked about figures in the country, His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were walking in the direction of the prefectural governor's manor. Who would have thought that as they walked, a carriage would suddenly rush over from the front, causing a commotion on the street? Out of the way! Step aside! Get out of the way! I won't compensate you if you bump into me. Get out of my way! The coachman was a young lad. He waved his whip and shouted arrogantly. The pedestrians on both sides of the street dodged. Many people couldn't dodge in time and fell to the side of the road. Han Yunqi had already poked her head out of the window to watch. She saw that it was a 2-horse carriage with 4 wheels coming towards them. The carriage was luxuriously decorated. The curtains were made of pure silk, and the 4 corners were decorated with golden tassels. She couldn't see the insignia on the carriage, but from the outside, she could tell that the people in the carriage were either rich or noble. Han Yunqi's carriage slowly moved in the middle of the road without any signs of moving out of the way. The carriage in front of them grew closer and closer, but it didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. It had to be known that the other party was traveling at such a fast speed. If they bumped into them head-on, it would definitely cause a large impact. A car accident was unavoidable, and the consequences could be very serious. This was the first time Han Yunqi had encountered this kind of situation. Needless to say, she was still a bit panicked when she saw the carriage fly towards them as if it couldn't stop. However, when she turned her head to look at Long Fei Yi inside the carriage, Her anxious heart immediately calmed down. She saw Long Fei Yi leaning lazily in the carriage with his eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. He didn't take the emergency situation outside seriously at all. After following Long Fei Yi for so long, Han Yunqi had gradually learned a skill. That was, if this man didn't take it seriously, she didn't have to worry about it. Thus, she returned to the carriage and continued to laze around. Long Fei Ye's carriage didn't move, and the carriage in front of them didn't stop either. The distance between the two sides was less than 20 meters, and the surroundings were quickly filled with onlookers. The young coachman of the other side naturally noticed this situation. He drove the carriage at a high speed while asking, "Master, there's a carriage blocking the way. Don't move." An arrogant voice came from inside the carriage. "Dare to block this old man's way? Are you looking for death? Charge over for this young master and see if he'll move. Yes, this little one understands." This coachman couldn't wait for something to happen. He became excited and crazily waved his whip as he sped up. This kind of speed, no matter who it was, they would be scared. He originally thought that the other side's carriage would move aside, but who knew that not only did the other side not move aside, they didn't even put them in their eyes. They still maintained their original speed and drove on at a moderate speed. Gradually, the distance between the two carriages got closer and closer, and the surrounding onlookers trembled with fear. The coachman finally got scared and said anxiously, "Master, they're still not stopping. What should we do?" A young master came out of the carriage. He was dressed in brocade and looked very noble. In such an urgent situation, he wasn't afraid. He glanced at the carriage in front of them and said disdainfully, "Force them to stop. This young master doesn't believe that there's anyone who isn't afraid of death." As he said that, he took the whip and reins from the coachman and drove the carriage himself. He actually sped up and rushed over aggressively. This scene was really thrilling. With this momentum, a collision was inevitable. The surrounding onlookers couldn't take their eyes off of it, afraid that they would miss the scene of the collision. The distance kept shrinking. The young master's expression gradually turned serious and focused, while Long Fei Ye's coachman's expression remained calm. Only 6 meters left. They could all see each other's expressions. 3 meters. They're about to collide. Only 2 meters left. Soon, they're about to collide. If they didn't move aside, it would really be too late. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths, waiting to see Long Fei Ye's carriage move aside at the last moment. Who knew that at the most crucial moment, seeing that the carriage was about to collide, Long Fei Ye's carriage still didn't move aside and continued to move forward. Heavens! Both sides' horses were about to collide. Could it be that they were really going to, suddenly? At this critical moment, the young master suddenly grabbed the reins with both hands. No one knew how much strength he used, but he managed to forcefully turn the horse's head around. The two horses raised their front hooves, and the entire carriage immediately stopped. It tilted back and formed a 90-degree angle with the ground. One couldn't help but praise this young master's driving skills. It was really amazing. In such an urgent situation, he was actually able to stop and didn't flip the carriage. The horses neighed a few times and quickly landed on the ground. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, rejoicing for both sides of the carriage. Many people even praised the young master's driving skills. But the young master was scared out of his wits. His face was deathly pale, and the hand holding the reins was still trembling. One must know that he had rushed over just to force the other side to stop, to force them to move aside. He originally thought that the other side's carriage would move aside at the last moment, but who knew that they actually didn't move aside? He had done too many such things on the road. It had always been others who were afraid of him, but he had never seen anyone who didn't care about their lives. The carriage was right in front of them. Long Fei Ye's coachman had no choice but to stop. The two carriages were really facing each other. Although the young master was scared out of his wits, he quickly became tyrannical. He turned his horse around and faced Long Fei Ye's carriage. He waved his whip and pointed at the coachman, scolding, "Did you not bring your eyes out? How dare you not move aside when you see this young master's carriage?" He didn't care whether the people in the carriage wanted their lives or not. In any case, within South Ning County's sphere of influence, anyone who met him would have to move aside. The consequences of not moving aside were very serious. The surrounding onlookers were frightened and worried for Long Fei Ye's carriage. One must know that this young master was none other than the treasured son of South Ning County's governor, Nangua Jun. This guy relied on his father's position as the governor of the county. Since young, he had been tyrannical in South Ning County and was privately called the Crown Prince of South Ning County. There was a saying in South Ning County that one would rather offend the governor than offend the governor's son. In the face of Nangua Jun's arrogance, the coachman was calm and collected. "Young master, this one doesn't know you. Please move aside." As expected of one of Long Fei Ye's men, even if he was just a coachman, his words and actions were calm and very well-mannered. "Ha ha ha! There's actually someone who doesn't know this young master. This must be your first time in South Ning." Nangua Jun laughed loudly. "Young master, who you are has nothing to do with this one. My master has important matters to attend to. Please move aside." This was the second time the coachman asked him to move aside. Nangua Jun's face was filled with disbelief. He looked at the surrounding crowd and laughed loudly. "Did you hear that? He actually asked this young master to move aside." Everyone laughed foolishly. When Nangua Jun had enough of laughing, he raised his chin and coldly looked over. He sternly warned, "Who is in the carriage? Get out immediately, or this young master won't be polite." Who knew that the coachman still didn't take it seriously and turned to report, "Master, he won't move aside." Under everyone's watchful eyes, Nangua Jun was completely ignored. He was about to flip out when a low and cold voice suddenly came from the carriage and said 2 words, "Push aside." Push aside? What did that mean? Nangua Jun and the others didn't understand. The coachman suddenly raised his whip and whipped the white horse. This white horse seemed to have a mind of its own as it stamped its feet and prepared to charge. After the coachman whipped the white horse a second time, it exploded with astonishing strength and charged forward without caring about the things in front of it. The man didn't react, but Nangua Jun's horse did. The 2 horses hurriedly fled to the left and right. Long Fei Ye's white horse charged forward and crashed into the shaft of the carriage with a bang. It actually broke the shaft of the carriage. With the shaft broken, the 2 horses fled in panic. Nangua Jun and the coachman fell to the ground, dumbfounded. Only then did they understand what "push aside" meant. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Nangua Jun was so arrogant and overbearing, so aggressive, but he didn't dare to actually crash into the carriage. He even braked at the last moment. Who knew that the other party would actually crash into them? Even if they didn't care about the horses or the carriage, they still had to care about their lives. Everyone was still stunned when that cold voice came from the carriage for the second time. "Old Lin, why aren't you leaving?" Chapter 381. The cold voice caused the surrounding temperature to drop several degrees. Even though they didn't see the owner of the voice, everyone couldn't help but feel afraid. They all timidly stared at the tightly closed curtains. The coachman, Old Lin, replied, "Not completely. Please forgive me, master." "Continue." Long Fei Ye lazily leaned back in the carriage with one hand supporting his head. His eyes were still closed, and he didn't care about what was happening outside at all. Han Yunqi also lazily leaned back, her gaze never leaving Long Fei Ye's silent and cold face. She had a smile on her face the entire time. She realized that she really didn't like the wrong person. This kind of man was too domineering. Continue to crash. Hearing this, Nangua Jun jumped up from the ground in fright. The coachman followed closely behind. The master and servant didn't even think about it and dodged to the side. One had to know that there was nothing in front of them to block. If they continued to crash, they would definitely be sent flying by the white horse. Looking at that tall horse, just thinking about it made them feel terrified. Just as Nangwajun and his servant dodged, Old Lin directly drove the carriage over. With a bang, the carriage was smashed into pieces, sending debris flying in all directions. The two masters in the carriage didn't even show their faces. The coachman also didn't turn around. He continued at his original speed, calmly and elegantly driving forward. Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they saw such a domineering person, and also the first time they saw such a domineering and elegant person. Who exactly was inside the carriage? Nangwajun looked at the scattered debris and stared blankly for a while before he recovered. He kicked the coachman and immediately roared, "Why aren't you calling people over? Preposterous! Preposterous!" This was the center of the entire South Ning Prefecture. Dispatching people was a matter of minutes. Once Nangwajun gave the order, rows of officials rushed out from all directions and surrounded Long Fei Ye's carriage. Seeing the carriage stop, Nangwajun swaggered out and fiercely whipped the air. He angrily said, "Listen carefully, this young master is called Nangwajun, South Ning Prefecture's young master. You dare to crash into this young master's carriage? You must be tired of living." The coachman, Old Lin, was impatient. He coldly said, "Young Master Nangwa, my master is not someone you can afford to offend. Get out of the way." "Humph, this young master wants to see just what kind of person this young master can't afford to offend." As soon as Nangwajun finished speaking, he waved his hand. More than 10 officers and soldiers from both sides moved forward together, intending to arrest them. Unexpectedly, before they could even get close to the carriage, a slender and fair hand suddenly stretched out from the carriage. The hand was holding a golden token, and on the token was a mighty and domineering Qin character. Seeing this, all the soldiers stopped in their tracks and froze on the spot. Aside from His Highness Duke of Qin, who else would dare to carve the word Qin on a command tablet? Oh my God! His Highness Duke of Qin was in the carriage. His Highness Duke of Qin, who had been missing for so long, had actually come? In an instant, all of the soldiers fell to their knees and cried in unison, "Long live your Highness Duke of Qin!" The surrounding crowd quickly followed suit and knelt on the ground. Everyone was shocked and fearful. Nangwajun was completely dumbfounded. His legs gave way, and he also fell to his knees. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The Duke of Qin forgot about him. Even his father, the prefectural governor, couldn't afford to offend him. What should he do? Nangwajun was dumbfounded, his mind blank. What should he do? He'd caused a disaster. While everyone was kneeling, Long Fei Yi finally alighted from the carriage. He personally helped Han Yunqi down. Only now did everyone realize that esteemed Wang Fei had come with them. Nangwajun really wanted to raise his head and see His Highness Duke of Qin's true appearance, but he didn't dare. He could only kneel in place, trembling. Long Fei Yi held Han Yunqi's hand and walked over to Nangwajun step by step. Nangwajun was so scared that his head almost fell to the ground. "Can this prince afford to offend you?" Long Fei Yi asked. Nangwajun didn't dare answer. He almost cried out, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, spare me! Spare me! You also know that this prince wants your life?" Long Fei Yi asked with interest. Nangwajun was scared out of his wits. He repeatedly kowtowed and begged. This lowly one was wrong. This lowly one was gravely wrong. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, please spare this lowly one this time. This lowly one truly knows his wrongs." Han Yunqi looked on Nangwa coldly. She hated people with no ambition like this the most. People could be arrogant, but they definitely couldn't lack ambition. Although people like this were loathsome, Han Yunqi still couldn't understand. With Long Fei Ye's personality, he wouldn't waste time on people like this. What was he planning to do? Han Yunchi soon had an answer. Long Fei said coldly, "Your lordship can spare you if you want," but before he could finish, Nangua Jun hurriedly said, "As long as your highness spares this lowly one will agree to anything. Before the sun sets, give everyone in the city 2 jin of grain," Long Fei said. Nangua Jun felt like he'd been struck by lightning at these words. He gaped, while the commoners and even the soldiers almost screamed. 2 jin of grain for each person was a beautiful dream at the end of a famine. South Ning Prefecture was a disaster area, but the provincial governor would definitely be able to get his hands on grain. For one thing, the provincial governor's estate would definitely have grain stored up, and so would the minor officials in the various towns and villages. These grains were either used to exploit the peasants or sent down by the corrupt imperial court for disaster relief. Amidst their excitement and surprise, the commoners began to question the rumors from before. They all said that His Highness Duke of Qin had embezzled and abandoned the disaster victims, but they'd seen and heard things with their own eyes. His Highness Duke of Qin had forced the provincial governor to spit out his embezzled grain on his first day in South Ning Prefecture. Who among Tianning civil and military officials had such ability and boldness? "What, you can't do it?" Long Fei Yi said as he elegantly raised his foot to step on Nangua Jun's head. This action was full of humiliation and simply went too far. If this was any other time, everyone would think that His Highness Duke of Qin was being unreasonable and bullying. But right now, the commoners and even the soldiers who'd been bullied by Nangua Jun were all secretly cheering in their hearts. Many of them even hoped that His Highness Duke of Qin would stomp harder. With his life at the mercy of another's foot, Nangua Jun wouldn't dare say no, even if he had the gall to do so. "Your Highness, this one can do it, can do it. This one will do it right away." Nangua Jun didn't think too much. In any case, he knew that there weren't many people in the city. If each person was given 2 jin of grain, his father would definitely be able to get his hands on it. A few months ago, the National Treasury had distributed a large batch of grain to South Ning Prefecture. The higher-ups had embezzled some of it, and so had his father. The remaining third had been distributed from the provincial governor's estate to the various counties and villages, where some had been embezzled. If his father didn't have enough grain on hand, he could ask the leaders of the various counties and villages for more. "What if you can't hand over the grain before sunset?" Long Fei Yi asked. The crowd was deathly silent. Everyone subconsciously stood on His Highness Duke of Qin's side, waiting for Nangua Jun's answer. They were afraid that they'd miss a single word. After all, this concerned everyone's rations. If I can't do it, your Highness can punish me however you want." Nangua Jun hastily promised. "How will you punish me?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Nangua Jun thought for a moment, then said, "I'll pay with my life." "How much is your life worth?" Long Fei Yi asked again. To the side, Han Yunchi, who'd been keeping her composure this entire time, was bewildered. Long Fei Yi had always been a man of few words, so why was he spouting so much nonsense today? What did he want to do? Nangua Jun also knew that his life wasn't worth much in front of His Highness Duke of Qin. After some thought, he simply said, "And my father's life." As soon as he said this, Han Yunchi immediately understood. Long Fei Ye's target was the prefectural governor. She chuckled. "Nangua Jun, you're truly rebellious. What kind of son would use his father's life to make a promise?" Unexpectedly, Nangua Jun actually spoke with righteous indignation. To reply esteemed Wang Fei, "It's the father's fault for not teaching his son well. This humble one has committed such a grave mistake today precisely because my father neglected to teach him. Thus, my father must bear the main responsibility." As soon as he said this, Han Yunchi almost burst out laughing. Who knew if Nangua prefectural governor would be angered to death if he heard this? "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, I beg of you, please let this humble one go. This humble one will immediately go look for rations." Nangua was anxious. If he was stepped on again, even breathing would become difficult for him. After discussing the terms, Long Fei finally released Nangua Jun practically scrambled to escape. Although he left, many of the soldiers didn't want to leave. Like the commoners, they surrounded Long Fei and Han Yunqi. Someone suddenly shouted, "Your Highness Duke of Qin is wise and brilliant. His Highness Duke of Qin has come to save everyone." In a flash, everyone agreed and fell to their knees in unison as they cheered loudly. Actually, the commoners weren't stupid, but kind and pure. They didn't have high demands and only cared about the most basic needs of food and clothing. They believed the rumors, but they only cared about food and clothing. They didn't have any ill intentions. They would be deeply grateful to anyone who treated them well and gave them the most basic guarantees. As Han Yunqi stared at their simple faces and expectant eyes, she felt both gratified and pressured. She turned back to look at Long Fei, only to see a resolute glint in his eyes. She knew that Long Fei was definitely going to take care of the disaster relief. This was Tianning's coldest and most ambitious king who wanted to conquer the world. His heart was very, very big, but it also contained the most unremarkable commoners. As she looked at Long Fei's cold profile, Han Yunqi suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. She was looking forward to the day when this man would take control of the country and rule over the world. Long Fei and Han Yunqi didn't go to the senior provincial official's estate, but stayed at an inn instead. News of Nangua Jun's death quickly spread throughout the entire South Ning Prefecture, including the districts outside the city. The senior provincial official had long since received the news. Slap! A loud and clear slap resounded through the entire mansion. Nangua Jun was slapped to the ground by his father. "Unfilial son! Beast! Stupid pig! Trash!" The senior provincial official kicked him, so angry that his neck had turned red. If this wasn't his only son, he would have cut him down long ago. He never thought that he'd give birth to such a stupid thing. This was simply retribution. Although Nangua Jun was frightened by his father, he still talked back. "Father, how was I supposed to know that His Highness Duke of Qin would come? Didn't I already say he went missing?" "You're still talking." The senior provincial official slapped him again. He was so angry that he wanted to kill himself. His Highness Duke of Qin's disappearance was just a rumor spread by the higher-ups. His Highness Duke of Qin had come to provide disaster relief this time. If he couldn't buy food, he would definitely investigate the corrupt officials and bring back the embezzled food for disaster relief. At this critical juncture, anyone who offended the Duke of Qin would have to die. The senior provincial official didn't want to waste any more words with his stupid son. He had no choice but to consider another matter. The imperial uncle's estate had long ago sent someone to find him to discuss a major matter. He hadn't agreed at first, but now it looked like he had no choice but to agree. Chapter 382. His Highness Duke of Qin had asked Nangua Jun to distribute 2 jin of grain to everyone in the city before sunset. It was currently noon, which meant there were only 6 hours left until sunset. Official Nangua dearly wanted to give Nangua Jun a good beating, but he didn't have time. He had to think of a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, His Highness Duke of Qin's personality might make him and his father suffer as soon as sunset arrived for all the officials in the disaster areas to see. Logically speaking, official Nangua should pay respects to His Highness Duke of Qin as soon as he arrived at Nangua Prefecture. But after such a major incident, official Nangua had no idea what to do. How could he dare to go? "Someone come, keep an eye on this unfilial son for old man. Don't let him take a single step out of the gates." Official Nangua left behind these vicious words before hurrying out of the estate. He went to a hidden residence not far from the senior provincial official's estate, where the official sent by the imperial uncle's estate was staying. As soon as Emperor Tianhui ordered the Duke of Qin to go to the disaster areas, the imperial uncle's estate had sent someone here in secret. This person was none other than Official Yu from the Ministry of Revenue, who was in charge of managing the grain distribution. After the famine broke out, Official Yu had been ordered to investigate the distribution of grain in the disaster areas. Logically speaking, Official Yu was supposed to clean up the corrupt officials below him, but he'd embezzled from his own people to help the imperial uncle's estate get plenty of grain and falsified accounts. Under these circumstances, he could turn a blind eye to the corrupt officials below him. As long as they didn't go too far, he wouldn't pursue the matter even if he had evidence in his hands. After all, the upper echelons of the government were no longer upright. In order to seal the mouths of his subordinates and send in reports of impeachment, he'd have to give them some benefits. Besides, Official Yu didn't just take bribes from the imperial uncle's estate. Many people in the disaster area had also given him benefits. Official Yu lived in South Ning Prefecture, so Official Nangua naturally worshipped him like a bodhisattva. No matter what Official Yu asked for, Official Nangua was the first to satisfy him. However, there was one thing that Official Nangua had yet to agree to. Today, Official Nangua had hurried to his door precisely for this matter. Official Yu was just about to leave when Official Nangua arrived. Hee, Official Nangua, you came at the right time. Look what your good son has done. This official was just about to go look for you. Official Yu said angrily. Official Nangua had a helpless expression on his face. Official Yu, this lowly official, didn't even have time to pay his respects to His Highness Duke of Qin before rushing over to discuss this matter with you. Discuss with this official? Hee, what else do we have to discuss? To tell you the truth, the matter I mentioned was personally instructed by the higher-ups, yet you're still hesitating. What? Did you have to wait until something happened before coming to find me? Official Yu said disdainfully. If it wasn't for the fact that South Ning Prefecture was the largest prefecture in the country and a disaster area, as well as one of the most important cities in Tianning Central regions, the imperial uncle would never have chosen Official Nangua, whose stance was still unclear. Lord Yu, you can't say that. Official Nangua spoke as he pulled Official Yu into the room. Lowering his voice, he added, Official Yu, His Highness Duke of Qin, isn't someone to be trifled with. That's something everyone in Tianning knows. This official is only thinking for the sake of our lives. If the matter you mention doesn't succeed, then we'll both lose our lives. The higher-ups have always abandoned the pawns to protect the general. Official Yu wanted Official Nangua to do nothing more than gather the disaster victims and incite them to revolt. They'd accuse His Highness Duke of Qin of embezzlement and threaten him to hand over the grain. They weren't planning a small rebellion, but a massive one that would spread from South Ning Prefecture to all of the disaster areas. His Highness Duke of Qin had ventured into the disaster areas alone without a single guard. As soon as the tens of thousands of people decided to revolt and add fuel to the fire, His Highness Duke of Qin would lose the hearts of the people if he couldn't hand over the grain. Emperor Tianhui might even punish him and strip him of his title of Qinhuang to quell the people's anger. This was a huge trap that Official Nangua had no choice but to consider carefully. If they failed and allowed His Highness Duke of Qin to counterattack, just as he had said, the ones who would die the quickest would be him and Official Yu. Official Yu snorted disdainfully at Official Nangua's considerations. Then what are you doing here today? Official Nangua was in a difficult position. He lowered his head and sighed. A cold smile rose to Official Yu's lips. Official Nangua, I think it's getting late. If you don't have anything else to do, you should hurry and get the grain. There's at least 20,000 people in South Ning Prefecture. That's a lot of grain for each person. Official Nangua sighed again and again. His son hadn't underestimated him. He really did have the skills to get so much grain in such a short time, but His Highness Duke of Qin only had to ask him, "Where did you get all this grain?" and he'd be in trouble. In the end, he raised his head and said, lord you regarding the matter you mentioned. This lowly official has a plan. We can use this opportunity to give it a try. What do you think, official you? Official you was waiting for these exact words. He laughed out loud and said, "Feel free to speak." Official Nangwa scooted closer and whispered in Official Yu's ear for a long time. Official Yu listened intently until a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In the end, Official Yu was overjoyed. He chuckled and said, "Excellent, excellent. Let's split up. Once we're done, this official will definitely report to the higher-ups. Your transfer to the imperial capital. It won't be long now." After bidding farewell to Official Yu, Official Nangwa hurried to the inn where Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were staying. Even in the teeth of the storm, Long Fei Yi was still generous enough to reserve the most luxurious inn in South Ning Prefecture. Before there were rumors of his corruption, he'd always been this extravagant. When he didn't need to hide his identity or whereabouts, he had very high standards for food, clothing, housing, and transportation. When Official Nangwa arrived, Long Fei Yi was drinking tea with Han Yunqi in the second-floor lobby. As soon as he reached the staircase, Official Nangwa led the officials behind him to kneel and kowtow. This official, Nangwa Mingda of South Ning Prefecture, greets Your Highness, Duke of Qin. May Your Highness live thousands and thousands of years. May Your Highness live thousands and thousands of years. May Your Highness live thousands and thousands of years. You may rise, he coldly said after a few glances. You may rise. This icy voice was enough to make everyone present tremble. The other officials didn't even dare to look at him. After they rose, they all lowered their heads and waited in place, trembling with fear. Official Nangwa was also apprehensive. He bent at the waist and hurried forward. This official came late to receive Your Highness and caused my unfilial son to offend Your Highness. This official asks for Your Highness' forgiveness. So, you father and son don't plan on giving out grain? As Long Fei Yi spoke, he turned to look at Official Nangwa. When Official Nangwa met those cold, emotionless eyes, he immediately shivered and hurriedly lowered his head. His heart was filled with fear, and he didn't dare look at him again. He'd always heard that His Highness Duke of Qin was a cold and emotionless person. His methods were vicious, and he never showed mercy to anyone. Now that Official Nangwa saw it with his own eyes, he somewhat regretted agreeing to Official Yu's request. However, he was already at the end of his rope. Now that the arrow had been knocked, he had no choice but to release it. This official doesn't dare. This official will do his utmost to carry out Your Highness's orders. This official will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Official Nangwa hurriedly expressed his stance. Then go. Long Fei Yi spoke as he looked out the window. It's getting late. Seeing His Highness Duke of Qin's frosty profile, Official Nangwa almost wanted to retreat for a moment. However, for the sake of survival, for the sake of fighting for that last sliver of hope, he braced himself and persisted. He feigned a troubled expression and said helplessly, Your Highness Duke of Qin, there are a total of 23,000 people registered in the city. If each person has 2 jin of grain, that's more than 40,000 jin. Not to mention the current disaster. This official wouldn't be able to gather so much grain even in a normal year. You mean to say that this prince is deliberately making things difficult for you father and son? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi calmly sipped her tea on the side as she watched Long Fei Yi abuse people. Official Nangwa was so scared that his forehead was covered in sweat. He hurriedly explained, This official wouldn't dare. It's just that the amount of grain is too large. This official is powerless. Your Highness Duke of Qin, please judge clearly. You mean to say that this prince has been played by your son? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi almost spat out her tea when she heard this. Official Nangwa was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thump. My son wouldn't dare. Your Highness misunderstands. My son doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and spoke, wildly, offending your highness. This official has come to apologize to your highness. Your highness, please forgive this lowly one's transgression. Please spare my son this once. At this time, Long Fei Yi finally looked him in the eye and said sternly, Nangwamingda, the 20,000 people in the city are all waiting for grain. Now you're telling this prince that you can't hand it over? Teach this prince how to explain this to the people. Official Nangwa fell silent, not knowing how to respond. At this time, Han Yunqi sighed softly. Your Highness, official Nangwa really can't hand over that much grain. As this concubine sees it, just do as Nangwajun says and pay with his life. 2 lives to quell the resentment of 20,000 people. Ha ha, it's worth it. Official Nangwa's heart trembled at these words. Just a moment ago he had been thinking of retreating, but now he was determined to fight official Yu to the end. He hurriedly said, Your Highness, please spare my life. Spare my life. This official will immediately go and transfer the grain. This official will do his best. After leaving the inn, official Nangwa felt that his breathing had become much smoother. He had only come here to put on a show. Of course, he would still transfer the grain. If he didn't, how could he continue the show? Tonight, there would be a good show to watch in South Ning City. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stood side by side at the window, watching official Nangwa's departing figure. Your Highness, this prefectural governor isn't stupid enough to really transfer the grain, right? According to Han Yunqi's understanding, the prefectural governor was a high-ranking official. Anyone who could climb to this position wasn't simple. Long Fei Yi didn't answer her. Instead, he muttered to himself, Where did the disaster victims go? South Ning City was the center of South Ning Prefecture. They had traveled all the way from the north, so they had passed through more than half of South Ning Prefecture. So far, they hadn't seen a large number of disaster victims. The news that the city would be sending out grain before sunset today must have spread, but there was still no sign of a flood of disaster victims swarming into the city. What was going on? Chapter 383. Han Yunqi had been pondering Long Fei Ye's suspicions the entire time. Your Highness, there has to be a trap somewhere. Han Yunqi was certain. Before Nangwamingda had arrived, she'd asked the guards and found that South Ning City's 4 main gates were still open. There was no way the disaster victims had been locked up outside the city walls. They'd suspected that the victims might be begging for grain on their way here, but that didn't seem to be the case now. Could it be that the disaster victims had been controlled? It was normal for imperial envoys to miss the victims while patrolling the disaster areas. Normally speaking, the local officials would arrange their itineraries and routes ahead of time, so there was no need to chase away the victims. Even if they didn't arrange the routes beforehand, the local officials had plenty of ways to chase the victims to places they couldn't see. But news of Long Fei Ye's corruption had spread like wildfire. Even if official Nangwa wanted to hide the disaster victims, his superiors wouldn't agree. They'd definitely use the victims to make trouble and embarrass Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were still lost in thought when Chu Shifeng arrived. Smiling, he said, Your Highness, I have 2 pieces of news, one good, one bad. All right. Chu Shifeng obediently told him the news. He didn't have the guts to let His Highness Duke of Qin choose between the good and bad news first. Your Highness, the good news is that a messenger pigeon has just arrived. The grain from the other 2 disaster areas has all arrived without anyone noticing. Right now, they're all waiting outside the disaster areas for your orders. Half of the 3 million dan of grain that Long Fei Yi had scammed from the imperial uncle's estate were waiting outside South Ning City in secret. The other half had been divided equally between the other 2 disaster areas. Now that they'd arrived, they were only waiting for Long Fei Ye's orders to enter the city and distribute the grain. Long Fei Yi had come to distribute grain, and more importantly, to arrest the corrupt officials. Even though they had scammed a lot of grain from the imperial uncle's estate, there were even more disaster victims. There was a limit to the amount of grain that could be distributed to each disaster victim. It was hard to say if they could even last until next month, let alone survive through the winter. It was already early winter, and in 2 months it would be December. At that time it would be freezing cold, and there wouldn't even be any wild herbs. Who knew how the disaster victims would survive? Therefore, official Nangwa's considerations were correct. If His Highness Duke of Qin couldn't get the grain, he would definitely target the corrupt officials and force them to spit out all the grain they had eaten. Seeing that his master only nodded without giving orders, Chu Shifeng hastened to tell him the bad news. The guards have already found out that all of the disaster victims in the outskirts of South Ning Prefecture have been gathered together in one of the villages. As this subordinate sees it, they must be part of an organization. As soon as he said this, Han Yunqi immediately smiled. Your Highness, it seems that they have been waiting for you for a long time. Long Fei, Yi only said 4 words. Let's wait and see what happens tonight. Time didn't stop for anyone or anything. 6 hours passed in a hurry before the sun began to set. Nangua Jun was shut up in the senior provincial official's estate as he stared at the setting sun. He wanted to cry but had no tears. In the afternoon, he saw his father send people to take away all of the grain stored in the estate's accounts. The grain stored in the estate's accounts wasn't embezzled, but normal. After all, the senior provincial official's estate had to support a group of officials to manage the entire South Ning Prefecture. There wasn't much grain left, only enough to feed the 500 or so people in the estate for a month. As far as he knew, there was plenty of grain stored in the cellars of the estate as well. His father hadn't touched a single grain, so he had no idea how his father would deal with the matter. He only hoped that his father wouldn't take it out on him after he returned. The appointed time hadn't arrived yet, but all of the city's commoners had brought their families to line up in front of the estate's gates to wait for the grain to be distributed. By the time the sun set, more than 20,000 people had arrived. Nearly 20 long lines were formed from the entrance of the prefectural governor's manor all the way to the city gates. The scene could be described as overwhelming and majestic. Even the orderly lines tightly blocked the gates of the estate. It was impossible to imagine what the consequences would be if a riot broke out with so many people gathered at such a high density. When Long Fei Ye's carriage drove out of the alley, the people on the main road immediately parted to let him pass. No matter what the rumors were, the one who distributed the grain was their heavens, their earth, and their parents. When Long Fei Ye arrived at the estate's gates, they were surprisingly still tightly shut. If it weren't for Long Fei Yi holding the fort, everyone would have already begun to cause a ruckus. Does your excellency intend to go back on your word? Long Fei Yi asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, official Nangwa's voice rang out. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please calm your anger. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please calm your anger. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw official Nangua jogging out of a nearby alley with a few servants. Not long after, carriages loaded with grain slowly drove out of the alley. What could make the people more excited than seeing grain? In an instant, everyone stepped aside and respectfully opened up a path that was even wider than the one they'd given Long Fei Yi. Official Nangua personally directed the carriages and didn't forget to remind the driver to be careful and not to hurt any passers-by. It had to be said that his amiable image was far too different from his son's image of speeding on the road this morning. It was especially pretentious. Carriages after carriages of grain were transported out of the alley. Everyone was excited to see this, but not long after, the convoy was cut off. Official Nangua had only brought 10 carriages of grain. Each carriage had 8 caddies, so it was only 80 caddies. Long Fei Yi watched all of this without saying a word. Soon, the people began to panic and talk among themselves. Is this all the grain? Is it enough to share? Isn't everyone supposed to get some? Is it 2 caddies? They said 2 caddies this morning. At first, they were just discussing the amount of grain, But someone suddenly shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. His Highness Duke of Qin will definitely do what he promised." Immediately, the crowd shifted their attention to Long Fei. Right, right, His Highness Duke of Qin promised. Everyone, please calm down. His Highness Duke of Qin is an imperial envoy. He'll definitely give everyone what he promised. His Highness will definitely find a way to get grain. If Han Yunqi was here to hear this, she'd definitely roll her eyes. These people were too good at bullshitting. It was clearly Nangua Jun who promised. So why did it suddenly become Long Fei Ye's promise? Unfortunately, she wasn't present at the scene. Only Long Fei Yi was present. Even Chu Shifeng wasn't present. Long Fei Yi was dressed in brocade robes, as he stood on the steps of the senior provincial official's estate with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite the discussions below, he remained lofty and unmoving, as steady as Mount Tai. His icy gaze rested on official Nangua the entire time. Official Nangua put on an act as he supported the carriage full of grain all the way to the gates of the senior provincial official's estate. He was panting for breath, but had no time to rest. He quickly bowed and said, "Good luck to your Highness, Duke of Qin. This official came late in order to find grain. I hope your Highness will forgive me." At this moment, all the discussion stopped abruptly. Everyone's attention was focused on this, although the people at the back of the line wanted to get closer to see what was going on. So far, everyone was still very orderly. No one cut in line to fight. "How much grain did you find?" Long Fei Ye's icy voice chilled the air. "To reply, your Highness, this official personally went out of the city this afternoon and found a total of 80 dan of grain. Combined with the 100 dan of grain from the senior provincial official's estate, we have 180 dan in total." Official Nangua knocked on the door as he spoke. The doors to the estate opened, and a few burly men carried out the dan after dan of grain. The crowd grew even quieter at the mention of over 1,000 jin. Over 1,000 jin wasn't a small amount for a single person or a family, but to the 20,000 people in the long line, it was a number that would make them cry on the spot. How much would one person get if more than 20,000 people were to divide it among themselves? Not even a single meal. Soon, the crowd began to feel uneasy and whispered among themselves. However, no one dared to raise their voices. After all, His Highness Duke of Qin hadn't spoken yet. "Nangua Mingda, are you trying to take advantage of this prince's inability to count, or are you trying to take advantage of the 20,000 people here?" Long Fei asked angrily, which silenced the entire crowd. Nangua Mingda immediately fell to his knees. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please spare my life. There are 20,000 people in South Ning City. If each person has 2 jin of grain, that's over 40,000 jin. No matter how capable this official is, I can't find that much grain." As Nangua Mingda spoke, he raised his voice and said, "Your Highness, this humble official brought all of this food from the various yamen. It's the food that the imperial court left for the yamen to feed the officials and soldiers. Currently, this official has emptied all of the yamen's grain reserves in the 4 counties and 8 townships under South Ning Prefecture's jurisdiction. All of the prefectural governor's estates' grain is also here. This official is truly powerless. If your Highness Duke of Qin still thinks this isn't enough, then you can take this official's life. My son is the only descendant of the Nangua clan. I beg your Highness to spare him on account of his youth and ignorance." Nangua Mingda spoke eloquently, tears streaming down his face. When he finished speaking, he turned to kneel before the crowd. "Everyone, I, Nangua Mingda, am the magistrate of South Ning Prefecture. Yet I can't even protect a single mouthful of grain for everyone. I am truly ashamed of myself." The word protect was rather interesting, as if it was hinting at something. The common people had heard so many rumors. Some were about the Duke of Qin's embezzlement, others about the prefectural governor's embezzlement, and others about minor officials' embezzlement. However, they didn't know which rumors were true and which were false. Seeing Nangwamingda's mournful appearance and hearing that he was willing to give up his own life, many people began to question the rumors about Nangwamingda's embezzlement. Perhaps everyone had misunderstood this magistrate. At this critical juncture, it was already quite good that he was willing to contribute the grain reserves of the various yamens and prefectural governor's estate. In the end, the common people were still soft-hearted. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Official Nangwa, you can't die. Official Nangwa has already done his best. It's not Official Nangwa's fault that we can't find any grain." As soon as these words were spoken, a manservant rushed out of the prefectural governor's estate and knelt before Long Fei Yi in tears. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please spare my life. Please spare Official Nangwa." Official Nangwa even took out the grain he gave to his old mother. There's not a single grain left in the estate. As soon as these words were spoken, the common people broke out into discussion. Nangwamingda had unexpectedly become the target of their sympathy and even respect. This, Chapter 384. Indeed, public opinion could be manipulated. Because of the first sentence from the prefectural governor's manners manservant, more than 20,000 commoners became agitated. At this moment, several people in the crowd of more than 20,000 people shouted loudly from different directions. Official Nangwa didn't embezzle any grain. Where would he find so much? "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please spare Official Nangwa. Official Nangwa is devoted to the commoners and even took out his mother's grain." "That's right. Please spare Official Nangwa. Your Highness, Duke of Qin." "Everyone, let's beg Your Highness, Duke of Qin." Gradually, the voices begging for mercy for Nangwamingda grew louder and louder. Those who didn't want to beg for mercy for Nangwamingda had no choice but to keep quiet or shout with the rest. Soon, quite a few people knelt and begged. Long Fei Yi was fighting for food for the commoners, but in the end it became the commoners begging for mercy for Nangwamingda. It had to be said that this was Nangwamingda's ability. What skill! Long Fei Yi was like a bystander in the face of all this. He lowered his head and looked at Nangwamingda, who was kneeling at his feet, with a trace of disdain on his lips. How could Long Fei Yi care about such methods? Nangwamingda didn't dare to look up at Long Fei Yi. He kept his head down, and his astute eyes darted around a few times before he hurriedly looked at the commoners. He raised his hands. "Everyone quiet down. Listen to me." Needless to say, he was quite daring. As soon as he spoke, everyone quieted down. "Everyone, today, to have all of you plead for mercy for me. I, Nangwamingda, didn't become the governor for nothing. It was worth it. If I die by Emperor Qin's sword today, I will die without regrets in front of everyone. There's only one thing I can't let go of. If I leave, who will ask for grain for everyone?" Hearing these words and seeing Nangwamingda's solemn expression, the crowd couldn't help but feel sorrowful. Many of them even revealed expressions of reluctance. Official Nangwa really cared about the commoners at all times. Nangwamingda continued to speak loudly. To be honest, only 2,000 dan of the imperial court's food was distributed to South Ning County, which is what was distributed to the victims in the suburbs last month. Everyone knew that there was very little food for the disaster relief, but they didn't know that there was so little food here. Once these words were spoken, there was an uproar. No wonder Official Nangwa hadn't distributed any rations. It turned out that he had his own difficulties. Everyone listen to me. Please don't plead for me anymore. As everyone's official, I, Nangwamingda, am willing to die to atone for my crimes. I only ask that Your Highness Duke of Qin take pity on the tens of thousands of people in South Ning Prefecture and give us more food." After Nangwamingda finished speaking, he finally raised his head to look at Long Fei Yi. When he met Long Fei Yi's scrutinizing gaze, he felt guilty but in the end he held it in. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Where is the food from the imperial court? What took it away?" In another direction, someone shouted, "There's still the money for the imperial court's disaster relief." "I haven't seen it either. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, where is the money from the charity auction?" Tisk, tsk, tsk. Who gave these commoners the courage to directly question Long Fei Yi? Long Fei Ye's cold smile grew wider and wider, but Nangwamingda didn't understand. He turned to the source of the shout and said sternly, "Don't be impudent. His Highness Duke of Qin was sent by His Majesty to provide disaster relief. As an imperial envoy, His Highness Duke of Qin will definitely be able to save everyone from this disaster. He will definitely have a way to distribute food to everyone." Nangwamingda clearly knew that at this juncture it would be extremely difficult to buy food even if one had the money, but he still flattered Long Fei like this. This was no doubt kidnapping public opinion, or perhaps it was called overpraise. "Everyone, let's beg His Highness Duke of Qin to distribute the food. Your Highness Duke of Qin, don't make things difficult for official Nangwa anymore. Please distribute the food for everyone." Gradually, the long line of commoners surged forward, loudly begging for food with the people in front of them. The situation was about to spiral out of control. The commoners kept shouting, "Your Highness Duke of Qin," but Long Fei Yi didn't even spare them a glance. He was as cold as an iceberg. He lowered his eyes to look at Nangwamingda, his voice low and icy. "Are you done pretending?" he asked. Nangwamingda's entire body trembled, and he almost rolled down the stone steps. He hadn't expected this cold-faced prince to be so calm in the face of such chaos. He'd actually seen through his ruse with a single glance. Although he was afraid, Nangwamingda gritted his teeth and steadied himself. This was a moment of life and death. If he could pass this calamity, then everything would be fine. He would be promoted, become rich, and leave South Ning Prefecture. If he couldn't pass this calamity, then only death awaited him. He pretended not to hear Long Fei Ye's words. He took a step back and dropped to his knees in an exaggerated manner, kowtowing repeatedly. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, please distribute the food. Your Highness Duke of Qin, please distribute the food." This was a secret signal. Seeing this, the servants behind him slipped away. Not long after, they came back with bad news. Reporting, a large number of disaster victims have poured into the southern part of the city. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please distribute the food. Reporting, a large number of disaster victims have broken through the city gates in the western part of the city. They're out of control, and they're shouting for Your Highness, Duke of Qin, to distribute the food. Reporting, more than 4,000 disaster victims are rioting in the eastern part of the city. The soldiers are unable to stop them, and they're already rushing this way. Without a doubt, Official Yu had rushed over to cooperate with Nangwamingda. A sinister smile flitted across Nangwamingda's lips. He stood up. "Guards, protect His Highness Duke of Qin." It would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as he did, someone in the crowd immediately shouted, "You can't let His Highness Duke of Qin leave. His Highness Duke of Qin must give everyone an explanation." Voices of agreement rose from all around. "His Highness Duke of Qin can't leave. His Highness Duke of Qin can't leave without seeing the food. Your Highness Duke of Qin, didn't you use all the silver from the charity auction to buy food? Your Highness Duke of Qin, the National Treasury sent so much food. Where did it all go? The common people haven't seen a single grain." The 20,000 or so people were thrown into chaos. They surged forward in agitation. Someone let go of the fence, and a group of people rushed in from behind. They blocked the gates of the governor's estate and trapped Long Fei Yi in the center. Pleas for food, protests, and questions rose and fell. Soon, countless disaster victims poured in from all four sides of the city gates. These disaster victims were organized and had been incited long ago. They were even more agitated, indignant, and frenzied than the 20,000 people present. They all rushed forward without any regard for their lives. Their shouts were no longer polite, but direct questions. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, rumor has it that you embezzled the money from the charity auction and didn't use it to buy food. Is it true? Your Highness Duke of Qin, take out the food for everyone to see. Didn't you come to provide disaster relief? Why didn't the Imperial envoy bring any food? Where's Qin Wangfei? Where's that troublemaker? Did Qin Wangfei spend all the money from the disaster relief? Your Highness Duke of Qin, where's the food from the Imperial court? Where did it all go? You have to give everyone an explanation." The situation had completely spiraled out of control. There were even stampedes in several places. Nan Guomingda ordered the soldiers to form a circle with their spears, separating the people around them and forming the last line of defense. At this time, he put on a helpless expression. "Your Highness, say something to everyone. How about this?" "How about what?" Long Fei Yi countered. He was indifferent to the accusations of the crowd. His cold gaze swept over the people around him. So the disaster victims he'd been unable to see were all here. They'd all come. He'd been waiting for this group of people to come, waiting for them to make a scene, waiting for the person behind the scenes to show himself. Nan Guomingda had already thrown caution to the wind. He answered seriously, "Your Highness, there are tens of thousands of disaster victims in South Ning Prefecture. Why don't you avoid them?" How could Long Fei avoid them? If he did, it'd be a sign of guilt. "Is everyone here?" he asked coldly. Nan Guomingda was very surprised. He couldn't figure out what Long Fei Yi meant. "Is everyone here?" Long Fei Yi asked again. Nan Guomingda felt uneasy. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to answer. At this time, Official Yu, who was disguised in the crowd, saw the situation and hurriedly signaled the soldiers beside him with his eyes. The soldiers, holding their spears, suddenly let go of their spears. In an instant, tens of thousands of disaster victims swarmed forward. They looked like they wanted to tear people apart. Anyone who saw them would be afraid. "Duke of Qin, you can't leave." "Duke of Qin, hand over the grain. Hand over the embezzled grain. Hand over the silver for the disaster relief, and hand over Qin Wangfei." These disaster victims had already become a mob. The words coming out of their mouths were even more terrifying than the rumors. They were filled with righteous indignation, accusation, questioning, and demands. Those who didn't know would believe that Long Fei Yi had embezzled the silver and grain. The previous rumors were all true. Seeing that the disaster victims were about to pounce, Long Fei Yi pulled out his sword without warning and raised it high to pierce the sky. In an instant, all of the oncoming disaster victims came to a screeching halt, who would throw away their lives for the sake of a mouthful of grain and a single life. Long Fei Ye's single move stunned tens of thousands of disaster victims. By his side, Nan Guomingda was gaping. He assumed that His Highness Duke of Qin would have no choice but to flee, but he'd actually pulled out his sword. What is he planning to do? Official Yu was surprised as well, but his lips curved into a sinister smile. He thought that the Duke of Qin must have been forced into a corner. Either he wanted to kill off the people or kill Nan Guomingda. In any case, the situation had already reached a point of no return. Even if His Highness Duke of Qin didn't want to face the disaster victims, he would have to face it. No matter what he did, it would be impossible to salvage his image. The rumors would come true. The Duke of Qin had embezzled and was incapable of taking on the role of imperial envoy for disaster relief. Very soon, news would spread to all of the disaster areas. Official Yu had long made arrangements for the rest of the disaster areas to erupt in riots like this one. All 3 disaster areas were rioting and denouncing His Highness Duke of Qin. When that happened, Emperor Tianhui could issue orders to thoroughly investigate His Highness Duke of Qin and strip him of his title of Qinhuang to quell the people's anger. Thinking up to here, Official Yu grew excited and decided to give the Duke of Qin another push. He shot a look at one of his guards, who immediately threw himself at Long Fei Ye's sword. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, where's our grain?" Chapter 385. The guard was prepared to lose his life. If Long Fei Ye decided to kill someone now, he would be in even more trouble. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Ye's long sword swerved to the side, causing the guard to miss. He stepped on the guard's body and swept his cold gaze over the crowd. "This prince is here to deliver the grain. If anyone takes another step forward, I won't give a single grain." The crowd, already silent to begin with, grew even quieter at these words. No one dared to move. Was His Highness Duke of Qin really here to deliver the grain? What the commoners wanted was food. After hearing this, who would dare to touch it? However, Nangwamingda, an official, you were different. Separated by the crowd, they silently looked at each other, a tacit smile flashing across their eyes. Their superiors had clearly investigated how much grain His Highness Duke of Qin had in his manors in Jiangnan and how much he had already used. They were certain that His Highness Duke of Qin didn't have much grain on hand. He had money, but at this critical juncture, he wouldn't be able to buy any grain. Even if he went to the black market, he wouldn't be able to buy that much grain. Most of the grain in the black market came from the imperial uncle's estate. How could they sell it to His Highness Duke of Qin? Nangwamingda and official Yu were smiling because they had achieved their goal. They had incited the commoners to revolt in order to force His Highness Duke of Qin into a corner. Instead of running away, His Highness Duke of Qin had chosen to say something like this. He was undoubtedly asking for trouble. If he couldn't fulfill his promise, it was easy to imagine how angry the commoners would be. At that time, even without their incitement, the commoners themselves wouldn't let His Highness Duke of Qin off. Nangwamingda, an official Yu, hadn't moved yet, but someone in the silent crowd had already spoken up. "Dare I ask how much grain His Highness Duke of Qin intends to deliver?" Nangwamingda and official Yu were secretly delighted, especially Nangwamingda. He inwardly let out a sigh of relief. He had escaped this calamity. He could relax and watch the show. He wanted to see how the wise and foolish His Highness Duke of Qin would deal with the disaster victims. He thought that it wouldn't be long before this high and mighty king would regret provoking his precious son. Send as much as the national treasury allocates. South Ning County is a large county, so the amount of food allocated will not be small, Long Fei Yi replied. Many of the disaster victims rejoiced at his words. Some were so delighted that they questioned, "Is your Highness Duke of Qin speaking the truth?" However, Long Fei Yi did not take it to heart. He replied coldly, "Of course." Seeing this, everyone's courage gradually grew. "Dare I ask your Highness Duke of Qin, when will the grain be distributed?" "That's right. Your Highness Duke of Qin, will you be distributing grain in the next few days? Can your Highness Duke of Qin hurry up and distribute the grain? We haven't eaten anything for days." Nangwamingda sneered inwardly when he saw how excited the people were. He hadn't expected the Duke of Qin to lie in front of so many people. He wanted to see how the Duke of Qin would cover up this lie when the time came. Official Yu, who was hidden in the crowd, was laughing coldly. He couldn't wait to see the Duke of Qin's lie exposed. He wanted to see how this insufferably arrogant king would be drowned by the common people's spittle. Just the thought of it made him excited. Official Yu hid behind the people in front of him. He couldn't help but say, "Your Highness Duke of Qin, why don't you give everyone a clear time? Otherwise, you'll disappoint everyone." Long Fei Ye's icy gaze swept over him. Immediately, he said icily, immediately, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd burst into deafening cheers. Nangwamingda and official Yu were both stunned. How could this be? This lie was too much. How could they distribute the grain immediately? Where would they find the grain? "Your Highness Duke of Qin. Then where is the grain? Official Yu couldn't have found it, could he? Official Yu couldn't help but ask. This time, Long Fei Yi didn't answer him. That was because a cry came from the back of the crowd. The grain is here. It's here. We've got grain. What was going on? Everyone turned to look, including Nan Guomingda and Official Yu. However, there were too many people. All they could see were human heads. But the cheers in the distance grew louder and louder, deafening to the ears. The grain is here. We've got grain. So much grain. Everyone's got grain. Long live your Highness, Duke of Qin. Long live esteemed Wang Fei. Why did they mention Han Yunqi? She didn't even show up. Nan Guomingda and Official Yu were bewildered. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Gradually, the cheers grew closer and closer. The refugees who'd surrounded Long Fei Yi all surged to the back, wanting to see what was going on. What was going on behind them? What was going on with the grain that everyone was talking about? Official Yu and Official Nangua's hearts itched. Official Nangua couldn't leave. After a moment's hesitation, Official Yu couldn't help but rush to the back with the refugees. However, he soon came to an abrupt halt. The refugees who were rushing to the back all consciously walked to the left and right, opening up a very wide path. They saw a convoy of carriages carrying grain approaching from afar. Each carriage was filled with sacks of grain, like a long dragon. Surrounded by tens of thousands of refugees, the convoy looked especially grand and imposing. At the head of the convoy was a woman. She was dressed in a luxurious purple robe. Riding on a tall horse, she looked down on the crowd like a queen on an inspection tour. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, she was noble, elegant, and inviolable. This woman was none other than Qin Wang Fei, Han Yunqi. It really is grain. Esteemed Wang Fei, that must be esteemed Wang Fei. Esteemed Wang Fei is here to deliver grain to everyone. So much grain. So much grain. As the convoy gradually drew closer, the refugees all became excited. They danced with joy and joy. One had to know that what Qin Wang Fei was escorting over wasn't anything else. It was food, it was hope, and it was their lives. There was no incitement or pretense. Soon, large swathes of refugees fell to their knees and shouted, "Long live His Highness Duke of Qin! Long live esteemed Wang Fei!" In the end, everyone was kneeling. It was not hard to imagine how magnificent the scene of tens of thousands of disaster victims kneeling in the streets and alleys of the city would be. Official Nangua stood rooted to the spot, staring at the carriages of grain. He couldn't believe his eyes. How was this possible? Even if His Highness Duke of Qin had more grain, where would he get it from? Besides the imperial uncle's estate, who else in the world could take out so much grain? But there was no way the imperial uncle's estate would sell grain to the Duke of Qin. Official Nangua was stunned. Official Yu was so shocked that his entire body stiffened, and he couldn't move. Even when everyone around him was kneeling, he still stood there in a daze, unable to recover his wits. How was he supposed to believe his eyes? This had to be a dream. Han Yunqi successfully delivered the convoy amidst the grateful kneeling crowd. She jumped off her tall horse and tidied her clothes before ascending the high steps of the governor's estate. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this concubine has not failed her mission. 1,500,000 dan of grain have all been delivered. Please accept it." Han Yunqi's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard her clearly. 1,500,000 dan. Heavens, no wonder there were so many carriages transporting grain. Who would have thought there would be so much grain? 1,500,000 dan of grain was enough to feed all the refugees in South Ning Prefecture for 2 to 3 months. The cheers and cries of gratitude from the commoners grew louder and louder. Wave after wave, the sound was indescribably deafening. At this moment, they only knew that they had grain. They had real grain, grain that they could see with their own eyes. As for those rumors, they had long since forgotten about them. His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei were their great benefactors. How could they be corrupt? Someone else had to be the culprit. His Highness Duke of Qin had to be here to arrest the corrupt officials. Official Nangua, why don't you go make an inventory? Long Fei Yi spoke up. Nangua Mingde's legs turned to jelly as he fell to his knees. He didn't even know how to reply. Official Yu finally recovered his wits and wanted to kneel as well, but it was too late. Long Fei Yi had long noticed him, since Chu Shifeng had already found out where the refugees were gathering. How could he not know that Official Yu from the Ministry of Revenue was the mastermind behind the scenes? Official Yu, or will you go? Long Fei Yi asked. Official Yu's legs trembled as he fell to his knees as well. Still, he was one of the imperial uncle's chosen men, so he was able to keep his composure. Esteemed Wangfei says as much as she wants. His Highness Duke of Qin has finally delivered grain. His Highness Duke of Qin is a blessing to the refugees and Tianning. This official's admiration is indescribable. Official Yu was even more excited than the people around him. As he spoke, he fell to his knees and cried out, "May His Highness Duke of Qin live for thousands and thousands of years. May esteemed Wangfei live for thousands and thousands of years." Seeing this, Official Nangua wanted to cry. He had no idea what was going to happen next. Long Fei Yi snorted disdainfully at Official Yu's actions. He looked towards Nangua Mingda and asked, "Official Nangua, don't you want to know where your lordship's grain came from?" Official Nangua wanted to know, but Official Yu wanted to know even more. Official Nangua feigned ignorance and said, "Most likely you bought it with silver from the Disaster Relief Fund." "Exactly so," Long Fei Yi said. Official Nangua and Official Yu were both flustered. They had no idea why His Highness Duke of Qin was asking such a question. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi laughed. "Your Highness, if these grain were bought, then where's the grain from the imperial court? This concubine heard about it on the way here. Just then, someone asked your Highness where the grain went. This concubine can't figure it out. Official Yu is clearly in charge of the grain, so why are they asking about your Highness?" Official Yu didn't even dare to raise his head to look at Han Yunqi. Official Nangua was also very quiet. The people were all listening, so none of the instigators from before dared to open their mouths. Where did the grain from the Disaster Relief Fund go? Long Fei Yi ordered. "Someone come. Search the senior provincial official's estate. Don't let a single grain slip by." After all, Official Nangua had already declared that all the grain in the estate had been taken out. There was no more grain left, so if they found anything else. Chapter 386. Kind people were bullied, just as kind horses were ridden. Sometimes the more silent and patient you were, the more others would think you were easy to bully and reach for a yard after giving you an inch. But that wasn't always the case. Nangua Mingda and Official Yu had been putting on an act for so long, but the Duke of Qin had remained silent the entire time. Those two had really gotten carried away with the act and reached for a yard after getting an inch. Did they really think His Highness Duke of Qin was easy to bully? The consequences were unthinkable now, weren't they? Chu Shifeng had already led his men into the senior provincial official's estate to search. Everyone was waiting for him. Nangua Mingda's face was ghastly white as his entire body trembled. He stared fixedly at the gates, too nervous to speak. Although he was on the verge of despair, he still harbored a sliver of hope that the grain in the secret storehouse wouldn't be discovered. A long time passed, but Chu Shifeng still didn't come out. Nangua Mingda grew more and more hopeful. Perhaps he was lucky after all. The secret storehouse was hidden so well, and Chu Shifeng wasn't familiar with the estate at all. How could he find it? Another long while later, Chu Shifeng finally emerged. Everyone looked over at him. It was about time to find out whether or not there was any grain in the estate. Chu Shifeng glanced at Nangua Mingda and gave a snort. Nangua Mingda grew alarmed as he clenched his fists in his sleeves. But Chu Shifeng only reported, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this subordinate didn't find any grain in the estate." He didn't find anything? Could it be that Nangua Mingda didn't embezzle any grain either? The crowd couldn't help but feel disappointed. But Nangua Mingda immediately relaxed. He knew it. It wouldn't be easy to find the secret storehouse. Finally, he'd escaped a calamity. But Chu Shifeng's next words were, "Your Highness, this subordinate didn't find anything, but Sir Nangua is willing to lead the way for you. According to him, the estate has a huge secret storehouse filled with grain." His words sent the crowd into an uproar. Chu Shifeng wasn't stupid enough to actually search the estate. All he did was threaten Nangua Jun. Nangua Jun was a man who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. How could he stand up to threats? He'd spilled the beans in 2 or 3 sentences. Nangua Mingda froze in place as if he'd been struck by lightning. He never expected his own son to betray him in the end. This was what it meant to be a scam. Long Fei Ye's lips curled into a mocking smile as he asked, "Lord Nangua, didn't you say that there's no more food in the estate?" Nangua Jun's words were the best evidence, without even seeing the food in the secret storehouse. The surrounding commoners all began to angrily accuse His Highness, Duke of Qin. Once again, the rumors were overturned. Not only had His Highness, Duke of Qin, not embezzled the relief money, he hadn't embezzled the relief food either. Nangua Mingda, the so-called parental official, was the biggest parasite. What did he say about taking out his mother's rations? That was a complete lie. Very soon, Chu Shifeng's guards carried out sack after sack of grain. Soon enough, they formed a small mountain by the gates. Han Yunqi frowned as she watched. How many elderly and children had starved to death in the disaster area? Yet these people had stockpiled so much food and waited for the price to rise. I really don't know why these people are so ruthless. This Nangua Mingda, even dying 100 times wouldn't be enough to atone for his crimes. Nangua Mingda remained kneeling amidst the angry curses of the crowd, his entire body trembling. He kept shooting glances at Official Yu, but the man couldn't even protect himself right now, much less Nangua Mingda. Official Yu not only didn't protect Nangua Mingda, but hit him while he was down. "Nangua Mingda, this official trusted you wrongly. I never expected you to be this kind of person. South Ning Prefecture suffered the most from the disaster and received the most grain. I never expected you to do such a thing. How can you face the common people?" Official Yu asked sternly. "Official Yu, Nangua Mingda was about to explain himself when Official Yu beat him to it. "Official Nangua, you're also a man with an old mother and young grandchildren. How could you bear to see so many elderly and children starve to death? Just what is your heart made of?" His words sounded good, but after careful consideration, they felt a little strange. The bystanders didn't understand, but Nangua Mingda knew full well that Official Yu was using his old mother and young grandchildren to blackmail him. He had the data on the actual grain that Official Yu had sent to South Ning Prefecture. Although he had embezzled, the grain that had been sent to South Ning Prefecture had already been embezzled once. Official Yu's intention was for him to shoulder all the blame and not implicate the people above him. Although Nangua Mingda was unwilling, he had long known that if he couldn't overcome this disaster, he would be a pawn abandoned by his superiors and would die without a doubt. What else could he say? He pressed his forehead against the floor and fell completely silent. "Your Highness Duke of Qin is wise to have caught such a large pest for the people of South Ning. This is truly a blessing for the common people." Official Yu switched to flattery. However, Long Fei, you didn't even look at him. Coldly he said, "Men hang Nangua Mingda at the city gates and starve him for 3 days and 3 nights. Embezzling grain from the disaster victims? Then let him have a taste of starvation." Although Nangua Mingda had already accepted his fate, He was still afraid. He kowtowed and begged, "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please spare me. Please spare me. This official won't dare do it again. Please spare me, Your Highness, Duke of Qin." Long Fei was an intelligent man who'd grown up in a court filled with both open and covert struggles. He understood official Yu's threat to Nanguamingda as soon as he heard it. He had plenty of ways to protect Nanguamingda's old mother and young grandson and force Nanguamingda to give up the exact amount of grain that had been sent to South Ning Prefecture. But he wasn't willing. Nanguamingda controlled South Ning Prefecture. Without his cooperation, how much could official Yu and his superiors embezzle? Long Fei didn't like to give more chances to those who deserved it. He ignored Nanguamingda's pleas and said coldly, "Men, take him away immediately." "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, please spare me. Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this official knows his wrongs. I know my wrongs." Nanguamingda's pleas were quickly drowned out by the cheers of the commoners. 2 guards carried him to the city gates. Someone threw a stone, and the commoners all followed suit. Before Nanguamingda even reached the gates, he was already covered in injuries and bumps on his head. Nanguamingda truly regretted his actions. If he could, he would have rather offended the imperial uncle than offend His Highness Duke of Qin now. If he hadn't incited the commoners like that, would His Highness Duke of Qin have been more merciful? Fine. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Official Yu's back was drenched in cold sweat as he watched Nanguamingda's wretched figure disappear into the distance. He only rejoiced that Nanguamingda was sensible enough to not give up too much. He glanced at the mountains of grain around him and hurriedly tried to curry favor. "Your Highness, Duke of Qin, this official has detailed data on the disaster victims in South Ning. This official is willing to do everything in his power to help Your Highness distribute the grain." But Long Fei Yi still ignored him and treated him like air. Seeing this, official Yu didn't dare to speak again. His heart was filled with apprehension. The more His Highness Duke of Qin ignored him, the more uncertain he felt. He didn't believe that His Highness Duke of Qin would let him off so easily. Filled with fear and trepidation, he waited respectfully on the side, too afraid to leave. Long Fei Yi ordered, "Chu Shifeng, make arrangements to distribute grain by county and village. Tell the people below that anyone who dares to embezzle, even if it's just a single grain, will meet the same fate as Nanguamingda." Yes. Chu Shifeng obeyed and left. Such a large amount of grain would have to be distributed by the various Yamen officials. Long Fei didn't have enough men with him. With Nanguamingda hanging at the city gate, not only would the people below not dare to act recklessly, but even the people above would be anxious. After the people dispersed, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi settled down at the South Ning Prefecture official's estate. Official Yu was 100 times unwilling, but he had no choice but to follow them inside. He really couldn't figure out where His Highness Duke of Qin had found so much grain. Of course, he didn't have time to worry about that now. He silently told himself that no matter how His Highness Duke of Qin interrogated him, he had to hold on. He couldn't reveal the true amount of grain. For better or worse, he was a 4th-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue and had the imperial uncle's support. He was also the emperor's personal ambassador for grain distribution. As long as His Highness Duke of Qin didn't find the true amount of grain, he couldn't do anything to him. But reality soon proved that official Yu had underestimated His Highness Duke of Qin. His Highness Duke of Qin didn't even ask for the exact amount of grain, but issued orders. As the ambassador for grain distribution, Yu Guangfu allowed the South Ning Prefecture official to embezzle grain. He didn't report what he knew, so his crime is 3 levels higher. Someone come, take Yu Guangfu to jail. Your lordship wants to interrogate him personally. Yu Guangfu was stunned by his words. He never expected His Highness Duke of Qin to accuse him of such a crime. Your Highness, this official has been wrongly accused. This official just arrived at South Ning Prefecture as well. So I didn't know the situation here. Official Yu tried to explain himself. Long Fei Yi laughed coldly. Then where were you before? This official was in Longxi Prefecture. Yu Guangfu replied hastily. Longxi Prefecture has even less grain in their hands than South Ning Prefecture. Plenty of their corpses have been exposed in the middle of the night. 2 riots have already broken out in Longxi Prefecture. Do you think your lordship doesn't know a thing? Long Fei retorted. Official Yu was so alarmed that he fell to his knees. Your Highness, this official only made an accurate assessment of the situation and gave out grain. As for where it went, this official really. His Majesty only gave this official the responsibility of distributing grain. That's not part of this official's duties. He actually pushed Emperor Tianhui into the picture. Long Fei Ye's eyes flickered with disdain before he gave a cold snort. Your lordship isn't investigating the unequal distribution of grain, but the fact that you didn't report it. Someone come, hurry, and take him away. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this official didn't know anything about the situation. Your Highness Duke of Qin, this official is His Majesty's personal envoy. You can't. Your Highness Duke of Qin, no matter how official you tried to explain himself or beg for mercy. Long Fei Yi remained indifferent, even when he brought up Emperor Tianhui again. Since he was already in the disaster areas, he had the final say in everything. He waved a hand and indicated for the guards to take the man away. Han Yunqi couldn't help but burst into laughter as she watched official Yu struggle to leave. What are you laughing at? Long Fei Yi asked. Chapter 387. You're laughing at His Highness for forcing a confession out of him. Han Yunqi said with a grin. Official, you didn't just control the amount of grain sent to South Ning Prefecture. There were 2 other disaster areas as well. The difference between the amount on the books and the amount Long Fei had personally investigated was the most direct evidence of corruption. Things had already gotten to this point. With Long Fei's personality, how could he have the patience to waste time investigating? Since he'd captured official Yu, he'd naturally force the truth out of his mouth. Forcing a confession out of him wasn't a good phrase, but Long Fei Yi didn't get angry. Instead, he asked, Do you have any good methods? Han Yunqi was amused. Your Highness, you've found the right person. Han Yunqi had plenty of poisons in her hands that could make people wish they were dead. When the attendants on the side heard the couple's conversation, they suddenly felt like they were colluding with each other. His Highness Duke of Qin and Qin Wangfei aren't good people. It's best not to offend them. For the next few days, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stayed at the senior provincial official's estate, keeping an eye on the distribution of grain while slowly tormenting official Yu. During these days, the other 2 disaster areas began to send grain as well. News of South Ning Prefecture's governor being hung at the city gates spread to the other 2 prefectures as well. The loyal officials applauded and cheered, while the corrupt officials trembled with fear. They came up with all sorts of excuses to spit out the grain they'd eaten, afraid that they'd end up worse than Nangumingda if they didn't do it in time. According to estimates, His Highness Duke of Qin's grain, combined with the grain the corrupt officials spat out, was enough to keep the disaster areas safe for a month and a half. Long Fei Yi had no plans to visit the other 2 prefectures, nor did he have time to spare for the minor officials. His eyes were fixed on the man at the very top. Within a few days, news of the grain distribution had spread all over the country. The rumors of His Highness Duke of Qin's corruption were dispelled on their own. The more popular the rumors were, the more sensational the praises were. The Duke of Qin's disaster relief had become Tianing country's #1 event. News of it had even spread outside the country. His Highness Duke of Qin's reputation was already resounding, and this time it caused another stir. The disaster relief wasn't over yet, but His Highness Duke of Qin had already won the hearts of the people. The imperial uncle was the first to receive the news. He slumped in front of his desk, unable to move for a long time. If the imperial uncle still couldn't figure out where the Long Fei had gotten so much food at this point, then he might as well not be the imperial uncle anymore. Scam. This was simply a trap. It had been a trap since the charity auction began. Not only was he cheated of his money, but he was also cheated of his food. This blow was just too great. The price he had to pay for coming to his senses was just too painful. The imperial uncle sat in a daze for a long time before he suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Someone go get Qian Rong for old man, quick!" Since Long Fei Yi was able to buy grain from the black market, it meant that he knew that the Lin clan's grain store was under the imperial uncle's control. The imperial uncle's residence had never had direct contact with the Lin clan's grain store. Even a secret letter had to be passed through several hands. Back then, the imperial uncle was in a hurry to cash in on the black market, so he left everything to Qianrong and had him handle the negotiations. Later on, Qianrong even brought the two sellers to the warehouse to transport the grain. Now that he thought about it, the imperial uncle finally understood and regretted it. Unfortunately, it was already too late. If the Long Fei Yi found any clues from Qianrong and traced them back to the imperial uncle's residence, then everything would be over. Reporting to Master, "Qianrong isn't in the residence," an attendant quickly reported. "Then where did he go?" the imperial uncle cried out in alarm. "This subordinate doesn't know. I heard from my subordinates that they haven't seen him in several days," the attendant replied truthfully. The imperial uncle's face paled. "Find him. Immediately find old man." The next night, the guards who'd gone out to search for Qianrong returned with confirmed news. Qianrong had gone missing. There was no news of him, not even from his hometown. The imperial uncle was completely flustered. He immediately ordered the imperial uncle to sever all ties with the Lin clan's grain store and secretly destroyed all the mouths of the Lin clan's grain store. "Someone, go to the Yu estate and bring Yu Guangfu's wife and children here. Quickly," the imperial uncle hurriedly ordered. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Yu clan had already fallen under the Long Fei Ye's control as soon as he left the capital. How could the Honorable Duke of Qin fight a battle he wasn't confident in winning? The imperial uncle was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but his nephew, the crown prince, whom he fully supported, was laughing at him behind his back. It had to be said that this was a kind of irony. Before long Tianma received the news, he said to Mu Qingguo, "Young general, it's fortunate that the betrothal gifts were all used for disaster relief. Otherwise, once the imperial uncle's residence fell, the general's residence wouldn't be able to escape the curses of public opinion." A complicated look flitted through Mu Qingwu's eyes, but he didn't reply. He'd chosen to side with the crown prince precisely because he wanted to use this opportunity to infiltrate the imperial uncle's residence and uncover the dark secrets of corruption. However, as he grew closer and closer to Long Tianma, he discovered that the crown prince was more resentful than anyone else about the imperial uncle's corruption. The imperial uncle was also wary of the crown prince, so he didn't let him know much about the disaster relief. "Young general, I'm sure the great general will be much more relieved now," Long Tianma asked. His marriage to Mu Luiwe had been arranged by Mu Qingguo. The great general had always been neutral and didn't have a good impression of the imperial uncle's residence. He'd originally been vehemently opposed to this marriage, but he'd only reluctantly agreed because he couldn't persuade Mu Luiwe otherwise. Now that the imperial uncle's residence was about to fall, perhaps the great general would no longer have any misgivings and wholeheartedly support his son-in-law. Mu Qingguo hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. "Your Highness, Crown Prince, the imperial uncle's residence has deep roots. Rome wasn't built in a single day." Hearing this, Long Tianmo rejoiced. He'd been beating around the bush time and time again, but Mu Qingguo had finally given him a direct answer. He knew that the great general's residence wouldn't be interested in such a meager betrothal gift. How could his position be affected by the marriage of his daughter who had been abolished? Old General Mu probably already knew which side the great general's residence would support. I'm just worried that Imperial Father and Imperial Grandmother won't be easy to talk to, so I'll have to ask old General Mu to make a trip to the palace, Long Tianma said in a low voice. The Imperial Uncle's residence truly had a special status. Even if His Highness Duke of Qin managed to find concrete evidence, the great general's Imperial Father would be the one to convict him in the end. Actually, Imperial Father had long known about the Imperial Uncle's corruption, but he'd always turned a blind eye to it. After all, a single move against the Imperial Uncle's estate would affect the rest as well. Right now, the power balance in the Imperial Court was still balanced, so Imperial Father wouldn't make any rash moves against either side. But if General Mu could make a personal trip to the palace and express his determination to support the Eastern Palace, then everything would be different. With the support of the general's estate, the Eastern Palace would gain a firm foothold in the Imperial Court. As for the Imperial Uncle's estate, Imperial Father could seize the chance to get rid of them. Mu Qinggu thought that he'd taken a risk this time. Although he hadn't been able to find any evidence of the Imperial Uncle's corruption, he could at least help out in this matter. Seeing the sincere look in the Crown Prince's eyes, he secretly rejoiced that he'd chosen the right path. Your Highness, this soldier will go back immediately and convince Father. The Empress Dowager still, before Mu Qinggu could finish, Long Tianma patted his chest and promised, Empress Dowager, leave it to this Crown Prince. You can set your mind at ease. Emperor Tianhui had received the news even before the Imperial Uncle's estate. He'd shut himself in his study and refused to see anyone. Your Majesty, His Highness Crown Prince's already been waiting by the door for a long time, Eunuch Luo reported in a low voice. Didn't I say Zhen wouldn't see anyone? Emperor Tianhui clenched his fists and slammed them against a secret missive on the table, his brows furrowed in irritation. His Highness says he has something very important to discuss. He has to see Your Majesty, Eunuch Luo ventured to report. Pass down orders. Zhen's body is unwell, so court will be adjourned for 3 days. However, if there are any urgent memorials to send to the Heart Nurturing Pavilion, the Crown Prince will take care of everything else. Emperor Tianhui waved his hand impatiently before rising to his feet and heading for the Heart Nurturing Pavilion. The disaster areas hadn't even ended yet, but the Duke of Qin had already won the hearts of the people. How could he be content with that? With such a huge commotion in the disaster areas, it was only a matter of time before something happened to the Imperial Uncle's estate. Over the past few days, both the Crown Prince and the civil and military officials in court had been writing memorials to either defend the Imperial Uncle's estate or kick him while he was down. Even an emperor like him had his moments of difficulty making decisions. The Imperial Uncle's estate had many friends and powerful supporters in court. Emperor Tianhui had a love-hate relationship with them. He wanted to get rid of them quickly, but also make full use of them. Unfortunately, it wasn't time yet. The Duke of Qin was truly abominable. He'd only been in the disaster areas for less than 10 days, but he'd already caused so much trouble for Emperor Tianhui. Of course, that wasn't Emperor Tianhui's biggest headache. Right now, he was thinking of a way to strike back at the Duke of Qin. After all, the disaster areas weren't over yet. If he let the Duke of Qin get away so easily, then the people would only know him as Tianning's Duke of Qin in the future, but not Emperor Tianhui. Eunuch Luo had followed him closely, so he could more or less guess at Emperor Tianhui's thoughts. Your Majesty, it's still early winter. True winter hasn't arrived yet. If they wanted new crops, they'd have to wait until spring at the latest and harvest them in the summer. There was still a long way to go before the disaster areas. Eunuch Luo had hit the nail on the head, but Emperor Tianhui was too distracted to listen. He glared at Eunuch Luo and snapped, "Get lost!" Frightened, Eunuch Luo quickly backed away, but Long Tianma blocked his way as soon as he reached the door to the imperial study. Eunuch Luo, is Imperial Father really ill? Long Tianma asked doubtfully. Your Highness Crown Prince, His Majesty's body isn't well. You should go back, Eunuch Luo coaxed. Did he summon Imperial Physician Gu? Long Tianma asked next. Only an Imperial Physician could speak with his Imperial Father at a time like this. Your Highness, His Majesty hasn't summoned an Imperial Physician yet, but it definitely can't be Imperial Physician Gu. He took sick leave a month ago and went back to his hometown. He won't be back so soon, Eunuch Luo replied honestly. He took such a long leave. Long Tianma was doubtful, but didn't think much of it. After all, he was just an Imperial Physician. Currently, Han Yunqi was far away in South Ning Prefecture, treating Long Fei Ye's wounds. The two of them happened to mention Gu Beiwe. I heard that Gu Beiwe took sick leave and went back to his hometown? Long Fei, you rarely brought up the name in front of Han Yunqi. Really? Who did your Highness hear that from? Han Yunqi grew doubtful. They'd been out for over a month now, so why was this fellow still asking about Gu Beiwe's whereabouts? Chapter 388. Han Yunqi was wondering why Long Fei Yi was suddenly concerned about Gu Beiwe, but Long Fei Yi didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, Does Gu Beiwe have a hometown? Han Yunqi shook her head. I'm not sure. Han Yunqi had always thought she understood Gu Beiwe well, but now that she thought about it, she realized she didn't know as much about Gu Beiwe as she'd imagined. She only knew that Gu Beiwe's grandfather was the previous head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard in Tianing Country. He was also one of the directors of Medical City and had a great reputation in the city. Later on, when he became the head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard in Tianing Country, he brought Gu Beiwe with him. After grandfather Gu passed away, Gu Beiwe inherited his mantle and became the youngest head of the Imperial Physician Courtyard in Tianing Country. Does he still have people in his hometown? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi still shook her head. I've never heard him mention his parents, so I don't know where his hometown is. Does he have brothers or sisters? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi still didn't know. She looked suspiciously at Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, why are you suddenly asking about these things? The Emperor took a few days off and didn't attend court. I originally thought Gu Beiwe would be the one to serve him. Long Fei Yi explained mildly. This explanation made everything seem natural and not so deliberate, but as smart as Han Yunqi was, she still smelled the scent of suspicion and even a bit of hostility. If Long Fei Yi was still jealous of what happened last time, Han Yunqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But if Long Fei Yi was objectively suspecting Gu Beiwe's origins, then this was a question worth pondering. The little thing is still with him. He won't kidnap the little thing and not come back, right? Han Yunqi joked. You gave the poison beast to him? Long Fei Yi was very surprised. If the little thing saw Long Fei Ye's current expression, it would probably cry. When it was around, it was thrown out of the window every day. Now that it was gone, His Highness Duke of Qin seemed unhappy. Sigh, this man is so hard to please. Your Highness, Imperial Physician Gu Beiwe, is still trustworthy. Han Yunqi took the opportunity to speak up for Gu Beiwe half-jokingly. Long Fei Yi did not say much. He only said indifferently, remove the gauze. Under Han Yunqi's more than a month of meticulous care, Long Fei Ye's wound had basically healed. Han Yunqi did not say much. She took out a small tool and disinfectant. Just as she was about to cut open the gauze, Long Fei Yi casually said, This prince thought that it would take at least 2 months for it to heal. Gu Beiwe is truly worthy of being the head imperial physician. That is the imperial physician's blessing. Han Yunqi looked calm, but her heart was a bit chaotic. She originally thought that Long Fei Yi did not understand medicine and would not suspect so much. She didn't expect that in the end, she couldn't escape his eyes. The wound on Long Fei Ye's chest should have taken several months to heal. Now, It had basically healed in a little more than a month. Moreover, during this month, Long Fei often did not listen to warnings and acted recklessly. Long Fei Ye's body had a good foundation and strong self-healing ability. The effectiveness of the medicine she had on hand was mostly a factor. However, the most important factor was that Long Fei Yi was treated by Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe said that if Long Fei Yi did not wake up that night, he might become a vegetable. However, reality proved that Long Fei Yi could wake up a few days later. Gu Beiwe said that Long Fei Ye's wound had to be bandaged every day for a month. He could not act recklessly and could not use his martial arts. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Long Fei Yi moved around a lot during this month, but he was still fine. If the person who treated Long Fei Yi was not Gu Beiwe, he would definitely be treated as a quack doctor. However, the person who treated Long Fei Yi was Gu Beiwe himself. Either Long Fei Ye's body was too special, or Gu Beiwe's medical skills were extremely high. Now it seemed that it was the latter. Therefore, Gu Beiwe actually deliberately concealed his medical skills. Han Yunqi quickly came back to her senses and continued what she was doing. She cut open the gauze and unraveled it. Even though she knew that the wound had already healed, she was still very careful. She was afraid that she would hurt Long Fei Yi. Should this prince send someone to prepare a generous gift and send it to Imperial Physician Gu's hometown to thank him for saving my life? Long Fei Yi suddenly said. At this time, Han Yunqi could no longer remain calm. It had always been other people who sent generous gifts to His Highness Duke of Qin. His Highness Duke of Qin had never sent anyone a generous gift before. If the Duke of Qin wanted to send Gu Beiwe a generous gift, it wouldn't be considered a gift. It would be more like a reward. There would be procedures to go through. Once the cumbersome reward process began, they would first have to go to the Imperial Physician Hospital to find out the whereabouts of Imperial Physician Gu's hometown. Then, they would have to find Gu Beiwe. If they couldn't find Gu Beiwe, not sending the reward was a small matter. However, lying to the monarch and asking for sick leave was a big matter. Long Fei Yi, this rascal, was clearly testing Gu Beiwe. Your Highness, how could a mere generous gift be enough to repay the debt of saving your life? As soon as Han Yunqi finished speaking, Long Fei Yi raised his brows and looked over. She hurriedly added, Gu Beiwe is an imperial physician. Treating your Highness is part of his duty. There's no debt of gratitude to speak of. He should be thanking the heavens and earth that he didn't cause your Highness to fall ill. As for the reward, this concubine thinks it's better to forget about it. Han Yunqi's words were so bureaucratic and beautiful, but the actual meaning was, Long Fei Yi, Long Fei Yi, although Gu Beiwe is suspicious, he didn't try to kill you when your life was in danger. At the very least, he's not your enemy. You should spare him whenever possible. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi for a long time before saying, You haven't improved, but your mouth has improved a lot. Your Highness is too kind. Han Yunqi didn't dare to look at Long Fei Yi. She lowered her head and pretended to be very serious as she continued to treat the wound. Long Fei Yi didn't have the heart to send the generous gift. As for whether he continued to investigate Gu Beiwe behind the scenes, only he knew. After calming down, Long Fei Yi relaxed and lay down, closing his eyes. Han Yunqi's attention quickly focused on Long Fei Ye's wound. In front of Long Fei Ye's matter, no matter who it was, they couldn't easily disturb her heart and steal her attention. It was quiet inside the house, and it was also quiet outside. The night was cold, and the north wind was gradually getting stronger. The white-clothed man stood outside the unlatched window. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if no one and nothing could ever break this ningjing that came from the depths of his heart. Seeing that Han Yunqi had completely removed the gauze, he seemed to have no interest in the recovery of the wound. He turned his head and quietly disappeared into the night. The gauze on Long Fei Ye's wound was completely removed. Because of a month of bandaging, The large patch of skin over his heart was much paler. There were bits and pieces of greenish-black medicine residue scattered over it. There was a scar that was more than an inch long near his heart. It looked somewhat sinister under the pale skin. The scar was a memory that the body left for its owner. Han Yunshi looked at the scar and recalled everything that had happened in the U prison. Then she looked at Long Fei Ye's handsome face that was as cold and silent as ever. Her heart still felt afraid. Long Fei Yi, thank goodness you're still alive in this world. When nothing happened, Long Fei Yi opened his eyes. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm just letting the wound breathe. As Han Yunshi explained, she took care of the dregs of the medicine and disinfected them. Then everything was settled. She hadn't even put on her clothes when Chu Shifeng rushed in. Your Highness, Your Highness. Chu Shifeng was holding a secret missive in his hands, as if he had something urgent to discuss. But Long Fei Yi didn't panic. He didn't say a word, but waved a hand to indicate that he should withdraw. Chu Shifeng saw the scene on the bed and knew that esteemed Wang Fei was treating his master's wounds. Still, he only coughed twice before withdrawing from the room. It made Han Yunshi feel like she'd been caught in a thief's trap. Long Fei Yi was calm and said lazily, "Help me change my clothes." Then he got off the bed and spread his arms. His wound was already healed, but he still needed someone to help him. It had to be said that Han Yunshi had no ambition at all. She didn't fuss over the matter, but secretly rejoiced. She didn't laugh out loud, but it was written all over her face. She took out Long Fei's clean, pure white undergarments and loose, soft purple robes and helped him put them on. Although she hadn't had many chances to change his clothes in the past month, she still had plenty of practice, so she was quite experienced at it. Dressing him, arranging his collar, cuffs, belt, and jade pendants were all done in 2 or 3 moves. If her second skill apart from poison was to help this guy change his clothes, would she be despised by some people? But Han Yunshi was happy and willing to do so. Who cared what others said as long as she was happy? She wouldn't admit to being a masculine woman, nor would she admit to being a little woman. She was herself, Han Yunshi. Once she was dressed, Han Yunshi mimicked the servant girls and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, may I summon Guard Chu now? Long Fei Yi gave a start, but didn't say anything. Instead, he smoothed out her bangs and walked out himself. Han Yunshi absolutely adored his actions. She rubbed her own face and tidied herself up before following him out. Your Highness, there's news from the capital. Qianrong and the movers in the storehouses can all prove that the grain we bought came from the imperial uncle's estate. Chu Shifeng had brought good news. All of Tianning was praising Long Fei Ye's glorious achievements while discussing where he'd found so much grain. Naturally, he had to give everyone an explanation. Of course, he wouldn't give the answer himself, but let the imperial uncle do it. Is there anything else official you hasn't said? Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunshi replied with 2 words. Last words. Chu Shifeng almost burst out laughing. Yesterday, he'd gone to visit Official Yu in the Provincial Guard's prison cells. Official Yu was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, second only to the Minister of Revenue. He held great power over the finances and was notoriously difficult to deal with in court. He had no idea how esteemed Wang Fei had tormented him, but the man was completely docile. Even when he saw a guard like Chu Shifeng, he was respectful and answered all of Chu Shifeng's questions. Most miraculously, Official Yu didn't have a single injury on his body. It was impossible to tell that he'd been tortured into confessing. Chapter 389. Official Yu really only had last words left to speak of. Over the past few days, Han Yunshi had long gotten information from him about the amount of grain that the imperial court had sent to the 3 disaster regions, as well as the actual amount that had reached them. As luck would have it, the difference was about the same as the grain they'd bought from the imperial uncle's estate. Han Yunshi didn't ask Official Yu who'd embezzled the grain either. All she needed to do was give official Yu's signed testimony to Emperor Tianhui, then report the imperial uncle's relationship with the Lin clan's grain store. Everything would be up to the imperial uncle to explain himself. Perhaps he'd even come up with some interesting and preposterous explanations. Of course, Long Fei Yi wasn't stupid enough to hand over the memorial himself. If Long Fei handed over the memorial directly, then only Emperor Tianhui would be able to see all the evidence. The imperial uncle was a man of great power and influence, after all, so Emperor Tianhui might not punish him. But if he borrowed someone else's hands, then things would be different. Han Yunqi had always assumed that Long Fei Yi would borrow the crown prince's hand. Long Fei Yi was well aware of the crown prince's personality and grudge against the imperial uncle's estate. But Long Fei Yi only said, "Chu Shifeng, organize all the evidence and give it to General Mu." General Mu. Han Yunqi was stunned. She never thought that General Mu could be used as well. General Mu wasn't marrying off his daughter for the sake of betrothal gifts, but so that she'd have a good home to return to. Although he was despicable, General Mu had no choice but to do so. Pity the hearts of all parents in the world. If General Mu was given a chance to topple the imperial uncle's estate and cut off all ties between the crown prince and his estate, then the crown prince's name would be clean and the Mu clan wouldn't be cursed by anyone. This was giving General Mu a chance, as well as a huge favor from His Highness Duke of Qin. Even if General Mu's estate was truly loyal to the crown prince, they wouldn't dare to openly oppose the Duke of Qin's estate. Your Highness, the spies have reported that Mu Qinggu has been very close to the crown prince recently. Chu Shifeng replied in a low voice. Although they were far away from the capital, none of their movements could escape His Highness Duke of Qin's eyes. Long Tianma was trained by Tianhui after all. How stupid could he be? It was hard to tell whether Long Fei Ye's words were praise or mockery. Even if Long Tianma could convince the general to lobby Emperor Tianhui, he'd still need proof. Strictly speaking, the Duke of Qin had helped Long Tianma a lot. If he didn't cut ties with the imperial uncle's estate, Long Tianma wouldn't be able to go far. Han Yunqi remained silent as she listened. She couldn't help but recall the first time Mu Qinggu had come to the Duke of Qin's manor to thank her for saving his life. He'd been such an upright man of iron with thick eyebrows and large eyes. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and his every movement was standard military posture. He was methodical and full of vigor. The imperial uncle's estate was about to fall from power, so this man had escaped the fate of wallowing in the mire. But in the end, he'd chosen to stand on the crown prince's side. Mu Qinggu, was it worth it for you to choose the crown prince and give up on the Duke of Qin for the sake of a good-for-nothing little sister's marriage? Many years later, Han Yunqi would find out that Mu Qinggu hadn't chosen the crown prince or the Duke of Qin, but her. There were some things that even the smartest person couldn't see through. That was because some things could be done with the heart, not the brain. It was hard to guess the human heart. Chu Shifeng organized the evidence and personally escorted official Yu back to the capital with Nan Guomingda, who was on his last breath. Everything was packed into a large wooden chest and transported to the courtyard of the general's estate. General Mu, this is His Highness Duke of Qin's gift for you from the disaster areas. Please kindly accept it, Chu Shifeng said respectfully. I don't dare accept. I don't dare accept. General Mu quickly bowed with hands clasped in front. Even a great general like Tiger had to admit defeat before the Duke of Qin's might. The political situation was changing and public opinion was turning the skies upside down. General Mu had lived in seclusion ever since Mu Liu's wedding, but he still kept an eye on the situation. He never guessed that the Duke of Qin would send him a gift, but he could guess what it was. This soldier thanks your highness for the gift. Please pass it on for me, Guard Chu. I will. Take care of the things. This one will take his leave, Chu Shifeng said before leaving. A few days later, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi received a messenger pigeon in the distant disaster areas. The situation in the capital had changed drastically. Emperor Tianhui was still recuperating from his illness, so General Mu brought young General Mu Qingguo and a dozen or so court officials to kneel before the palace gates and plead for mercy on behalf of the disaster victims. They accused the imperial uncle, Li Shirong, of bribing official Yu of the Ministry of Revenue and bribing officials, as well as colluding with the powers of the black market to embezzle the disaster relief supplies. In the end, Emperor Tianhui received an audience despite his illness. He ordered the crown prince to be the judge and the Ministry of Justice to cooperate fully to investigate the case. Apparently, because Emperor Tianhui put the crown prince in charge of the case, the Empress Dowager had caused a ruckus at Yangxin Palace for 3 days and 3 nights. Emperor Tianhui had no choice but to hide. Now that things had gotten to this point, what else could Emperor Tianhui do? He could only borrow the momentum to push the crown prince forward and make him look like a man who placed righteousness above family. Less than half a month later, the entire case was revealed with irrefutable evidence. The imperial uncle was stripped of his title of duke and demoted to a commoner. Half of his family's property was confiscated, and he plummeted from his lofty perch into the mud. If this case hadn't been tried and judged by the crown prince, then perhaps the imperial uncle wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. He would have lost his position as duke and his family's fortune. But this time, the imperial uncle lost the crown prince. The crown prince was the imperial uncle's future, but he'd already lost it. Who else in the court dared to associate with him or form an alliance with him? Instead, it was the neutral General Mu's estate that replaced the imperial uncles as the center of power. Mu Liuyue's loss of face at the wedding was finally redeemed this time. It was also at this moment that General Mu became the crown prince's true backer. Emperor Tianhui stood on the roof of a tall building overlooking the capital city. Eunuch Luo, this result can be considered as Tianma getting a share of the action. Emperor Tianhui was quite satisfied with the results. At least General Mu and the crown prince had won over the hearts of the people, especially the crown prince. This was the first time he'd risen to prominence after recovering from his illness. Your Majesty, your heart still loves His Highness Crown Prince, Eunuch Luo chuckled. How could Eunuch Luo know the depth of the situation? He was only saying pleasing words. Emperor Tianhui only smiled without a word. A son inheriting his father's legacy was the same, even for the throne. As an emperor, he was very clear that his best choice was the crown prince. Currently, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi had climbed to the top of South Ning Prefecture's tallest mountain and were looking towards the north. Your Highness, you're single-handedly cultivating the crown prince into a formidable opponent, Han Yunxi grinned. First, your lordship has to cultivate him into a formidable opponent for Tianhui. Long Feiyi was very direct. Compared to Emperor Tianhui, Long Feiyi's imperial uncle understood Long Tianma better. Emperor Tianhui must have forgotten how cruel he'd been to Long Tianma in the past, but Long Feiyi remembered. Long Tianmo remembered even more. Emperor Tianhui had never imagined that the crown prince's rise to power today would mark the beginning of the end of his imperial career. Looking at Long Feiyi's indifferent profile and silent eyes, Han Yunxi thought of a saying, strategizing within the tent can lead to absolute victory thousands of li away. The man by her side had the power to take Tianning's throne, but he was so indifferent and indifferent. He'd only kill people when they provoked him. Aside from that, he preferred things to be in a state of balance. She knew he didn't just want Tianning, but it was a good thing to take it down first. Why wasn't he making a move? She couldn't help but feel that he was waiting for something. Just what was it? Did it have anything to do with the perplexing butterfly illusion in her hands? Han Yunxi couldn't help but yawn as the cold wind blew against her face. Long Fei Yi immediately took off his cloak and covered it with hers before pulling her into his arms. Stand with your lordship for a while longer. Han Yunqi murmured. At this moment, Chu Shifeng suddenly descended in a hurry, as if he had something to report. But he held back and said, Your Highness, it's windy here. It's better to go back. Han Yunqi was still lost in her thoughts and didn't notice Chu Shifeng's strange behavior. Long Fei Yi glanced at Chu Shifeng before descending the mountain. Back at the senior provincial official's estate, Han Yunqi went to get more clothes. It was getting colder and colder. As soon as she left, Chu Shifeng rushed to report. Your Highness, that person from the hidden pavilion woke up. Something's happened. That person from the hidden pavilion referred to the mysterious person imprisoned there. Last time, she'd been badly frightened by the black-robed men and hit her head. She'd been unconscious until now, but had finally woken up. Long Fei looked at him coldly, his gaze clearly questioning. After the black-robed men discovered the hidden pavilion, the mysterious person hadn't stayed put. Tang Li had only been guarding the place as a bait to lure the black-robed man out. They'd long brought the mysterious person to the disaster areas and locked her up near South Ning Prefecture. Chu Shifeng had sent people to keep an eye on her. Your Highness, this subordinate didn't do a thing. That person insisted on leaving and even tried to force the guards to let her go, Chu Shifeng reported. She'd been like this when she was imprisoned at the hidden pavilion, but things had calmed down later. Perhaps the kidnapping and the change of environment had given her a fright. Long Fei Yi took out a painting from his sleeve. Give it to her. But before Chu Shifeng could take it, he withdrew it again. Your lordship will go personally. He was going to have a good chat with her sooner or later, so it was time for him to pay her a visit. Your Highness, I don't think that's a good idea. What if esteemed Wang Fei suspects? Chu Shifeng grew timid. If esteemed Wang Fei found out about this, she'd probably turn the heavens upside down. Just keep your mouth shut, Long Fei said coldly. Chu Shifeng was still very nervous. After all, this wasn't a small matter, nor was it a big deal. Your Highness, what if esteemed Wang Fei asks where you went? Chu Shifeng asked next. Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but simply left. Chu Shifeng hesitated for a long time before following after him. If esteemed Wang Fei can't find me, then there's no need to lie. Long Fei Yi arrived at an abandoned courtyard on the outskirts of the city when all the guards appeared. He gestured for them to withdraw and personally opened the door. Who could be imprisoned inside? Chapter 390. Squeak! Long Fei personally pushed open the gates to the courtyard, disturbing the silence of the courtyard and startling all the birds that were perching there. Long Fei Yi went inside and closed the gates himself. By the time Chu Shifeng arrived, it was already too late to enter. As soon as Chu Shifeng arrived, a few guards appeared as well. Boss, why did His Highness come in person? Boss, just who's locked up inside? Everything's been so secretive the entire time. Could it be it's not a person? Boss, to be honest, we've been with you for so many years. Don't you trust us? Why can't we know if Li Xiaoxi knows? Chu Shifeng was used to letting the guards complain, but now he knitted his brows and said coldly, Trust? Can your mouths be tighter than a dead man's? Everyone fell silent at his words. Dead people's mouths were the tightest. Without a doubt, Li Xiaoxi wouldn't live for long. I can't even ask about His Highness's matters, much less you lot. All of you, behave yourselves, Chu Shifeng said before jumping onto the wall to stand guard. Once the crows and magpies had all flown away, the courtyard returned to silence. But no matter what happened, it had nothing to do with that person. She couldn't hear a thing. She was currently standing by the wall, 2 sharp stones in her hands. She was chiseling away at them, but her strength was limited. She couldn't make a dent no matter how long she tried. Her emotions were agitated, her face stern as she gritted her teeth. She was as stubborn as an ox. Long Fei Yi had already walked up behind her, but she still didn't realize. Long Fei Yi looked her up and down with cold eyes before asking, Who gave her the stones? Li Xiaoxi, who was standing guard on the side, immediately appeared and reported. Your Highness, she asked for it herself. As soon as this subordinate took it away, she tried to kill herself. This subordinate could only let her be. Useless thing. Long Fei Yi glanced sideways, causing Li Xiaoxi to shiver. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. Long Fei Ye's sword was so fast that Li Xiaoxi did not even notice the movement of his sword. When he came back to his senses, he saw the blood splattering from his abdomen. Long Fei Yi put his sword back into its scabbard. Li Xiaoxi fell to the ground. Such a big movement happened behind the wall chisel. Unfortunately, she still did not know. Long Fei Yi had tried countless times to sound her out, but she really couldn't hear anything. This time it was not a test, and Li Xiaoxi was not the first shadow guard he had killed. In order to protect this secret, he had already replaced 5 to 6 secret guards along the way. Chu Shifeng, clean up the mess, Long Fei said before entering the rooms. Chu Shifeng assumed that His Highness would talk to the person himself, but His Highness allowed her to keep chipping away at the wall. He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't dare to ask more. He personally disposed of Li Xiaoxi's body. He had followed His Highness for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen His Highness so carefully guarding a secret. His Highness was not even this careful when it came to protecting his own life. He knew that this secret didn't belong to the person imprisoned here, but to this person herself. Currently, Han Yunqi had long changed her clothes and returned to the guest hall, but Long Fei Yi was nowhere to be seen. She searched the entire hall, but didn't see Long Fei Yi anywhere. Where was he? Su Donglin. Han Yunqi gave the order, and the little guard, Su Donglin, appeared. As soon as they left the black market, Long Fei Yi had given him to Han Yunqi as an attendant. Where's His Highness? Han Yunqi asked. I didn't see him, but I did see our boss leave for the southern outskirts, Su Donglin replied honestly. Han Yunqi was puzzled. It looked like Long Fei Yi had gone out. Was it an emergency? Over the past month, she had gone down south with Long Fei Yi to provide disaster relief. They had spent more time together than they had in the past year combined. Although Long Fei Yi had never purposely told her where he was going, she knew every time he went out to do something. Where did he go this time? What was he doing? Was he looking for food? The imperial uncle's estate had already fallen, but the disaster relief was still going on. The food they had sent down was only barely enough to help the victims survive this winter. The coming spring would be the most difficult time. They still had to think of a way to find food. Han Yunqi thought about it for a while before deciding to change her clothes. If Long Fei Yi was in a rush to find food, then even if he didn't wait for her, he would have given her a heads up. Could it be a private matter? The people from the Tang sect are here again. Han Yunqi muttered to herself. Esteemed Wang Fei, what are you saying? Su Donglin timidly asked. Nothing. Just pass on the meal, Han Yunqi mused. Habits really are scary. By the time they returned to the capital, Long Fei Yi would be so busy that she wouldn't be able to get used to it. Han Yunqi stood alone by the door, staring at the clear skies. It wasn't clear what she was thinking, but her thoughts soon wandered off. Abruptly, a warm voice spoke up from behind her. Miss Yunqi, long time no see. May I have a cup of tea to drink? Han Yunqi jumped in fright and spun around, only to see the white-robed, masked gentleman she'd met at the sky pit. He was sitting by the tea table and had already steeped a cup of tea. Han Yunqi quickly ran inside and shut the door. How did you? Han Yunqi was both frightened and moved at the same time. Miss Yunqi seems very nervous. The gentle laughter of the young man in white gave people endless imagination. What kind of face did he have under the mask? Do you know how many guards there are outside? Heaven knows how many guards Long Fei Yi had left at the senior provincial official's estate, But this white-robed man had managed to fool all of them to sit in Long Fei's seat and make tea. Han Yunqi was still worried and locked the door. Could it be that His Highness Duke of Qin doesn't welcome me? The white-robed man teased. Whenever Han Yunqi mentioned the Shadow Clan or Western Qin's imperial family to Long Fei, he'd avoid her. It wasn't clear whether he wasn't interested or didn't want to talk about it. She didn't know what Long Fei's attitude towards this gentleman from the Shadow Clan was, but she wasn't an idiot. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? How could the white-robed man show up as soon as Long Fei was gone? This white-robed man obviously took a fancy to Long Fei's absence and came here. You should know better than me whether I'm welcome or not, Han Yunqi smiled. Miss Yunqi is truly intelligent. The white-robed man poured tea for her like a master of the room, his movements elegant and casual. Han Yunqi wasn't in the mood for tea. She placed a hand on the table and asked, "Are you here for me or for the poison beast?" She'd asked him this question before, but he'd said he'd answer it the next time they met. Now it was time to give her an answer. He had to be a member of the Shadow Clan. If he was here for her, then her identity was confirmed. Han Yunqi was very anxious, but the white-robed man was leisurely and self-satisfied as he began to play Tai Chi good tea. As expected, His Highness Duke of Qin's tea is extraordinary. Those who don't believe can't be friends. You can leave. Han Yunqi was unhappy. She couldn't be friends with people who didn't keep their promises. This man had clearly promised her. She had been waiting for a few months, hoping for a few months, and when he finally agreed to come, it turned out to be like this. "Miss Yunqi, I'm here for the poison beast," the white-robed man finally said, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Then why did you risk your life to protect me?" Han Yunqi wouldn't believe him so easily. If Jun Yixia had bullied any other girl that day, this one would have risked my life to save her too, the white-robed man explained. Han Yunqi shook her head. "You're lying." "Miss Yunqi, could it be that in your heart people always have a motive for helping each other?" the white-robed man asked. Han Yunqi gave a cold snort. "You're lying. If you're here for the poison beast, why didn't you take it away?" The white-robed man was Han Yunqi's savior, but she was still calm and objective before him. The white-robed man retorted, "The poison beast has already recognized its master. Do you think I can take it away?" Lil Thing really was clinging to her, so no one could take it away. A complicated look flashed past Han Yunqi's eyes before she asked, "You knew long ago that the poison beast would recognize its master?" The white-robed man laughed. "Miss Yunqi, if I knew long ago that the poison beast would recognize you as its master, why would I go through the extra trouble of following you into the Skype pit?" After circling around the topic, Han Yunqi discovered that this white-robed man had calmly answered all her questions with a few words. Could it be that she and Long Fei had been overthinking things? "You're from the Shadow Clan?" Han Yunqi asked next, but the white-robed man only stood up with a faint smile. "Next time, then. If we meet again, I'll answer you." This move again. Han Yunqi wasn't going to let him go so easily, but Su Donglin's voice came from outside. "Esteemed Wang Fei, open the door. Lunch has been delivered." Han Yunqi looked back, but the white-robed man had already vanished into thin air. Even the tea set on the tea table had been cleaned up, leaving no trace behind. "White-robed man, white-robed man, although you answer my question, you didn't tell me why you were hiding from Long Fei." Han Yunqi opened the door, but wasn't in the mood to eat. Should she tell Long Fei about today's events, or hide them from him for now? The white-robed man hadn't gone far, or rather, he'd been there the entire time. He thought that if they never met again, they'd never lie to each other. Who knew that even after 20 years of cultivation, he couldn't beat the sight of her back? Seeing that Han Yunqi wasn't in the mood to eat, the white-robed man gave a silent sigh before turning to hide in the shadows outside the room. Meanwhile, in the abandoned courtyard in the southern suburbs, the wall cutter had finally calmed down. Only a small dent had been made in the earth wall, but it hadn't affected the overall situation. She dejectedly tossed aside 2 sharp stones and slowly turned around, her head bowed in despair. Chu Shifeng had been waiting by her side for 2 hours. When he saw her give up, he exhaled and hurried forward, gesturing for her to enter. "Mute Granny, His Highness has come personally. You've put on quite the airs." That's right. The person Long Fei Yi had imprisoned was none other than Mute Granny, the very same woman Chu Shifeng had escorted back to Tianning's capital city. All that talk about being robbed on the way and Mute Granny falling off a cliff was a fabrication. Long Fei Ye's orders from the start were to take Mute Granny to the hidden pavilion and imprison her. Naturally, Mute Granny couldn't hear Chu Shifeng's words. She didn't even spare him a glance as she stormed into the room. Inside, Long Fei Yi had been waiting for ages. Why did he want to imprison Mute Granny? And he'd done it behind Han Yunqi's back. Chapter 391. Mute Granny stormed into the room, only to run into Long Fei Yi, who was brewing tea by himself. Long Fei Ye's powerful aura was enough to intimidate anyone, but Mute Granny wasn't afraid at all. She walked in openly. She'd been waiting for the right person to show up. She remembered clearly that Ling, Ai's friend, had brought the young miss to the Mu estate to look for her. Later, the Mu clan head's guards had arrived and they'd started fighting. Afterwards, she'd fallen unconscious. By the time she woke up again, she'd been imprisoned by these people. Who were they? And how had they taken her out of the Mu estate? She'd been locked up in a secret room, where that ice-faced young man would occasionally visit her. Later on, a group of bandits had come to kidnap her, but they'd failed to do so. She'd been waiting this entire time to see what they wanted to do, but they'd never made a move. Since they weren't doing anything, she was going to make a scene and force the right person to show up. Mute Granny walked towards Long Fei Yi step by step. Long Fei Yi glanced at her before setting down a teacup and pouring tea. Mute Granny was both deaf and mute, so Long Fei Ye's words were useless. He was inviting Mute Granny to sit down. Mute Granny glanced at him. She understood, but she didn't sit. Instead, she stood in front of Long Fei Yi. She wanted Long Fei Yi to stand up. Long Fei Yi tapped the side of her teacup with his head still bowed. But Mute Granny suddenly took out a sharpened stone from her sleeve and pressed it against her neck. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but unfortunately, she couldn't make a single sound. "Your Highness, she's trying to kill herself." Chu Shifeng cried out from behind. He'd felt sorry for little Li Si before, but now he wanted to kill him again. He'd made him stay close to Mute Granny, but he'd made Mute Granny grind out such a sharp stone and hide it on her body. Long Fei Yi remained unmoved. How could anyone hide their actions from him when they were standing right in front of him? He still didn't raise his head. Once again, he knocked on the table beside Mute Granny's teacup. Mute Granny didn't move, nor did Long Fei Yi. After a while, Chu Shifeng saw that Mute Granny's sharp stone had already drawn blood on her neck. He couldn't help but remind her, "Your Highness, you're bleeding." After spending so much effort to imprison this person, he still hadn't found the antidote for the broomcorn millet poison, and he still hadn't gotten the secret out of her. If something were to happen to her, wouldn't he vomit to death? However, Long Fei Yi did not move. Who knew that Mute Granny would suddenly raise the stone and stab it into her throat? In that split second, Long Fei Yi flung his teacup at Mute Granny, smashing the stone away. Mute Granny wanted to pick it up, but Chu Shifeng immediately kicked her aside. Mute Granny's face was full of fury as she glared at Long Fei Yi, her mouth agape. If she could speak, she'd be screaming at Long Fei Yi. Mute Granny wanted to throw herself at Long Fei Yi, but Chu Shifeng quickly pulled her back and tied her hands behind her back. Mute Granny stomped her feet and struggled, but in the end, she was no match for Chu Shifeng's strength. Long Fei Yi finished his tea and finally spoke. She's got a fiery temper. I heard that the Mu clan's Miss Mu Xan has a servant girl with a fiery temper by her side. That must be her. Mu Xan was none other than Mu Ling, Er's fourth aunt, the young miss of the Mu clan who was rumored to have an affair with the poison sect. Actually, Long Fei Yi had started investigating Mu Xan as soon as he found out about Mute Granny's existence. No one knew whether Mu Xan's affair with the poison sect was true or just a rumor. If it was true, then no one knew what kind of relationship Mu Xan had with the poison sect, except for the servant girl. But no matter what, Mu Ingdong shouldn't have left Mute Granny alive. Mu Xan had already become a taboo in the Mu clan and medical city. Mu Ingdong's wisest move was to silence Mute Granny. Was he trying to lure out someone by keeping Mute Granny alive? Long Fei Yi didn't want to speculate any further. He only wanted to find the antidote as soon as possible and force Mute Granny to tell him the truth. Long Fei Yi took out a painting from his sleeve and slowly unfurled it on the table. Seeing this, the struggling Mute Granny suddenly fell silent. The painting depicted a young woman dressed as a doctor. She carried a cloth pouch on her back that was similar to Han Yunqi's medical pouch. The woman's features were delicate and pretty, but she couldn't be called a beauty. Still, her smile was bright and sweet, giving off an indescribable sense of kindness and beauty. Wasn't this the same painting of Mu Xan that hung in the Mu clan's bamboo house? Mute Granny fell silent for a while before she grew agitated. Her eyes filled with tears as she tried to throw herself at the painting. She kept opening and closing her mouth to call out, "Young Mississippi, that's right. Mu Xan was the fourth young miss she'd watched grow up." Miss Mu Xan had treated her like a mother, but she was closer to Miss Mu Xan than her own daughter. Miss Mu Xan said that she would come back, but she never came back. Mute Granny had been guarding this painting all this time for over 20 years. In the midst of her emotions, Mute Granny immediately went on guard and glared at Long Fei Yi. How did this young man with extraordinary origins get his hands on this painting from the Mu clan? Was he looking for Miss Mu Xan, or was he trying to get something out of her? Just what did he want? Chu Shifeng let go. For the third time, Long Fei Yi knocked on the table next to Mute Granny's teacup and indicated for her to sit down. "Your Highness, be careful." Chu Shifeng couldn't help but remind him. Mute Granny's personality was hard to control. But Mute Granny didn't act rashly after he let go. Her gaze never left the painting as she sat down. Long Fei Yi was very generous. He rolled up the painting and pushed it towards Mute Granny. Mute Granny immediately took it, her wrinkled hands trembling as she carefully tidied up the painting. Once she was done, she tucked it away in her sleeves and even patted it a few times to make sure it was safe. Her expression as if she'd found a priceless treasure, and her coarse, wrinkled hands made one's heart ache. This is a servant waiting for her master. It's a pity that Mu Xan's already dead, Long Fei Yi remarked. Mu Xan was Tianxin, but Lady Tianxin was already dead. What would Mute Granny do if she found out? Han Yunqi and Gu had been in too much of a hurry to find her, so they didn't have time to talk properly. After putting away the painting, Mute Granny prepared to stand up, but Long Fei Yi took out another painting. This was none other than the one he'd drawn when he'd issued a bounty for Han Yunqi. Mute Granny recognized Han Yunqi. Based on the Xian character on Han Yunqi's medical pouch, she was certain that Han Yunqi was Mu Xian's daughter. Mute Granny reached out to grab the painting, but Long Fei Yi immediately took it back and carefully tucked it away in his robes. Mute Granny didn't move, but gave Long Fei Yi a doubtful look. But Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else. He rose to leave the room and instructed Chu Shifeng, "Pick someone to keep watch. If there's any more trouble, you do it yourself." Mute Granny chased after him, but she couldn't catch up to Long Fei Yi. Seeing Long Fei Yi leave, Mute Granny finally gave up. She strolled back into the room and slowly sat down without sparing Chu Shifeng a glance. Her sunken eyes seemed to grow even more sunken as she clutched the painting in her sleeve. She desperately wished she could speak up and ask for clarification. She was smart enough to understand the young man's threat. He was using Muexian's daughter to threaten her. She didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. She knew that all she could do was wait and see what these people were up to. Chu Shifeng, on the other hand, was completely baffled. His master was here to draw a portrait? Just tell him to bring it to me. All right, Chu Shifeng wasn't thinking about Mute Granny right now, but the antidote for broomcorn millet poison. They already had the serpent fruit, but were missing 2 ingredients: Bear Chuan and Panoptic Red Lotus. His Highness had given Medicine Ghost Valley's Gu Chi Sha a year to search for these 2 ingredients, but there was still no news. Chu Shifeng only hoped that Gu Chi Sha would find the Bear Chuan and Panoptic Red Lotus as soon as possible. The sooner he did, the sooner his guards would be free. Most importantly, the sooner he wouldn't have to worry about esteemed Wang Fei finding out. Who knew whether Han Yunqi would find out about this? But this time, she definitely wouldn't find out. It wasn't clear what Long Fei was busy with this time, but by the time they returned to the senior provincial official's estate, it was already late at night. Han Yunqi was still awake, but she was already in her room. The husband and wife duo had seized the entire estate by ransacking properties, but were now living in guest rooms like an inn. Their rooms were only separated by a single wall. When she heard the door next door open, Han Yunqi immediately went out. His Highness is back. Long Fei Yi replied mildly. What were you busy with? Why didn't you bring me along? Han Yunqi asked teasingly. Instead of answering, Long Fei asked, still not sleeping? Han Yunqi was used to this by now. In any case, she was just asking casually without actually investigating his whereabouts. She'd been waiting for the right time to find Long Fei Yi and have a chat. Your Highness, that gentleman from the Shadow Clan came by, Han Yunqi murmured. She'd thought it over for an entire afternoon before deciding to tell Long Fei Yi the truth. After all, it had to do with her birth origins. Actually, Han Yunqi wasn't so keen on finding out her origins. After all, she was from the future and not the real young Miss Han. She had her own selfish motives for wanting to find out her origins. She even hoped that she was the orphan of the Western Qin Imperial clan. If that was the case, then she might be able to help Long Fei even more. Compared to her origins, Han Yunqi was more interested in the truth behind Lady Tianqin's difficult labor. Was it an accident, or did someone deliberately hurt her? Lady Tianqin was a doctor worthy of respect. She was also the great mother who'd given her this body. She had to find out the truth. If it wasn't an accident back then who was the culprit? What was their motive? That masked man in white. Long Fei Yi was very surprised. He came for a while in the afternoon. Han Yunqi replied honestly. What did he say? Long Fei Yi was clearly anxious. He denied it. He said that he came for the little thing. He even said that the little thing had recognized him as its master, so he couldn't take it away. Han Yunqi was always so honest in front of Long Fei Yi. Anything else? Long Fei Yi asked again. Han Yunqi shrank back and asked pitifully, Your Highness, can we talk inside? To the readers, to watch Little Poison Consort's exclusive mini-theater, please add us on WeChat at Jimomo 2015. There are already 3 mini-theaters.